electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel eccentric? Sometimes do you feel electric? Sometimes do you feel... Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Do you feel electric? Do you feel eccentric? Let it ready. Let it
Previously on the European LCS.
For me, the two highlighted matches really both involved alternate.
Do manage to get Genja down. Now they're on towards Diamond Prox. He needs to get away from this one. Arcane shifts away, tries to get away from this one. J-Ree's got the Aqua Prison available in just a second. Alexich survived. How the hell did he live?
The crowd was cheering all for them.
But in the end, they were able to pick those up, and you just hear the crowd. They're loving this.
When we got a kill, no one was saying nothing, so it was like really scary to play there.
Alternate Fnatic, wow.
And the passive shield's not going to be enough. Back and forth the action go. Light binding laser gone towards Soaz. My God, I can't believe this game.
Kill after kill after kill.
Was landed, didn't go for it. Brereton stole it with a piercing arrow. Good God, that is every single dragon they've stolen now.
We pretty much lost the game at level 1 already. We gave them like 3 kills for 1, and they went to lane with a lot of advantage.
Fnatic, the spring champions, got destroyed by this new upstart team.
Hello everyone and welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series. I'm your host, EU Supporter, and as you can see, we are back in our studios in Cologne for week 3 of the summer split after kicking off the season at DreamHack in Sweden and moving to Moscow for week 2. Now, Russia showed us a warm welcome and awesome games from the MDM Palace in Moscow, where Gambit thrilled the raving home crowd with 3 victories, claiming spot number 2 in the standings. But it was Aranea and Alternate that consolidated their number 1 spot with a fantastic performance versus Fnatic. Let's relive some of those moments.
Last week we were playing in Russia. We were playing in our own roles, basically. It was really exciting and fun for us.
So the minute we arrived at the venue in Moscow, it was just amazing. The fans were waiting. They were very excited to see all their favorite players. It was just a party of League of Legends.
Moscow was pretty good for us. I really liked it. I really loved the event.
It was really awesome in Russia. I didn't expect that much fans there will cheer for us that loud, and I love my Russian fans.
Yeah, it was really important to show our best performance to our Russian fans, because it's like we're playing for them and they're rooting for us, and we can't fall. If we would lose, then we can't get alive from here because it's Russia. So we really wanted to win, and we're really happy with our results.
It's going to be Gambit setting themselves up here in Moscow, in Russia, in front of their home crowd. They're going to go 6 wins on the bounce and take them to 6-2 in the league.
Being in Moscow, for example, which is like a world city, is awesome. It's a nice experience, and then if people cheer there for you while you play a game, it's even more awesome.
SK are just far too strong at this stage of the game. The turrets go down, and SK Gaming are finally going to break that horrible run of losses that they've had here this weekend and win a game against Ninjas in Pajamas.
The Moscow event was great. I mean, the crowd absolutely loved the event, and it showed towards the end, the end ceremony that we had, all the players up on stage. Everybody appreciated the fans, the players, even the casters. We were up there, I was up there, I was loving it.
Russia, it was amazing having the LCS in Moscow. It was a great experience, and we'll never forget it.
It was an amazing weekend there in Russia, but of course now we're back in Cologne and it is time to meet our lovely commentators, Lee D-Man Smith and Jason Kaplan, in our brand new studio.
Thank you very much, Sox, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Caster Desk back in our comfy Cologne studios. But as you can see, it's looking a little bit more shiny here.
So let's get the show rolling first with some important news and changes that have happened over the last week. First off, there has been some roster changes, as you may have seen, to Ninjas in Pajamas, and they are fairly sizable, ladies and gentlemen. Godbro, the Tess, and Svenskeren are all out of the starting lineup. Replacing them, it's going to be Extinct in the top lane, Maluno back in the jungle, and Freeze is going to be the new AD carry. Also, we will be playing on patch 3.8 this weekend in the European matches, which is going to bring with it a number of changes.
Yeah, patch 3.8 offers some huge changes, to be honest, in competitive League of Legends. First of all, the jungle mobs, that's like the big key change of it. They spawn now at the 155 mark, so it makes it so teams can't get like an early level advantage, especially the AD carries on the blue side, going bottom lane with the double golems. So we might actually see more, AD carries, support lanes going head-to-head against each other finally. We also seen a lot of changes that affect what items champions use in lane very early on. Tier 1 boots, Doran's ring were all cheaper now, so it makes it so players can actually come to lane with more health pots and actually, hopefully cause more aggressive play. But honestly, we could talk for hours about this, but, Dean, we got some games to play today.
We have got a lot of games. So let's check out the standings, of course, and remind you guys how the season has began. As you can see, at the top of the table, after an incredible start, Alternate are currently 7-1, sweeping teams aside in some of the most explosive games we've seen in the LCS.
Yeah, of course, after a great weekend in Moscow, Gambit picked up another 3 wins in front of their home crowd and are now at 6-2 and on a 6-game winning streak.
Then it's another new team, of course. Meet Your Makers. They are 3rd place right now, 5-3. Their only losses to date so far being to Alternate and Gambit. It's a great start for the Polish LCS team.
And Fnatic sitting there on 4th place. The Spring champions got off to a flying start at DreamHack, but have since struggled to keep that momentum going, suffering a huge defeat to Alternate in their final game in Moscow.
And in 5th place currently is the Lemon Dogs. They had a strong start, taking down Ninjas in Pajamas and Evil Geniuses their first week, as well as SK Gaming in the second week. However, they're going to need to step up their performances, really, to try and climb those ladder standings.
Yeah, and in 6th place is someone we never would have guessed to be there. Evil Geniuses, currently at a 3-5 record. They started off the summer split a bit rough, but now they're really starting to improve with each game.
Yeah, and of course, down the bottom there, it is going to be in 7th place, SK Gaming, with a record of just 2-6. SK have been completely on a tilt this summer split so far. They previously finished 3rd in the spring split season. SK just haven't been able to pick up any wins against the new teams in the summer split so far.
And of course, rounding out the bottom of the stands is Ninjas in Pajamas, but NIP doesn't look good at all this split, but with these new changes to their roster, we might see that turnaround that everyone's expecting.
So let's check out what we have for you guys today, of course. The games coming up. There is going to be 4 of them. It is going to be an 8-game weekend. First up, starting off the day, it is going to be Ninjas in Pajamas versus Meet Your Makers. We're going to see how that new roster performs. Fnatic versus Lemon Dogs, that will be the second game. And then it's a grudge match. Alternate versus SK, followed by Evil Geniuses versus Gambit.
And to be honest, with so many good matches today, I think everyone's really looking forward to see that NIP MYM match, just to see how strong the new roster of NIP is, and also so the other teams can get some sort of idea of how the new roster is really working together.
So lots of great games coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check out what Shox wants to hear from you guys at home, though.
Thank you very much, Demon. Of course, we'd like to hear your thoughts on everything LCS, and we also have a Twitter question for you. Which rarely picked champion would you like to see in the LCS and why? You can hit us up at LOL Esports, #LCS. And check this out. Answering today's Twitter question has added stakes, because if we select your tweet to be read on air, you're eligible to win a cool Logitech G100S gaming mouse. But you'll need to follow at LOL Esports and be sure to use the LCS hashtag to be entered. So hit us up with your tweets and we'll be reading the best answers throughout the show. Make sure you're watching to see if you won, but don't worry if you miss hearing your name, because we will be contacting the winners through Twitter. Let the tweeting begin. And of course, you can check out all the results, standings, and many more on lolesports.com. And don't forget to vote for the teams who you think will win the matches over the weekend. Now we need to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll see if the 3 brand new NIP players, Maluno, Extinct, and Freeze, will be able to turn the tide for the Ninjas as they take on Meet Your Makers. Don't go anywhere.
So Ninjas in Pajamas, they've actually changed 3 members. 2 of the new players that have come in, you got Extinct and Maluna. They're formerly Curse EU members, and they played very well together. Also, Freeze has come in. They all played in the promotion series, so they've all got experience. And actually, I think it may well improve the team.
Welcome back to the kickoff of Week 3 in the European LCS. Now, with 4 games on the agenda today, it's time to get into our first match, MYM versus NIP. So let's check in with D-Man and Jason.
Thank you very much, Sox. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to get underway for our first match of the day. As you just heard, it is going to be Ninjas in Pajamas versus the All Poles Meet Your Makers. So let's check out the lineup straight away. On the blue side, of course, it is going to be the new Ninjas in Pajamas roster. That is, of course, going to be Extinct in the top lane. He'll be there in a minute, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. Maluno is the new jungler, and that's a pairing that used to be together in Curse EU, remember. So a bit of history there. Bjergsen is going to remain in that mid lane. You can see them. You can spot them. Black and white shirts. Very much easy to spot the new guys. Freeze, of course, the new AD carry in there, replacing the Tess, and Deficio remaining as the support.
And of course, on the red side, the Polish powerhouse that is Meet Your Makers. We have Kuban in the top lane, Makati in the jungle, Chara with his fabulous hair in the mid lane, Mackler, the brother of Makati, actually has AD carry, and Libic as support.
I'd love to see Chara's hair on Libic. That's something we've got to get going.
Chara's hair on every LCS player.
People, please. We want to see that. So you guys at home have been voting for who you think will win this matchup. And of course, it is 74% of you are in favor of Meet Your Makers. So not too convinced by the new lineup changes just yet. So we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. Jason, of course, there has been a number of discussion points coming up for this match. It is, of course, the main one being the new big roster changes for Ninjas in Pajamas. But also, how do Meet Your Makers even approach this game? How do they're effectively coming up against a brand new team?
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, it will actually be quite tough because Meet Your Makers, they're really used to controlling the game early on. And that's the thing. They don't know how to control a team that they don't know. Like, that no one's really seen so far. So it's going to be really hard for them to do that. But if Meet Your Makers does take control, if Meet Your Makers does take control, they're actually going to look very strong throughout the game because they've pretty much won every single game that they've been the aggressor on. And over for NIP side, they have that unknowing factor to them. Sorry, unknown factor to them. That people don't know exactly what they're going to play. But the thing is, they're all very strong individually players, so they could really catch off guard, take the early game away from Meet Your Makers so they can control the game. But also, their synergy late game might lack a little bit because they could fall short on that end.
Well, we're going to be getting into towards Champ Select. You can see the new boys there on your screen. Maluna, we have seen him before, so of course. He did play for Dragonborns in the spring LCS split for a short period of time. Actually, it's quite a few weeks, to be honest, but more known together, this pairing here, Extinct just to the left of him as well, is Curse EU. And Curse EU were a very strong team. They didn't quite make it into the LCS early on, but honestly, they could easily have got in here. At one point, they were one of the top teams in Europe.
And the thing is about Extinct in particular is that a lot of people say mechanically he's probably one of the best, well, at the time, mid laners, but even top laners in Europe right now if you actually put the time in. But also Maluno and Bjergsen used to dual queue a lot back in ranks, so they have a lot of synergy in that as well.
So the picks and bans coming through here, ladies and gentlemen. You can see Elise and Shen taken away straight away by Ninjas in Pajamas. Nunu and Zed taken away by Meet Your Makers. We'll see, of course, how this works out. Shen taken away from Makata. We've seen that so many times in the jungle, and of course, Kuban has been playing so much Elise in that top lane.
That is the key one. He has been able to play Elise every single game when it's been let slip through, and he's just so strong at it. We remember seeing them versus Evil Geniuses where he 1v2'd 3 times and actually came out ahead every single time, and you cannot let him have that comfort champion, so you're going to force him into a role he's not necessarily comfortable with, and that might be the downfall of Meet Your Makers.
It does, of course, mean Twisted Fate continues to be banned. Only was allowed through once, I believe.
I think it's 3 times, but he has 2 wins, 1 loss.
He has a loss?
Yeah.
Oh, it's last week. Last week was the only time he snuck through. Peke dominated with it, of course. So first pick straight away, Draven locked in instantly. Freeze wanted that one. So we're already seeing effectively a very different Ninjas in Pajamas here.
Yeah, this is actually really scary because if you guys remember Edward back on Reddit a long time ago, he said Freeze is the best AD carry in Europe. And if Edward says that, it probably has some weight to it. So on a champion like Draven, who's so strong early on, he's really hard to 1v1 against or even 2v2, obviously, just with the pure damage he can output. I expect that to be a really hard lane for Meet Your Makers to win.
Well, of course, we went for Meet Your Makers to make their picks. Will we see the Zyra coming out this time? Of course, Libic has had a couple of champions banned away from him. Thresh being the main one, but actually Nunu, one of the bans himself, that used to be his most famous champion, did also used to play lots of Blitzcrank, but I don't think we're going to see that. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a Zyra and along with some sort of AD carry for Makler.
Yeah, I think that Nunu's definitely targeted over towards Maluno, because we saw Arne use him in that one game in week 1, did such a phenomenal job on it, to be honest. He's a very strong counter juggler, not to mention the buffs that he received in 3.7. But Varus and Nautilus being sat on. So Makati, that's like his back, or his champion he goes back to. If he doesn't get Shen, he goes to Nautilus. He likes the very tanky jungler, likes to be able to interact very early on. And then the Varus is just such a strong champion. Makler, he's very mechanically perfect as an AD carry. He doesn't miss his ultimates if he uses one. So that's gonna be very strong for Mecha Makers.
And it seems the Ninja Pajamas have got pretty much a theory so worked out here. They've getting the champions they wanted. They instantly put in Jarvan and Kennen there. They haven't locked them in just yet, but it does seem, I do recall Maluna playing a lot of Jarvan before. Yes. Of course, he plays a lot of Mamumu as well. In that top lane, is this going to be Bjergsen in the top lane? Not going to be Bjergsen, obviously, in the top lane. Is it going to be Extinct in the top lane with Kennen? He's an AP champion, an AP player.
That's the thing. You don't know where it's going to go exactly. We've seen it Bjergsen middle. We've seen Kennen top lane. And that can really throw off Mecha Makers. It's one of those champions that you don't know exactly where it's going to go, so you can't 100% counter it. So we'll see how that's going to work out. But the Nami that does get locked in, very strong combo with Draven. You gives him the speed buff, which he automatically has with one of his abilities. And then you give him that ability to slow down someone, so he's going to be able to chase you even better. That's a really hard duo to go up against. But, you know, I have to say, the Kennen, 22% win rate right now in European LCS. Nami, 33%. I mentioned last week I wasn't too convinced. The numbers kind of prove that, but we'll see how well Diffuser's actually going to play it.
Ooh, Fiddlestick support maybe being pulled out by Libic here. We did see Sharu on Syndra before. Looks like he's maybe thinking of selecting it. It was against Pharrell, if you remember rightly, on Ariana. Didn't work out too well in that fight. Actually, it was Ari. I tell a lie. Pharrell was on Ari because he used to get in. It was that skill shot. If he didn't land in the perfect timing, flicking between Vlad and Syndra, not quite sure which way he's going to go with it. Either way, he's definitely going to have teleport, and it seems like he's going to have flash, which tells me it's not going to be Vlad, it's going to be Syndra.
Looking at Kuban on the screen right now, I mean, he was like shaking his head like, I'm not too comfortable with the lineup we have right now, and that's not really a good sign when you're top laner.
Switches to Ari, of course. A champion that's been banned against him so many times.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Syndra, if you're not going to run Ignite, it's kind of a little bit useless, because you're supposed to be able to burst them down with your entire combo. But Ari, which we seen him do actually before over at the blue buff, I can't remember the team exactly. We teleported in and picked up like 2 or 3 kills right there. Great job. Let's see if we're able to pull off again. And then the support Fiddlesticks. Jerry, I believe, was the first one to actually... No, Darker was the first one to run that on Gambit, and then Jerry used it a little bit later on in the day. But it's a very strong support. It's really hard to go up against that with his Sphere.
Well, we'll see how it goes. I mean, are they even going to go up against each other? I mean, this is 3.8. So chances are the lanes could be stacked normally this time, like standard meta, or will they be looking to maybe go mid lane, top lane, some other position?
It's definitely going to be a swap, because against a Draven and a Nami, it's very hard. Like, it puts out so much damage, and they don't have sustain that NIP will have. So, we actually do see the Diana being locked in here. So they have a very strong AoE composition right now, where they can pull you in, keep you in the Jarvan Cataclysm, keep you in the Kennen Ultimate, knock you up the Nami wave. That is a very, very strong team.
Well, we'll see what Meteor Makers do. Last choice, of course, to respond will be in the top lane. They know they're pretty much against Kennen. How will Kuban counter it? What is he thinking?
It's got to be a tank.
You think it's going to be a tank? Something to just basically bully them out, but they have got Nautilus in there already.
That's the thing. He's a lone tank. You need someone else that's kind of beefy to get in there. It depends how far Libic gets ahead. Maybe you can get like a Zhonya's built up or something like that. But Makati, he won't be able to sustain against the damage, because NIP is more of a mid-game team at this point, where they want to dominate you right there, and Nautilus won't be tanky enough then. So Zach, actually not a bad pickup there.
Yeah, it would make sense. We haven't seen Kuban on Zach yet, I don't believe. I'm trying to think back. Of course, the busy period that we had in our Euro trip across, a Euro trip, we actually went to Moscow as well. So that we can't really count Russia as part of Europe, although we do in the LCS.
To Americans it does. At least to me.
That's a pretty big chunk of Asia right there as well. True. So looking like it will be Libic locked in. So what are we seeing? We're seeing big AE comp coming out from Ninjas in Pajamas, and effectively a defensive comp from Meteor Makers.
So the Fiddlesticks is kind of, I think about it, it doesn't really fit 100% their composition too well. You're going to obviously have Zac to knock them up, so you can have the ability to sit around them with your ultimate, but then the Ari kind of throws it off, as well as the Nautilus. So it looks like Mecha Makers, they want to win early on. I mean, I'm going to stick with that, because that's been their game plan every single time. And it's been successful whether or not they're able to get that first turret down for themselves. So it looks like they want to try to beat them early on, but it's going to be tough. It really will.
Well, we've seen a lot of early tower pushes from Meteor Makers. We'll see whether that develops. Of course, this is effectively, as you mentioned, you can see it right there on your screens, the new Ninjas in Pajamas setup. You can see Extinct closest to the screen, Maluno next to him, Bjergsen in the mid lane, Freeze just off to the side alongside Deficio. This new lineup is going to be really interesting to see how these guys do. And that man in the middle. There's a lot of pressure on these shoulders, Bjergsen. He did manage to actually injure his ankle while we were in Moscow. Fell over the stairs when he thought his team were leaving him behind. He didn't want to get left in Moscow. So he was like, oh, I'm going to get away. Then just fell in a heap. Heaton ended up carrying him for the rest of the event, which was very funny to see giant Heaton with this tiny little Bjergsen on his back. It's like a little Nunu and Willem.
I never thought about it that way, but that's actually very true. And I actually talked to Deficio in Moscow about this, and he mentioned that Bjergsen's always had a lot of pressure on his shoulders in terms of coming up big first team, making the plays happen. But he says with the addition of Extinct and the addition of Freeze, he feels like Bjergsen will finally have that weight lifted off him. He'll have other two laners to really count on, to depend on, to be able to make the plays. And we saw what that did for the test when after Bjergsen came in, he played so phenomenally well. And it might actually happen here with Bjergsen. And that kind of scares me. If he plays better now than he did previously, that's a very scary mid laner.
Well, there is possibly the fittest team in terms of strength, maybe. I don't know, the Polish boys. Meteor Makers, they're definitely some big lads in there. You wouldn't want to mess around with them if it came to a scrum. But as it stands, it's not going to, because we're not in rugby, we are in League of Legends. It is going to be Ninjas in Pajamas as the blue team and Meteor Makers as the red team. Let's see how this one plays out. We're on 3.8 patch, ladies and gentlemen, which does mean we are seeing a Doran's Ring straight away from Sharu on that mid lane, as well as the health pots, because remember, the price has changed, the jungle has changed, all manner of changes. You would have seen it in the North American LCS last week, as well as last night at MLG. Some pretty crazy games happened there. We'll see whether we get the same here in Europe.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of new champions that can be played now in middle lane with the Doran's Ring change, which I'm sure we're going to see later on. I'm not going to spoil it just yet because I got some inside information for some teams, but it definitely widens what you can do. But we do see NIP, they're trying to go for some sort of invade. It looks like they really just want to get a ward down and really try to spot where Mackler and Libic are.
We're seeing Kuban's going to walk straight around the corner, spots immediately Bjergsen, and Maluno quickly reacts to walking away from that one. See, Demacia standard has been taken by Maluno early on, and the invade is on. They do put the ward in towards that bush. Charu just around the side there, throws out the charm. They catch on towards Extinct. They're going to bounce him in the air. Can they catch him out? The exhaust is down. One more hit will be enough. There he goes. It's first blood to Kuban.
Libic totally just won that fight right there with that dark wind. He silenced all 5 of them right there, and they're still chasing them down, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that. But wow, that was just perfect for Libic. That was a great initiation. And NIP, I guess they didn't really kind of expect that, though. It is a Fiddlesticks.
Fantastic start from them. It was Ninjas in Pajamas that went aggressive. They did get their wards down, but now their jungle is in trouble. Meteor Makers coming in towards the blue buff.
But also, take a look at Summoners real quick, because Meteor Makers committed way more than NIP did. So yeah, they lost First Blood, which is a big deal, to be honest, but they still have a lot of available. So this makes it so if Maluno wants to, he can gank quite a few lanes.
Strange ward placement from all around the corner there. He didn't put it in the bush. Doesn't look like the blue buff is going to get taken away. You see Deficio sat ready and waiting. He needs to wait for Maluno to come over at the red buff. So it's going to be a slower start for him. Makato can take it smiteless here as well. So he's going to go straight for his red buff. We'll see whether their blue buff does get stolen away. You can see there's a red ward on there from Meteor Makers. And we are going to have a 2v1 in the top lane and the bottom lane.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to steal that blue away just yet. But they were able to spot him with that ward. And that was a perfect thing to point out that Maluno, he got late to his red buff. So he's going to be a little bit slower here. And that chance of probably invading and taking away the blue is now gone. But yes, with these 1v2 lanes happen yet again, it should... Actually, let me think about it a little bit just to see which team's actually going to benefit from it too much. But we do see Deficio actually going for a ward here. So it looks like they're going to go for blue.
Are they going to try and react? Yes, they are. Kuban is coming around through the tri-bush. You can see Makata coming in now as well. He has got his smite still available, and he is going to try and cause some problems. It is only Maluno and Deficio. The AD carry not coming to help just yet. Freeze is sticking in that lane, trying to keep the CS going. And it was looking like Makata that managed to use that smite and steal it off him.
Yeah, so it looked like Freeze actually wanted to push lane very quickly just to deny a lot of CS and a lot of levels away from Kuban. So we'll see how well that's actually going to work out, as they currently are equal at this point. But I'm trying to think which lane will actually benefit quite well, because if you're a Draven, you want a lane you can farm in quite easily. If you fall behind, you kind of stay behind, and your early game presence is really, really strong, as Kuban already sees it popping those health pots right away.
And something that we kind of alluded to at the start is the fact that Xting did stay on Diana. He is taking Diana in that top lane, which means it will be Bjergsen once again on Kennen in that main lane. We saw him playing Kennen before. I think it was in Moscow, I believe. He's played it twice, I believe. 100% convinced by it, honestly, compared to some of the champions we've seen Bjergsen on.
Yeah, that's the downside of Kennen. So if you get shut down early on, your whole AoE ultimate doing a lot of damage, really being threatening, kind of diminishes. It kind of just disappears. So Bjergsen, hopefully this time, he'll be able to, keep up and farm. We'll be able to do quite well as Melino just gonna stick around. The normal, 3:30, 4-minute push just to kind of soak up some experience and make sure Xting can't get pushed out of lane.
You can see there's a big wave there. He was spotted by the ward, so they knew he was coming. There was nothing sneaky about it. You can see, actually, Meteor Makers have really good presence so far with their wards, keeping an eye on everything that is happening. Let's have a look towards the CS. You can see the AD carries 25 to 23, both in the top and bottom lane. They're still in different lanes, but keeping it very much even between them. The mid lane, it is actually Bjergsen with a slight advantage right now over Charu. Charu has just gone back to buy, got himself a second Doran's ring and a ward. We'll see where he pokes that one out there. We also see Makata, he's making his way down towards his bottom lane. He's got himself that Spirit Stone already, and a pink ward picked up for the jungler. We'll see whether he places that anywhere down that riverway.
Yeah, and that's the thing right now, as you see, Libbik going to put a ward there, is that junglers, they haven't really been interactive right now so far. They haven't been able to, get into a lane to gank because of the ward coverage. We do see Makati heading down bottom. He does have that pink ward, like you mentioned, so he might actually try to clear out the vision, as he's actually going to get caged upon.
He's going to get in there. Freeze going very aggressive. Aqua Prison wasn't available to land on him. He just dredge lines away.
Look at that damage, though. That was half his life in 2 hits from Freeze. That just shows you the power of Draven Nami, as he's going to still stick around here. And taking a look, I mean, the top laners, quote unquote, are still even in CS.
Let's have a look towards them. We do see Freeze keeping the pressure on. Dawn's shield was picked up by Kuban. Along with that, regrowth pendant. Actually, Xting getting a piercing arrow coming across from Makler there, keeping the pressure on. And in terms of CS, we are starting to see a gap growing here for Freeze in this bottom lane. Starting to keep some pressure on. Ironically, him and Bjergsen on exactly the same CS right now.
That's kind of a scary thing right now. If he keeps widening this gap a little bit further, he's applying a lot of pressure to Zac right now, and because of that pressure, he's actually making it so, Xting's not falling too far behind, as he does use his teleport top lane. So Charu, he's the only one that has a teleport available right now. He's going to be level 6 relatively soon, so he might be able to interact with another lane.
Charm being flung out from Charu, but didn't quite land on Bjergsen. That would have caused problems for them. Pink ward actually did get placed in that bottom lane. Xting, though, he's in trouble in his top lane. Makler putting pressure on towards him. Piercing arrow comes across as well. Took a good chunk of his health down, considering he's only just returned to that lane. He's having to chug down that crystalline flask. Bottom lane also, pink ward was replaced. We saw it was Makata that put his pink ward in the bottom bush. Immediately, that has been overwritten by Deficio.
It's a battle of the pink wards. It's going to be going on right now, but Melino, he's going to visit this top lane. He wants to make sure Xting doesn't get pushed out, and just like you said, returned to lane, got knocked down to below half health here, and it's not a good sign for him, but that turret's still very healthy right now.
Pretty much even between the bottom lanes, though. We see the junglers coming in. Makata trying to sneak in towards that, but again, Deficio ready and waiting. I'm not sure they're in any position to try and create something. I think this is simply Makata trying to relieve some pressure for Kuban.
And this is actually a really cool sign out of an IP. So they're being very aggressive bottom because they want to force Makati to visit there. They want to force him. Oh, we see Char teleporting our top.
Here he comes. He's going to come around the side. We're going to see 2 people. They've already pushed the wave up. Charm, balls go out there. Hasn't used the charm just yet. Lands it on towards Xting. There's the exhaust. That's going to be Xting going down. And that is going to be the second kill for Meteor Makers. Or will the tower be enough? Yes, it will. Extinct taking Makler down. Complete error there by Meteor Makers. But they may well try and return kill on towards Melino, or will they get pressure on it? They're going to go for the tower, but now the fact that Makler's not there, they can't get the turret.
But you do see Freeze and Deficio coming in. If Melino can make something happen, if he can ult in here, they can do something.
He's going to jump on towards Libbik. Libbik just out of range of that tower, though. The life drain coming down from Melino. He's going to just keep him away, and Libbik should be able to escape with his life here. He's going to have the Damashius down, and knock-up forces the flash away from Libbik, and Charu throwing out the orbs and not quite catching on. But we do see Ninjas in Pajamas. They rotated that lane.
Yes, they did. So it looks like they want to go up against this AD support combo, but I'm pretty sure they're going to rotate bottom, as we do already see that happening on the mini-map. But like I was mentioning before, our NIP was being very aggressive bottom because they wanted to keep Makata there. They wanted to let Bjergsen get this free farm. As you see right now, 21 CS advantage at this point. They want to allow him to get strong, as he's still up about 250 gold at this point, and that's what they needed to do. As long as Bjergsen gets strong, as long as he's not getting camped, he's going to be very, very hard to deal with.
So Kuban changing and replacing Charu in that top lane. Charu will, of course, head back down towards that mid. But as you mentioned, he's missed out on so much CS. He didn't get the assist. He didn't get the kill, though.
But let's have a look what items are coming out. We see the BF sword for Freeze. He would have gone for that full aggression. Bjergsen actually catching on to Charu as he passes by that ward just by the Wraiths. Meanwhile, actually looking at Mackley, he went for the Bilgewater Cutlass, going to get towards that Runic as Blade of the Rune King, Runic Bulwark. I've said it so many times. I said it in Moscow. It's Blade of the Rune King he's going for.
And that's gonna be a very good item. It gives that little bit of speed that he's gonna need against Bjergsen to keep away from. Not to mention Extinct too is actually going pretty much tank at this point. He has that Negatron Cloak. Looks like he will go for the Abyssal Scepter here relatively soon. But we do see actually the AD carry supports, they're gonna meet up here bottom lane, and Extinct's finally gonna get that freedom, as well as Kuban to go for something.
Well, Charu is gonna get engaged on a part. He's gonna get
slid.
slid. His stun comes down, and just like that, Charu goes down. Bjergsen beautifully played here. Maluna, of course, mixing in. That does mean the blue buff's in all sorts of trouble. And honestly, that bottom lane, that's gonna get engaged upon as well. We see Macklin trying to back away from this one. Libic's gonna get caught out. There's spinning axes doing damage. Chain of Corruption, though, back on towards him. Freeze. Will they have enough to catch on towards him? Will Deficio better save him? Throws out the heal. And just like that, he gets away with it. Now the progression turned back on towards him. Freeze is just going to lifesteal himself up. Blue buff was also taken away. And now we're seeing Ninja Pajamas. They're pushing on towards the bottom turret.
What a perfect job by NAP right there between Bjergsen and Maluna to combo that in there and go for that kill. They got the stun perfectly on Charu right as he was trying to escape and the knockup, so there's no way that was going to happen. And now it looks like NAP, they're going to take the first turret of the game.
Pressure completely being applied by Ninjas in Pajamas, and how many times have we seen is Meet Your Makers, they struggle. If they do not get that first tower first, they are in trouble, and we'll see how they react to this one. We do see Deficio coming around, putting down that pink ward, trying to take away everything, every bit of vision that Meet Your Makers have. And we do see Freeze. One more hit will be enough for the turret. Mackler's going to get caught out, slides in, but the fear comes out straight away on Maluna. Maluna now in trouble. Mercata trying to get in towards him. Does manage to land the dredge line. Mackler keeping the pressure down, but there's the big wave being surfed out by Deficio, and everybody will back away from this one. We see Charu, though. He's heading down the river. Will they catch on towards him? Nautilus throwing his ultimate towards Maluno. Charu has got his ultimate available if he wants to dive in. Flashes in. I tell a lie, he hasn't, which why he flashed, tried to land the charm, wasn't enough. Nothing being picked up by Meet Your Makers here.
And if you remember back to what Meet Your Makers does in all their games, they like to put a lot of aggressive wards into the enemy jungle. But right now, because NIP got that bottom turret, they're able to ward up the enemy jungle here and really apply this pressure. Bjergsen's been left alone middle lane. His CS difference is getting even further, and he has a nice large rod right now.
While this is happening, Charu going to get caught out again there. Throws out the charm towards Bjergsen. Doesn't pull him in enough. What I was about to call is the top lane. Extinct actually falling behind on Kuban as they've had that one-on-one period for some time up there. It is just back to a 10 CS, but that's going to stretch again as Kuban seems to start to bully out Extinct here. Extinct just going back to buy.
To be honest, it's worth it. Maluna is not visiting Extinct right now to help him out. He didn't. The only time he visited the lane was just to help him out, make sure he didn't get pushed out of lane right away. But they're like, you know what? Leave Extinct on an island. They've done that before with Godbro when he gets ahead. And then just help Bjergsen, help Freeze get ahead, which currently they're at right now. And they're going to be so strong even if Extinct doesn't get you know, that early CS advantage.
We see Bjergsen back in that mid lane with that blue buff, throwing those shurikens at Charu. Still not landing them. We've seen Charu so impressive on Maluno right now. Maluno is looking to try and come around the side. He's making sure he clears out them minions as quick as possible, and Maluno realizes that and straight away backs off.
But look at the ward coverage, though. It's very spot on. Now Bjergsen, he won't get ganked for pretty much any lane at this point, or any side, because of the coverage that he has, and that allows Freeze and Deficio to push up bottom lane if they want to. He's releasing the top lane yet again. Kuban, he's like a brick wall right now. He's not being pushed out. Extinct is having a tough time as he's backing away from lanes more than actually sitting in them.
In terms of CS, Bjergsen's built up such a big advantage. The fact he's got that needlessly large rod, he's doing damage. 112 to 82, 30 CS gap already. Charu been trying to create those plays with that teleport. As of yet, not too successful. Did manage to get one up the top lane, but it looks like Meet Your Makers are trying to set up for the dragon here, Jason.
Yeah, this is really interesting because NIP in the entirety of the summer split of LCS have only gotten 5 dragons. They've given up 24, and this might be the 25th.
You can see them putting pressure on there, not really anything happening. It is the top lane going down as well to Kuban, so 2 big advantages. Oh, Maluno trying to see if he can steal it with the Dragon Strike. We see Bjergsen also catching in towards that Aqua Prison on towards Makati, just slid away. We do see Livik also throwing out his Crow Storm. Is it going to be enough? Macklin's taking very low. He's going to get dropped. The wave's going to come through. That catches on towards Charu. There's going to be the spinning blades as well, but Livik looks like he's going to escape this one with his life. That was 2 kills for Ninjas and Pajamas, and it looks like they're going to steal away that Dragon.
And you have to give NIP credit. Not, I don't want to speak too soon, but they never contested Dragon in the summer split of LCS, but there they finally did. They felt comfortable doing it, and they're going to pick up the first Dragon in the game, and it takes them finally to 6 the entirety of LCS, which is honestly not that good at this point. It's actually the lowest amount.
Well, 2.8k gold. They're going to turn to see if they can push for their second turret of the game in the mid lane. File members there. Extinct is going to be taking away the blue buff as well. He's got a giant wave of creeps he's going to deal with on that top lane, so it means that there's going to be 4 members of Meet Your Makers trying to defend this mid one, but you can see the turret already very low, and Ninja Pajamas are going to just go for this one. Cataclysm comes out, jumping on towards Libic, and Maluna having to jump away from that one. He's caught out very, very deep there. There's going to be Makata catching on towards him. Kuban will pick up the kill, and a bit of a mistake suddenly made by Ninja Pajamas. Very aggressive play from Maluna.
And that might have been the synergy we were talking about early on, that little bit of lack of it, or might be coming short, is that Maluna went in when the rest of the team wanted to back away. The turret was so low on health, they weren't able to get it, and now Meet Your Makers, they're going to go for a pusher on this turret, and they should be able to get it, to be honest.
Well, they don't have their AD carry
teleport
with
behind
them
him
at
from
the moment.
Extinct.
Makla's there, the teleport is coming in from Extinct. He's just picked up the blue buff, let's see where it goes, but the charm lands straight away. Unfortunately, the dredge line's not going to land in there. Freeze manages to take down Makata. Extinct tries to pull in Libic, he should have enough to finish him off. Bjergsen is going to come in, he throws the shuriken, picks up the kill, and just like that, another 2 kills for Ninjas in Pajamas.
And look where their kill spread is right now, Demon. That is very scary. So you have all the kills minus the one on Deficio to your carries at this point. Pearson's 3-0-2, and we've seen in the past how many times how strong you can be, but they're still going for the turret. They do get it, and Pearson actually took a lot of damage for that.
Aqua Prison on Kuban there, but Kuban ready to launch himself away from that. I was just thinking, Meet Your Makers, why are they being so defensive on a turret that's going to go down in 1 hit? And they do manage to escape with their lives, though. So we see everyone from Ninjas in Pajamas, they're going to go back to buy. We'll see what items start popping in, Jason.
See, I want to see what this whole last week of practice has done for Meet Your Makers. In particular, when they fall behind, how do they come back? That's one of the things that teams have the hardest doing, besides closing out games, like, the two opposites. And so far, they're trying to defend some objectives. They're trying to play like this is a normal scrim for them, which a lot of teams didn't do. Like, Alta and MYM are the only teams to do it at this point, where they realize it's an LCS game, but they don't play super differently than they do from a scrim, where they might play a little bit more safe sometimes, which we saw yesterday in the NA LCS at MLG, just how being aggressive and how being ballsy can really help you win.
We do see aggression coming out from Ninja Pajamas. Kuban is backing off. I think Extinct may well let him go. Instead, they probably could take the turret down here, the two combined. Diana going in. And it does mean that the mid lane has been left exposed for a short period. We've seen Freeze is going to cover that one off. We're seeing Ninja Pajamas do manage to take down this turret. Easy for me to say. I don't know where those pyjamas. Maybe I went all American for a moment there. But and we do see Freeze. He should be able to defend out this mid lane. Though there is 3 members of Meet Your Makers, it's starting to get a little bit dangerous once Makata shows himself up. But he's just not been as effective on Nautilus here as he has been on Shen. And you think, oh, and he's in trouble. He's going to dredge line the hell away from there. Bjergsen still might be able to catch the stun down here. I think he should be able to walk away from it.
Yeah, and Makata not being effective is all due to how NIP played that bottom lane by being very aggressive, forcing to be down there. Charo should be able to get this turret here, or at least get on the next wave. He does have teleport available, so he could get in middle. He actually could teleport behind him at the Wraith Cam if he wanted to, coming from behind and make some sort of play happen. But NIP, they're grouping up here middle. They want that turret.
They've got to be careful, because Kuban's going to be launching himself from that side as well. Piercing arrow and hail of arrows clearing out the wave. Makler having no problem, just bringing the free farm to him effectively, which has actually got him back into it. He was falling behind in terms of CS to Freeze, but definitely got himself back in the action. Sharu may well be able to take down this bottom turret. You can see he's been down here for a long period of time, yeah, and he will take it. Freeze not really wanting a piece of that, leaves it to the minions, and that actually does take the turrets all square at 2-2. Meet Your Maker's now going to stack up on their mid turret. The ping's already coming down. Deficio's like, hey guys, kind of need help here. I'm not too sure whether you guys have reacted to this one, but Makler, he's saying, nah, I'm going to go back and buy.
Yeah, luckily for them, they went back and bought. But Charo, like, the whole idea of him going down bottom is he has teleport available and Extinct doesn't. So they took advantage of that in every way they possibly could. They got a turret off of that, but Extinct's teleport will be up relatively soon, and I don't think NIP will let in their turret go like that.
So let's have a look across the board. Look at the CS though. The big difference, Bjergsen and Charo, it's equal again. They've managed to pull it back because Charo's been off on that side lane splitting away, so maybe they have started to counter exactly what they need to do. AD carries very much even. Top lane is actually in favor of Kuban because he's been up there for some period of time, did take down that turret. Junglers though, it is all on Maluna. He's been helping, assisting across the map. But in terms of items, what are we looking towards here? You talked about Meet Your Makers being an early game team. They're needing to get some early kills, but honestly, it looks like they're heading for the late game, and it may well work for them.
I see something in particular on NIP side, but let's talk about MYM first, because they have, obviously, the Blade of the Rune King, which we talked about earlier, just to be able to escape, be able to get away. Kuban's going straight tank because he was put behind in lane relatively early on, so he's pretty much forced into that role as Makata's kind of doing the same. There is one GP10 on Deficio, as they're actually trying to go for Limit. They might be able to pick up the kill if they get the stun. But he does at least force the flash, which is good because of his ultimate. But Deficio does have one GP10, so he's going to be able to pick up some more wards, pick up maybe some items later on. Charu pushing bottom, but one thing, I should get back to it really in a little bit, because NIP, they're pushing this turret, Charu's still pushing bottom.
Well, Kuban's about to come across from the side. If they were to engage, Extinct, oh, he landed on towards Libic there. Look at that, Charu continuing to push. Cleverly, he's going to teleport in. This is going to be an engage. Kuban goes in. Let's bounce coming out. Bjergsen caught very much deep there. And then straight away on towards Maluna. Maluna went aggressive, but the rest of the team weren't really on the same wavelength. He's going to go down. Charu comes in. He rips Freeze a new one. And straight away, just like that, it was a 3-for-0. Meteor Maker's going to push down the mid.
And it seems like the missed calls are there. Not everyone not having the same mind of exactly where to go. It looks like they're actually going to go for Baron here, which they probably could take. Extinct and Deficio are the only ones alive here to really stop it. And I don't really think they could at this point.
Well, Kuban going very deep. He's going to tank it up for a while. Makata's going to get closer. He needs the one that's going to be tanking up. We'll see what they do go for. Extinct and Deficio are coming in from this one. No ultimates available. Extinct does have his. Maybe he can land the move ball, but not when the charm goes straight in there. He tries to go aggressive. Is he going to cause a problem? He's going to get Makata down. It's actually Deficio that picks up the kill, but that's going to cause problems. The Baron could pick up some kills here. It's going to be Makata. He gets into tank it just close enough. Libic trying to life drain it. Deficio coming back in. Could he throw the Aqua Prism out? Will it be enough? He gets one down, but there's the Baron kill. Now Deficio, he can pick up another kill on Makata here. If he could just get one more damage down, forces the flash straight out. And here comes Maluna. Makata's in trouble. He goes down. So the Baron effectively used this there. And Meteor Makers lose 3 members just to a support and a jungler.
Wow, that was just so well done by Deficio and Extinct right there. I mean, Extinct, he went in, he pulled them together, and he realized this is a very early Baron. 20 minutes in, he knows that Mutual Makers is not that tanky to deal with it. So NIP, they got Baron buff away from 3 people. They're going to get a middle inner turret off this as well. So in the end, they're going to come out ahead.
You've got to wonder why they didn't just go straight down the mid lane. Bad call being made there. And Meteor Makers, well, they should have gone for that mid turret, should have just taken the advantages across the map and started to set themselves across. Of course, it's easy for us to say that as we sit here watching it with everything visible. Ninjas in Pajamas, though, they're picking up another dragon. Meteor Makers coming in there, but they are too late. It's already gone down, and that gold lead is continuing to be in the favor of Ninjas in Pajamas.
Okay, so NIP, they're doing a lot better job now of actually trying to take the dragons over and over. They realize that they don't take it too much. In the meantime, MYM, they have them out of position. They're going to get this middle turret off of that. And now that we have... Oh, no, Maluna actually going to get caught here.
Maluna walking straight into Makata in the bush there. Straight face check. It's going to be Meteor Makers, as you said, taking that mid turret. That's going to take it to 3-3. But more importantly, in the mid turret of Meteor Makers is down. Gold, just 1,000 between the two. Not too much of a big advantage. Kuban is heading off towards that top. And honestly, he's starting to become a tanky presence.
Yeah, he's 2-0-4. So the Spirit Visage mixed in with the Sunfire Cape's going to be really hard to kind of deal with. But luckily for them, there's something I wanted to point out earlier on NIP's items that I'm not going to be able to get to here, but Extinct and Kuban going head-to-head.
Well, Extinct is going in for Kuban, but I don't think he's really going to be able to do a lot about it. It's more of a love tap, I think, than anything else. We did also see blue buff being picked up by Charu, and I think, if memory serves, that's one of the first blue buffs he's been able to get. Looks like Ninjas in Pajamas going aggressive in this top lane, though.
It looks like they really want it here. Extinct does have teleport available, though he's already there. Makata is the only one here to really help out, so this is a 3-man dive. Looks like they might try to go for a kill here.
Well, they're going to go in towards Makata. They could be able to stun him up. There's the slicing maelstrom. He will go down. It's going to be Extinct that manages to get the kill on Makata there. And we also saw, I think, did he get the assist for that one? No, he didn't. I think he was trying Freeze from long range to get the assist. Doesn't matter, Ninjas in Pajamas take another turret.
Okay, and now it looks like we have a calm moment here. Something I wanted to put on NIP's side. Look at the items that Extinct and Bjergsen are currently running. The Abyss Scepter, we mentioned a lot earlier on in the game, is really a key item for Extinct and for Bjergsen in particular, because a Kennen, like, you need Azonias, but you also need a lot of penetration items to really help out, really get your damage going. So they're both forced to go Merc Treads to deal with the Fiddlestick Sphere, to deal with the Charm, and not to mention the stuns that obviously the team can put out, but the synergy between the Abyssal Scepter and the Haunting Guys on Bjergsen, it just kind of powers him up a little bit, you know, even more. It makes him do a lot more damage, which that's really where they're focused around. And even Extinct, he's going into the back line. He's trying to make them fear him so the rest of the team can do the damage. But in the meantime, MYM Makers, the 4-man pushing top. Makade's not there, which honestly is a really key member to how this fight's going to go.
Well, Libic thrown out, Chain of Corruption landing towards Maluna, but he slides straight away. There's going to be the wave thrown out from Deficio. That's an ulti used, though. Will that give MYM Makers the impetus to keep pushing on towards this turret? Maluna wants to be aggressive. Bjergsen doesn't have Slicing Maelstrom available. Sharu just around the side. There's a teleport coming in. It's going to be Extinct. Goes aggressive on towards Sharu. Sharu caught out here. Has to use the ultimate to try and back away from this one. Meanwhile, the rest of MYM Makers engaged on in the top lane as well. Flash comes out from Freeze. Going full on aggression. Libic's going to get caught out. He's going to go down. Extinct flashes in towards that one. Kubon just launches himself away. While this is all happening, Sharu, he's teleported away to the bottom lane and is just going to keep on clearing those waves. So while that happens, it was a kill for Ninjas in Pajamas, but nothing really gained from either team.
Actually, if anything, I think NIP lost in the end because of that. Because look right now at the farm difference between the mid laners. Bjergsen was ahead about 40 CS like 5-10 minutes ago. Now he's behind about 50 CS at this point. And that's because Charu's been using his teleport. He's been farming up. And Bjergsen, he hasn't been able to farm anymore. Pretty much the entirety of NIP hasn't because they've been grouping. They've been wanting to cause these team fights, really make them happen, but they haven't been able to.
Kubon wipes the sweat from his brow as the match builds up. 12-7 in kills so far, 24 minutes gone, and still just 2,000 gold between these teams. Very, very tight stuff right now. And lots of summoner spells, actually, and ultimates were burnt in that last exchange. We'll see whether Sharu goes aggressive on towards Maluna here. His ultimate will be up in a few seconds. He does manage to land the charm on towards Freeze. Also puts the Deathfire Grasp down. Will it be enough? The Aqua Prison catching beautifully from Deficio there, and that buys Freeze the time. Libic tries to get in towards this one, but he's not in no party mode. Maluna gets in there, and Freeze takes him down.
Wow, Deficio, that was amazing. Aqua Prison right there saved his 80 carries life, was able to turn into a 2-for-0, and honestly, it might turn into an inhibitor turret, and maybe even an inhibitor off of this.
Well, we'll see. They're going to push in. It's going to be 5v3. And Ninjas in Pajamas are slowly building up all their aggression. Lots of ultimates available for Ninjas in Pajamas if they were to dive in here. We've already seen Maluna going aggressive and landing that Cataclysm early on. This time around, he has got the rest of the team to back him up, and that is indeed going to be the first inhibitor of the game for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Okay, I gotta point this out, because I'm the stat man now, or at least I'm gonna claim I'm gonna be the stat man now. The team that takes the first inhibitor in the entirety of the spring split and the summer split together wins, or 93% of the time they'll win. So that's a big number to go up against. It's really hard for teams to come back against this, but NIP, what they're gonna do after this, I'm pretty sure is they're going to push out the lanes because Baron's going to be up soon. They want to go for that Baron, let that middle lane push in against MYM Makers, and then either cause a fight or just get a free Baron off of it.
We'll see how it works out. 1 minute on that Baron, 1 minute on the Dragon. Pink ward going down. MYM Makers trying to just push out, trying to cause something. They actually see Extinct in the bottom lane, and actually it's Charu heading straight down towards him. We do see also Libic trying to collapse around the sides, but I think Charu is more interested in farming out that giant wave of creeps. And Libic did go down, put that ward down. So it looks like Sharu wants to continue that split push down that bottom lane, try and keep all the pressure on them, but it seems to be backfiring every time he does it.
Yeah, I think Extinct can actually 1v1 them quite well right now. So if he goes down bottom lane, you have both teleports there, and that pink ward that Libic put down at Dragon's actually makes me very curious, is because Baron's gonna be up soon in about 30 seconds, and it looks like they want to set up for Dragon and not Baron.
Yeah, just not quite going as adventurous this time around. They already realized that Baron didn't work out so well for them. Extinct is just off the side there, but they do know that Sharu's hanging around. The rest of the team are trying to collapse around. A lot of vision in that red buff area, though, so MYM Makers have good clearance. They know that the fact that you can see Maluna, Deficio, and Freeze all collapsing towards him.
Okay, so if you look at Bjergsen's boots, he actually got Distortion enchantment. So that means he's pretty much, him and Maluna are pretty much the big engage for their team. He wants that flash off cooldown as much as possible to make these fights happen. And Dragon right now, I mean, whoever picks it up, it honestly isn't a big lead for them.
Well,
so
it looks like they want to fight for it.
And that's the weird thing, is this is not an objective that you want to fight for. Baron is available right now. Leave MYM Makers there, go top, go get that that Baron off of them, and you can really just shut them down. But Charu, he's waiting on the sidelines, he's in that tri-bush. He wants to really flank them and come from behind, but NIP's not going to let it happen. They're just going to force him by pushing middle.
Exactly. They've got super minions going up the middle. They're just like, well, fine. If you really want this Dragon, then you can have it, because we are going to go straight for your base, try and push you away. They're going to rotate towards that top lane turret. You can see the creep wave already there. MYM Makers, they're pinging on it, but honestly, they're just well out of spot, and they tried to get that Dragon. They tried to force it out. Ninja Pajamas, too clever for them. Going to see if they can pick up a kill here. Libic does put that ward down, spots the entire army of Ninjas in Pajamas. It's an army now, I don't know, 5 men. Does that equate for an army? It's a platoon, I guess, maybe.
It's a sleepover, because they're in pajamas. Sorry, that was pretty bad. But either way, they're going to be going for this turret here. And They're not actually. See, they're not committing to it, and this is the whole style of playing in LCS versus scrims, where they're gonna play a lot more passive, a lot more safe in LCS. Which honestly, that's been what's making Alternate and Major Makers and even the teams in North America like Cloud9 so strong. And Baron is actually going to be started here. Defiso, he does have an Oracle, and Major Makers has no vision of this.
This is what you were talking about. So what you were saying, why didn't they put any wards down here? Not a single ward anywhere near the Baron. Ninja Pajamas are going to pick this one up for free, and Meteor Maker's not even remotely close. Makata's kind of limbering his way down there, but he is too late to the party. Ninja Pajamas already have it, and they're going straight round back around that top. They may well find Makata straight away. Yes, they will. He is dead. There's no way he's going to dredge line away from that one. Flashes as well. You can see the chain of corruption brilliantly from Makler there. Does manage to catch the entire team. Flashed out of it. Maluna with that Cataclysm. They do manage to escape, but this is a 5-man Ninja Pajamas Baron up team, while Sharu continues to split push bottom.
I honestly don't even need to talk about what the chance of winning when you have Baron and Inhibitor down for a team, but having Maluna flash in and Cataclysm on Makler force his flash. That means he won't be able to escape away from Bjergsen if he gets on top of him, which is honestly huge. He's the big damage dealer along with Charo at this point, who is still trying to make the split push happen, but right now, if you lose another Inhibitor turret and an Inhibitor off of this, it's not going to be worth it. He's still sitting bottom right now. He's teleporting in.
He's teleporting in. There's going to be the Crow Storm, but not really landing, and Livic just gets shut down straight away. Now Makler does get caught in. Straight away stunned, as you mentioned, doesn't outflash, no way out of it. Meteor Makers are just melting to the slicing maelstrom of Bjergsen. Another stun going on towards Kubon. Everybody from Ninja Pajamas, they don't care about the top lane. They're going straight for the Nexus turrets, and this is going to be the game for Ninja Pajamas. Fantastic stuff. The new lineup looking very good here against Meteor Makers. The third place team in the LCS are suddenly sinking to Ninja Pajamas.
You really got to give NIP credit right there to come in with 3 new members on your team, to be able to take the game to 30 minutes in. Obviously, it's not super late, but to have these team fights happen, to have to make your synergy that you've had only a week to work on to actually work for you well, it's very hard to do, and that's kind of scary to how strong they're actually going to get throughout the season.
Fantastic, fantastic performance, and you can see them on the screens. It is a very happy Ninja Pajamas. Lots of new faces in there, and there was a lot of questions, honestly, to the management of Ninja Pajamas about these changes. A lot of the fans were a little bit upset with the drastic changes that did happen to the team, but it seems to have worked as they take down Meteor Makers, who honestly, in week 1 looked unstoppable. Only Alternate were allowed easily to get in their faces. Nobody else could get near them. They were swept aside, but NIP, they seem to be looking ready to fight.
Yes, they do. And I mean, Future Makers, you pretty much pointed out perfectly. They were looked unstoppable in the first week, but now they're starting to lose a lot of more games, and you have to look back on it. Is it their fault? Is it the other team just outplaying them? I mean, maybe they need to work on something in particular, which we always mention, their early game. If they take the first turret, they have a higher chance of winning. They like the control, but when you take that away from them, what do they have? And that might come down to them working on their late game.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. So, NIP, that takes them to where in the league? That's the question.
7th. They actually ahead of SK now. Actually, no, I believe they're still
No, they will be. No, of course they will be, because they were both on 2 and 6, so they're going to be on 3 and 6 now, and that actually takes Meteor Makers to 5 and 4, but mid-table stuff. And this is the problem we talked about. We had the same issue with Lemon Dogs, who will be coming up next against Fnatic, of course, how they deal with the losses when they start coming, because this is the first time Meteor Makers have lost to anyone outside of the top 2.
Yeah, so you have to keep in mind, so the newer teams that came in, the 3 new teams, they had months to prepare for this. Well, they at least had a month, I'll say that. They have had months before, obviously, some time before it, but now it's pretty much, you have to adapt your strategies week per week. And that is really hard to do for teams. You know, you kind of need the people to look at the matches, how they went, look how the matches went for the other team that you're going to be playing against went the previous week. And not to mention, we're on 3.8, so it's honestly a drastic change.
Well, hopefully in a moment we're going to be able to get a replay for you guys from that game. Trevor's going to be standing by in just a few moments. We'll go to that in a second. It's going to be a new fancy desk, of course. Hopefully, I haven't heard word, but I believe he is ready. So we're going to go over to Trevor at our beautiful new screen.
Thank you for that one, Demon and Jason. It was an awesome game to watch, and another victory for NIP, so slowly trying to claw themselves back up the ladder. It seems as though the new composition is really working in their favor. I have to give props to Deficio and his Nami play, because those Aqua Prisons, bubble after bubble after bubble, simply caught everybody off guard. but there is still some flaws and some chinks in the NIP armor, and the replay that we're about to show you is actually going to demonstrate that. So let's pull the replay up on screen. It takes place at about 18 minutes 30 on the clock. You can see that the Ninjas in Pajamas are trying to siege up this middle lane here. So we'll run this at normal speed for the time being. In a couple of moments' time, MYM are actually going to jump into this engagement. You can see MYM's Charu's down on the bottom lane. He begins to teleport. Keep an eye on your mini-map. And MYM are just simply clustered together as a unit. So when they pick a target, they immediately blow up Bjergsen. They then focus Maluno. And with Charu coming in very, very late from behind with that teleport, he's just able to completely clean house. The problem here for MYM is that they didn't stop there. They didn't simply go, right, this is fine. They went to the magnet, the noob magnet that is Baron. When you're in a advantageous position, you need to be in a very advantageous position to take this safely. And you'll see now that this actually didn't happen. On the minimap, you can see both Diana and Nami. They're coming up from the bottom to actually challenge in the top lane. And even though Extinct gets caught by a charm, another Aqua Prison locks up both Nautilus and Uri. The CC that can come down from Nautilus is just completely mitigated. They do eventually pick up Baron, but the amount of time that it's taken has allowed Deficio and the rest of the members of Ninjas in Pajamas to actually close in. So they got the buff, they won a team fight, they ended up losing 3 of their own team members, and they simply weren't able to capitalize on that advantageous play. So they clawed themselves back into the game, but it was just too little, too late, I'm afraid. That wraps it up for the replay here between NIP and Mutual Makers. And simply put, it's great to see the Ninjas in Pajamas back on form, back in a position where they're picking up victories. So I believe that Deficio is sitting on our very new interview caster couch, and I think Shox will have a few words with him.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Trevor. I'm here with Deficio to support for Ninjas in Pajamas. Maybe start with that moment there in Baron. You had a very good game on Nami, but what happened there in the Baron pit?
I was being scared. I wanted to back out, but the team was like yelling, go in, go in, go in. So I just ran in, started auto-attacking, or I hit a Q, the first Q when Extinct was running in, I hit, that was good. But I could have gotten triple kill if I hit the last Q as well on Makler, but yeah, I mean, I got 2 kills and delayed the Baron, so it was good.
But a very nice victory for you guys, because of course you came into this week with a whole changed roster. So how are the changes from your perspective? I know you come from a manager position before. How do you look at them?
Well, we felt that we needed to do some changes on the team to hit like a higher level of play. We didn't think that with the current attitude we had in the team towards practice and things like that, that we would actually get a lot better than we were. And now the 3 new teams who came into the league are so strong. We felt that instantly from week 1 when we faced like Lemon Dogs and MYM in the first 2 games we lost. So we knew we had to do something special to like get better and start beating these teams. Obviously, a roster change is never fun. Obviously, when switching 3 players is like, yeah, it pretty much destroys the whole synergy you have on a team. But we felt with the players we got in, it was worth it.
All right, and how about you personally? Of course, you had to say goodbye to the Tess in that bottom lane and to switch it up for Freeze. How is that synergy rolling?
Well, the synergy with Freeze is good already. He's a lot more aggressive in the lane than Tess is, which is where Tess likes to farm. That's not a bad thing at all. It's actually a really good thing. So the Tess will always get more CS than a player like Freeze. But Freeze wants to go to harass the enemy. He wants to deny CS. He wants to try and get kills. So it's a bit different for me to like get used to that. But I think it's working pretty well okay already.
You had a great game. Congratulations once again. Now, as for us, after the break, we'll find out if Fnatic has recovered from the thrashing they received from Team Alternate in Moscow as they take on the ambitious Lemon Dogs. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, boys and girls, to the European LCS, where we are about to get into Game 2 of the weekend as Fnatic take on the Lemon Dogs. But before we jump into that game, we sat down to talk to Fnatic's and the European All-Star top laner Soaz about his experience in Shanghai.
The All-Star event in general was really nice. I had put a lot of effort in this All-Star tournament, and yeah, it was a really great experience. Playing with 3 Gambit players and 1 EG player was a really nice experience. We knew when we did go to All-Star, we have like 6 games of practice, 6-7 games maximum, so we didn't have enough practice. We knew we could maybe pass the groups and stuff, but maximum top 3 out and go to final.
I think LA has it. They're going to finish off the Nexus. It's going to be the Nexus, and it's going to be North America. Moving on.
The All-Star one-on-one is 50-50. It was just like mostly for fun, I think. I would say there is like 20% skill and 80% luck of the matchups. First one I played versus PDD. I played Nunu versus Annie, and early it was 50-50. I start with the blue pot to poke him.
You know, PDD only has 1 spell available, so...
Straight back full health, and he's going to harass.
He was playing really safe, not trying to harass me too much, so at some point I just like tab and I look at the CS at like 65 versus 20. I was like, I'm just gonna play safe, farm and win the game as for taking minions, and at some point he just tried to go all in on me because he saw that he was losing, so he just AFK on the game and say GG and wait for me to base and kill him.
PDD, yeah, he's got not many places to go. He's just sitting there taking
He's dead. He's give up. He's give up.
Yeah. He knows that this one is over, so it's going to be Soaz that wins this one.
Soaz is playing really good, 1 versus 1.
And when I saw the last game, I was already happy because I thought he had it. I was really happy that at least he did good, 1 from our team and someone from Europe. We told him good job with the team, and by the way, congrats for the 101.
All about the damage that he can do. Shai actually going back into this one. This could be dangerous. There's a turret hit. Soaz in all kinds of trouble now. Uses the barrier, and he's going to get the first blood. What a move from Soaz. Baits it in perfectly, and he picks up the victory.
I don't really like people calling me best top laner of the world because it's not true, and I don't know, I think I'm maybe one of the best in Europe. Winning the one-on-one All-Star matchup, it was a good feeling, but I would have preferred to win the 5-on-5, obviously. If there was a second All-Star, I would really like to do this tournament and practice a bit more this time and try to win it.
Now, I'm sure Soaz and the entire All-Star team hold fond memories of that experience, as does Demon. So time to check in with him and Jason at the desk.
Thank you very much, Sox. Yes, it was absolutely fantastic in Shanghai, I can agree. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for our next matchup. It is going to be Fnatic versus the Lemon Dogs. And honestly, let's check out those lineups before we get too heavily involved in the matchup itself. So, for Fnatic, they're going to be the blue side this time around. It will, of course, be Soaz in that top lane. Alongside him, it is going to be Cyanide in the jungle. Had a lot of smite steals away from him for the alternate game last weekend, so he's going to be looking to try and appease that one. Peke in that mid lane, of course, he did some fantastic Twisted Fate work in Moscow. Let's see if he's allowed that one through. Yellow Star, of course, also alongside him is Enrated.
Of course, on the red side will be Lemon Dogs with Zoro in the top lane. Dexter in the jungle, who actually looked a little nervous in Moscow with his Nautilus hooks. Nuke Duck in the middle lane, and Tabs and We Will Failer as AD carry support.
Absolutely. So, let's check out what you guys at home think about this match over on LoL Esports.
Yeah, it's actually probably a really close matchup if you look at the percents, because it really can go either way. Fnatic has a very strong team. As we all know, they won the spring split, but then of course Lemon Dogs, they surprised everyone back in the first week of LCS, but then they've kind of been on a downward spiral since.
Well, of course, it does seem that Fnatic are ahead in that one. We're coming into this game, of course, so Fnatic and Lemon Dogs, well, they both tasted defeat in their final games in Moscow. Fnatic went down in explosive style to Alternate. It was an epic match, ladies and gentlemen. You got to watch that one. One not maybe to watch, though, is the Lemon Dogs, because they were grinded into submission by Evil Geniuses in a bit of a slow game.
Well, it's EG. You kind of expect that out of them. But, you know, out of all the spring split teams, Fnatic was the only one to really come out swinging from day one. However, they did end up with a 2-3 record after the first week, and Lemon Dogs look very strong in the summer promotion tournament as well as in week number 1. But like I said before, they've been on that downward spiral ever since. And with this nice long week off, both teams have had this chance to practice and really kind of see where their faults have lied, where they're really strong, and try to be better in the end and pick up, honestly, much needed wins. And I'm going to say that every single time, because every game this season, out of all 28, every single one is really crucial, because if you look at the end goal of the season, the World Finals. Everyone wants to be there, and you need to win every single game to get there.
Absolutely. It's the target that everybody wants to make. And, well, the Lemon Dogs, they came into this one very, very confident to start this season in week 1. As it stands right now, they are just had a few issues. Once week 1 got out of the way, it was like suddenly the reality set in. Ooh, this is a tough, tough league to be in. And Fnatic are up against, of course, were the spring champions. And this is definitely going to be a tough game for them. We're just waiting for the players to get themselves ready. You can see they don't even have their headsets on yet, so they're not even in the game. So it's going to be a little while before we get Champ Select started off here.
Yeah, and I really want to know what Lemon Dogs is really going to do, because, to be honest, they have taken the most dragons out of every team so far, with 19 tied with Alternate. But the thing is, they take it the latest. Like, they're the slowest team to take that first dragon, which is kind of interesting. And when we saw them versus NIP in Moscow, they decided to do Dragon, where NIP was like, hey, if you're going to do Dragon, we're just take Baron very quickly, because they had 3 people with those spirit items.
And we should point out, this is the first time that Lemon Dogs have actually been in the studio as an LCS team. They came here at the promo series. They swept against all authorities aside 3-0. Dominant performance there. But they are up against Fnatic, who are very, very comfy in their studios. Apparently, We Will Fail has got his little "You Are the Best" bunny. So he's happy with it. Well, what is it? It's a teddy bear.
I don't know, it's just really fluffy.
There's another teddy bear. That one says Seal, and that one's Cyanide. Cyanide's always had a new haircut. He's had a...
I think he heard you.
Yeah, give us a wink there, sure. Soaz alongside him just said, interesting to see that he's like, I don't like being called the best top laner in the world. Maybe in Europe.
It's just like, it's a mix of modesty with him being like, yeah, I'm pretty good. And I really like what Double has said. And there's a lot of things he says that people don't like out of him. But this is one of the few that he said, you know, if you don't have the ego, if you don't think you're the best, if you don't play like you're the best, then you're kind of defeating yourself.
Be it. Yeah,
I mean, you have to always assume or always believe that you're a really good player and that you're one of the best to actually go up against the top counterparts in the world and be able to beat them.
Lemon Dogs, of course, coming into this one, they were very, very confident coming into this league, saying that they are going to be #1 come the summer split. We'll see, of course, whether that plays out, but as it stands, they are a long way off there. I think they believe the record at the moment, I think it's Fnatic are at 4-3. I'm trying to remember.
Like
4-4, of course, because they lost the last game to Alternate, of course. Meanwhile, Lemon Dogs chasing, you could say nipping at their heels at 3-5.
You could. And then also, if they lose this game, they will drop below Evil Geniuses. So they'll go from that 5th place to the 6th place. And honestly, I believe Ninja... Actually, no, I think Ninja Pajamas will actually go up higher than them, because they did beat them back last week.
We do see Yellow Star on his team. Pressure's on his shoulders as well, because, again, in the studio is Reckless. He's here. I've seen him. And I was like, you're not in the LCS. What are you doing here? He said,
of course.
Soon it will be.
Yeah. It's like, not
and
yet.
Ooh, that's a lot of pressure to have on a player that when you know he plays your position, you know he's just played very, very well at DreamHack.
Yeah.
They actually won DreamHack, his team did, that he played with, which was the Copenhagen Wolves at the time. He was the only member that wasn't of the Copenhagen Wolves. And it still remains an unsolved problem. He's going to be turning 17 this year. What will happen when he hits that phase? And will he just step in?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean,
it's a question for Harry.
Yeah.
It's probably a question that Harry's like, I don't want to answer that one.
Yeah, he's just letting it, it's not for a long time away, so what's the big deal? You don't have to worry about it right now. But yeah, I mean, what do you do? He was in the team previously. He's I'm not going to say he's one of the best, sorry, I'm not going to say he's the best, but he's one of the best, one of the top 80 carries in Europe. How do you deal with that? Like, he's like a free agent right now when he hits 17.
Well, of course, we have had you guys at home voting for the LoL Esports. And it is a massive, massive swing, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, because 92% of you have voted for Fnatic in this one. 92%! That's not a lot of faith in Lemon Dogs.
I think that's actually one of the highest percentages for one team that we've seen so far in European LCS, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that 100%. I don't know about you, Demon, but
that's a lot. That's a big number compared to really a straight-up 50-50 game that could happen. Well, anything could happen in the first 5 minutes, honestly, in the game. But of course, don't forget, guys, get over to lolesports.com. You can vote over there. There is 2 more games to go today, and of course, there is tomorrow's matches. Coming up after this one, it's going to be Alternate versus SK, and then Evil Geniuses versus Gambit. So 2 huge games to follow this.
And the big one, the Alternate versus Gambit one, where Gambit's now not playing with Darien top lane. They're playing with Spontex. So that is going to be really exciting to see how much they practice in that week, how well he actually plays up there, because at least to me, they're very similar players, but I guess that's for the next game. That's a little bit away.
Indeed, and if you just missed it, well, the new lineup, Ninjas in Pajamas, did pick up a win in their first game of the day versus Meet Your Makers. Of course, they're going to be playing tomorrow, and we'll see how that works out for them. We are going to be grabbing a word with their manager as well shortly after these games. But as it is, you can see on your screen, Tabs used to be the mid laner many moons ago, and now is the AD carry for Lemon Dogs. Played many positions. Honestly, actually, most of these players can play any position. Obviously, they you could say excel in that one position that they practice hard in, but
that's only because they practice in that position. I'd have to say. I mean, I think if you're a top player, you have to be able to do that. I mean, over in North America. Sorry, what team was that actually switched roles recently? It's like on the tip of my tongue, and I can't remember.
Are you thinking of TSM?
TSM, there we go. Wow, how could I forget that? So Dyer's
I don't know, did they actually switch? I didn't actually
I don't know if that was a troll or not.
I'm pretty sure it was a troll, but I don't know. I didn't actually get to watch the North American LCS. It started at 2:30 a.m., guys. I wouldn't be looking so beautiful and handsome right now. There would be some serious bags on the way if I hadn't done it. The makeup lady would have had a lot of work to do. But nevertheless, we are looking at the players right now, and you can see they are all in the lobby. So hopefully we'll be getting towards Champ Select in a few moments. And let's talk about the picks and bans for these teams. What are we expecting? Because Twisted Fate has been almost always bad, and you would expect that against the likes of Peke. But what are you thinking with Nuke Duck in the middle there? He's been hit and miss. He was absolutely on fire in the promo and has done very well in the LCS so far, but is it worth banning anything towards him?
He's actually been playing Vladimir middle recently. He played Ari back in the summer promotion tournament, but he's actually 2 for 2 right now on Vladimir. And that's kind of scary. He's actually 0 for 1 on Jace. So Jace is one of those champions which we rarely see get let through. But when we do, it's usually just explosive. But 0-0. I mean, we actually had Lemon Dogs on the bus list back at DreamHack when we were going towards the event. And his team even said, like, that's the only champion you can play top lane. And he hasn't been doing that great with it. He's 1-4 with it right now, or 1 win out of 4 games. And I mean, Malphite kind of came back out of nowhere in the summer split. When it was used in summer promotion tournament because of that strong engage, but it's like most teams already said, all right, we're done with them. We're past that phase. We want to move into the next lineup of things. But what do you ban against Fnatic? I mean, you brought up a very good point. Twist of Fate, you don't want to let Expect have that. There's a lot of champions you don't want to let any of them have.
Well, there's Elise for Soaz as well. You got to think of maybe Leona for N-Rated, but he's also been playing a lot of Janna lately as well. And you think of the AD carries that Yellowstar's been thrown out there. He can kind of switch between any. Actually, maybe thinking about that, we've talked about Caitlyn for Tabs as well.
Yeah, so we'll go back to Yellowstar real quick and Rated, because it's something really cool is that N-Rated's actually 3 for 4 on Janna, which you don't really see picked up too often. Usually a lot of people are going towards Nami these days as support. And Yellowstar is actually 2 for 3 for Draven. So if you pair them together, that ridiculous amount of AD that you get stacked on top of his Q, it just makes him really hard to deal with in lane, really hard to lane against as 2 vs 2, but more especially 2v1 lanes.
Well, we still see headsets not on to Nuke Duck just yet, so obviously having a slight problem. The admins were buzzing around him, so I guess they're getting themselves ready to go. Fnatic seem to be all prepped and ready. Looking at them, they are deep in discussions about what champions they're going to go with. Interesting that they've actually switched their lineup this season as well. If you think back to the spring LCS, you used to have Peke on the end here, but Soaz has now gone to the top lane area, which effectively is the normal spot that you see the top lane on. In terms of seating positions, I'm talking about here, you can see them. And then Peke is actually back in the middle. Looks like they're going to have to go straight USB cables in towards the back of the computer. That seems to be the issue. Nuke Duck seems in at least happy spirits about it as the admins just yank that PC straight out of there, no problem. Don't worry about the cable length. I'm sure you can just get it in there. And just, you won't. Don't worry, it's not going to be tight on the head. You're just like, ah. We've had cable problems before. We always have these problems with these headsets, yanking off our heads, but we're all right at the moment.
Yeah, they're nice headsets.
They are nice headsets.
Very comfortable.
A lot of people always ask what they are. They are straight Sennheisers, by the way.
I don't know what version though.
HMD 26i1.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't expect you to come up with that answer so quickly, dude.
Got a pair at home.
That was impressive. Really?
Yeah, they are the standard headsets that we use. But talking about headsets, check out those big bad boys on Yellow Star's head. They're the Plantronics headsets, basically used to nullify our voices. And of course the crowd's voices as well, which is why they all have them on, so they can't really hear what we have to say. Nuke doesn't have his on right now, and you can see the IT guys are fixing whatever issue he has. Everybody else is in and ready, and there's a good bit of banter going in the what would you call that, lobby? I guess is the all chat, whatever you'd like to call it between them.
Yeah, they're talking about Aatrox a little bit right now, which new champion coming out. It's not going to be available for another 3 weeks, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, since it has to take a month before it's released, so people can get used to it. But going to be a very strong champion. I think it might actually get played quite a bit when it does come around.
And actually, thinking of new champions, Lissandra is one of those that have made a big impact in 3.7. We haven't seen him just yet. It's only been one game so far. Are we likely to see anyone from Lemondogs or Fnatic pull that one out?
Well, don't forget Soaz.
Played it.
He's played it in 2 games, only won 1. I don't know. It's like it seemed like a one-trick pony at first because Alternate used it, caught everyone off guard with it. We saw actually was it Darian actually play it over on Gambit's side before,
and Alexich did as well.
Yeah, and I don't know. It seems like this week it's been a little bit more laid back, a little bit back to the basics.
We've only had one game, to be fair.
That is true. I will give it that. But we always could because there's a lot of champions out there. There's a lot of really good champions to pick, and it goes back to that whole theory of how do you do picks and bans? And Crepo, a lot of players told us this. It's the fact that you don't want to let one OP champion get through, so you don't want to let like a Twisted Fate get through, so you let 3 get through. So that way you'll always get at least 2. But then the other team's like, oh, if you're going to do that, we'll let 5 get through, so then we'll have more of a chance of getting more. So it's a really big mind game here. And hopefully it's not affecting Lemondogs because, like you mentioned before, this is the first time here as a team. They haven't been a team together very long, and you have to wonder how these little pauses when they come in here ready to go really affect them.
Well, you can see just by the big blue glow on Nukeduck's face there, the PC has been rebooted, so they're just sorting that out. There's a big blue glow, but that's one of our stage lights on the back of Soaz, who I wonder what you're going to see him play. We did have that stat that he'd only lost 1 game on Elise, but actually he's 2 now because he lost to Alternate. Hopefully they will be ready to go. He's not quite in the lobby just yet. Cyanide, of course, alongside him. He had a bit of a torrid time up against Aranea. Honestly, that was a scary matchup. If you've not seen it, ladies and gentlemen, you must check it out after we finish here. You've got about a couple of hours between Europe LCS finishing and North America starting and MLG, so you could maybe squeeze in. I would recommend certainly Alternate versus Gambit and Alternate versus Fnatic from last week. Absolute tremendous games what we had in Moscow. Also in front of the great Russian crowd that we had there, and it was great to see overall.
Yeah,
great event.
It really was. Like everyone was so thankful for that we were there. Like you heard the Russian crowd in the video earlier. They were saying thank you. I can't say it correct. I'm not even gonna try. I'm American.
Spasiba, I believe
yeah,
it was.
that one. But they were saying that they're just cheering it because they were so happy to finally have an event there, and you honestly saw it in all their eyes.
And speaking of events, we have a new event that we have announced. It will be in Tenerife for I believe week 5. Is it week 5 or week 6? I don't know which one it is. It is week 5. I think. They all kind of blend into one.
It's coming up.
It's in July. I think it's the 18th to 20th, I believe. So that would be week 6, I think it is. But we will be in Tenerife, I should say. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I've got to get the pronunciation right. Ocelot will be on my case, Tenerife. And yeah, so the LCS will be on the road one more time. And it's a hard life, honestly, to be asked to go and do an event in Tenerife in July.
Who wants to lay out on a beach?
Nobody really wants to go do this event, honestly. We're really all being, beaten into submission to have to go do this one.
Yeah, I don't know. How am I going to deal with myself there? I mean, do I want to lay on a beach? Do I want to go swimming? I don't know. It's going to be a great time. We're going to be
busy rehearsing, Jason.
That is
of
true.
Course, that's what we do. We work very hard at these events. Don't dispel that image. Whatever you do. We do see, of course, Lemondogs on your screen. We're just waiting for Nukeduck to sort himself out. He was in there. He's getting in position. Everybody's switching around. We're going to get Champ Select going in just a moment as Peke takes a mild yawn as he prepares himself. What will we see from Peke? Will we see any backdoor shenanigans again, like we saw from Twisted Fate? Absolutely 100% sure that's going to be banned.
Yeah, I'd have to definitely agree with that one, Demon. And You know, he actually, in week 1, towards the later days, like day 2, day 3, he actually played Malphite middle, which the first time he played it, it worked out well. The second time it didn't, and it seems like he's straying away from those. He wants to go back to his assassins, back to the heavy damage dealers that he can make plays with, because, you know, him and Soaz, they're like a tag team where they will, you'll have Soaz push a lane, Xpeke will be waiting or will come by, and they will just kill whoever's there. I mean, Kevin, he's the recipient of that one back in the spring split. You know, it was the trilogy of Kevin or whatever it was that Trevor was saying. But that's what they do. They like to pair up. They like to just destroy someone and then push off of that. And we'll see if they're going to be able to make that split push strategy work.
So bans coming in. Evelyn being taken away by Fnatic. They don't want to let that one through. It's interesting. Evelyn's actually been banned fairly strongly lately. Yeah. So against Dexter this time, of course. Twisted Fate has been banned. Sure enough, it would be Lemondogs that would have to ban it because Fnatic on the blue side could have gone for the first pick there. Nami. Interesting that Nami gets banned out here.
Yeah, so the Evelyn ban, if we go back to that real quick, was actually banned out in every single game in LPL except once in the semifinals. And it's due to the fact that she's very strong mid-game. She has a lot of true damage instead of AP. So mid-game, she has the ability to get behind you when you don't have the ability to get wards down, or, you know, pink wards, or have the Oracle relatively early on. So she really excels at that point. And if you can take the mid game, I mean, it's pretty easy to take the rest of the game. But the Nami ban, yeah, that one's actually very interesting to see. And it looks like Lemondogs don't want to go up, or sorry, Lemondogs, Fnatic doesn't want to go up against it, which means maybe N-Rated wants to go for Leona, or maybe just wants to sit back on Janna.
Well, We Will Fail have played Nami pretty much every game so far that I can remember, so maybe that's just simply trying to put the support out of his comfort zone. Elise has been banned as well. That's against Soaz. Shen being taken away as well. See whether that's going to affect anyone. It does mean that Thresh has snuck through with that Nunu ban, and it is going to get locked in for N-Rated.
I think N-Rated's really giddy about this one. He's like, yes, I get to play Thresh again, finally! Because he's such a strong support. He has such a strong initiate, and that's really hard to go up against, but
there we are.
See Lemondogs on the Sandra for the first time.
So that could be nuked up. We'll see whether it's Zoro who's been practicing it the most. Dexter waiting to see, is he going to go straight for a jungler? Will he maybe pick up Jarvan? No, it's going to be Ezreal locked in for tabs.
Okay, so that's a very smart pick to go with. I mean,
or it could be Ezreal jungle.
RNA is not in this game, though, unfortunately. But it's a very strong pick just in terms of you have the ability to dodge the hooks, so it's very hard to be locked down. The blue build, which it hasn't been touched just yet in this patch, so he's going to be relatively strong. We'll be able to kite extremely well, but they're more of an engage right now. Just having the Sandra, like, they want to engage. They want people who can just destroy one person. They want to hop on top of them and just blow them up right away. But the Orianna being sat on right now, Demon. So
interesting, because that's what Peke had against Alternate. And it was a bit of a stomp, but it wasn't really Peke's fault. However, that's an interesting choice. Tristana maybe going to get locked in for Yellowstar.
Yeah, so obviously one of the strongest late game AD carries, because you have that ridiculous range that you can't be touched on, so you're relatively safe. Is Peke actually sitting on cleanse right now? So that's really curious for me what he's actually going to go for here in the end. And Lee Sin, I really hate RNA for this because I see it in solo queue now every single time, but Lee Sin's being played constantly lately.
Yeah, well, don't get me started on Lee Sin. I hate that champion with a passion. Jarvan, though, looking like he may well be selected. That's going to be Dexter in the jungle, and taking away that Janna, of course. The fact that Thresh has already been selected and Nami banned out means We Will Fail having to switch up the champions and going for that Janna. So final choices for Fnatic.
I'm actually really wondering if that could be a mid Janna. I'm thinking about it. We've seen Probably do it quite a few times over North America LCS, but I don't know, Sona would be better in my opinion. Because if you have Jarvan and Lissandra going in, pop a Crescendo on top of that, you'll be relatively safe. And Janna can push waves out really easily. And the shield you can give. What's that
I just think you're having a Kobe moment and getting a little excited about this.
It would be cool because
all I'm suggesting.
If you think about it, if Lissandra goes in, doesn't have to use ultimate on herself.
Happy birthday, Kobe, by the way.
Happy birthday. But the shield you get is just ridiculously big, so he won't have to use ultimate on himself ever. He can use it on someone else, and they can just get on top of him with the Jarvan.
Well, we'll see if that is.
If I'm right, I'm going to feel good.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as well. Cyanide looks like he's going to be pulling out the Volley Bear once again. See if that's what he chooses. Interesting, the fact that we did see, of course, Jarvan taken away from Cyanide, one of the champions. That may well be Peke, you know, on that Malphite. You were talking about the fact that he got cleanse on him already, which generally suggests, ooh dear, being selected. Spirit Guardian not quite available just yet, unfortunately for him, but that's going to be the new skin coming out soon. Hate to throw that advertising in there, but god damn, it looks good.
Yes, it does. And actually, someone tweeted at me a little bit earlier today saying, Cyanide's going to play with Deer. I'm telling you right now, it's going to happen. And
he's been playing it maybe a lot in the solo queue.
Yeah, so it's going to be actually really strong. It's going to be really hard to get away from that because Udyr is naturally going to get extremely fast against you if he goes for like a Shirelia's or the Boots of Swiftness, but having the Orianna speed on top of that, it's really hard to get away from that. And he just gets so tanky later on that he's really a big threat to deal with.
So final pick, come on, prediction.
Come on, Sona, come on, Sona, come on, Sona. I don't know. I'm hoping for that just because it would really pair well with their team. But I have to say, because it's most likely going to be a top laner right now, I would think. And Zorazer likes to play tanky champions. I was about to say Taz? Hey. But he likes to play tanky champions, so I would assume it's going to go towards something like that. Zach is available. Oh, wow.
Whoa, hello. Is this going to... Are we going to have a change around here? I'm looking at Tabs' screen. What's he selecting there?
He's smiling.
Is this actually going to be Tabs switching around and Nukeduck's going to be the AD carry? This could be interesting. The fact that he has been locked in, I mean, it could be Nukeduck. Nukeduck's certainly a very good player on it, but I am intrigued.
I remember something. I talked to Taz on the way back from Moscow, and he said AD Fizz as a carry.
Wow.
Yeah, that picture gave me that look.
And AP Ezreal in the mid.
Or AD. I mean, it can go either way with them. Obviously very strong, but it's very hard. Oh, wow. Actually, Nukeduck might be playing. Damn, these guys. They're throwing us off, but I'm happy to see a Fizz finally in LCS.
When you've got Tabs there, you just expect him to be Fizz. So we'll see. We'll see whether it sticks that way. Of course, you would expect it to be ordinarily that way, but maybe Lemon Dogs have thrown a monkey wrench in the plans of Fnatic. We'll see whether it works out that way or not. Of course,
see.
The fact that Udyr has been selected as well, it's a couple of champions, a couple of new champions we haven't seen in the European LCS for a while.
Well, we'll see if Fnatic throws the dogs a bone as they try to get a win here. But the Fizz, I mean, he's running Teleport Ignite, if I can I'll let you know ahead of time before we actually get into the game. And I want to know if he's going that Alex Ich build of the 30 points in offense to try to really kill someone, because against an Orianna, how do you hit someone that has the pole to stand on?
Like, it's a teleport Fizz as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, teleport Ignite. This is all-out aggression on Orianna, effectively Peke. Will Peke actually play that lane, or will he switch to a 2v1 lane? Because Orianna's probably the strongest 2v1 you got.
I would say Orianna would do a lot better against Lissandra just because of the range difference, where Lissandra's more of a mid-range mage. Orianna can just sit back and obviously be protected quite well. I would assume that would be what would actually happen, because hitting ultimate on Fizz with Orianna is ridiculously hard.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go live. The blue screen you can see. The Lemon Dogs are ready and waiting to go. The Lemon Ducks have sometimes they have been renamed when Nukeduck does especially well. Fnatic are the blue team on your screen, and of course that means the red side will beat the Lemon Dogs. So will we see any aggression? We did see it in the previous matchup. We saw the kill coming out very early on for Meet Your Makers against Ninjas in Pajamas, but doesn't matter, that first blood stat didn't help them, and they went down to Ninjas in Pajamas. Very new lineup, wards being placed straight out there from We Will Failure. Not on his normal Nami this time around, had to go with the Janna. We'll see how that affects his play, of course, because he was landing those Aqua Prisons very well before. We saw some fantastic Aqua Prisons in the last game. Very interested to see Nami banned out, though, with such a low win rate. Look at this, though, N-rated. We saw already some Thresh First Bloods trying to land them hooks in that mid lane.
And it doesn't look like Lemon Dogs will actually fall for this, though, as they do have a ward there, so they will know where Fnatic is. And 3.8. I mean, we're on patch 3.8, got to point that again, and we're seeing Fizz with a Doran's Ring and health pots. And he's sitting right now at 36 ability power. He has 8 flat armor pen, mixed in with the 5 flat magic pen, 8% magic pen, but he's going to be really hard to deal with. And Lemon Dogs, they may be able to catch... Yeah, I would say they wouldn't be strong with them early on because of the tanking. Well, they do have a lot of damage, a lot of CC, but it would force them to take abilities they don't want to take right now.
And I believe we could see Phoenix stance was already taken by Cyanide there, so I don't think he was looking to engage or certainly get any stuns in there with his bear stance. It does mean that it's going to be the AD pairings of Tabs and We Will Failure. So it is Tabs on Ezreal, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be Yellow Star and N-rated. Both starting at that 155, although no, because where is We Will Failure going and where is Tabs going? I thought they were going to go aggressive here on Fnatic. Instead, they're going to let them take them Columns lane.
Yeah, so you can still take them. You'll miss maybe 1 or 2 CS, but you still have the ability to do it. As actually Lemon Dogs respawn, they know this is going to happen. They're going to push lane extremely quickly. They're going to force this wave to be on the turret of Fnatic and try to make them miss CS.
Very aggressive play there from Lemon Dogs, and they do manage to work it. They wipe out the entire wave, and they're going to try and keep the pressure on towards the turret. Yellow Star has to try and pick up the CS. We'll see whether he does miss out on any. He's missed 1 already. So maybe it has worked out. We are seeing pings in that mid lane as well. So Dexter was looking to go aggressive on Peke, but already they knew he was there. They called him out for that ward in the banana bush.
So very interesting to see that happen relatively early, as you don't see a lot of level 2 ganks happen anymore, because kind of sets you behind early on, but because of the insane ward coverage you can put down, it's kind of needed right now at this point to get some really early ganks. But Cyanide, already level 3, already has his red buff. Udyr is extremely fast in the jungle, and we'll see exactly where he decides to go.
You also see Dexter, he was about to pick up that blue buff. Yellowstar is going to be keeping up the farm. He's managed to keep up with Tabs despite the try at pushing it by Lemon Dogs. We see aggression on Nukeduck as well. And that's actually what Peke's going to do. He's got to bully out Tabs, Nukeduck, sorry, early on. I'm so used to seeing Fizz as Tabs there. Because once he starts going those levels up, he is going to be diving at Peke.
He might actually try to go all... Well, he can't really do that anymore because Xpeke did harass him quite well. I was thinking maybe you want to go all in, but he gets teleport back to lane as he does go back. And you know where this bottom lane? Yellowstar and Tristana. That lane is naturally going to push through just because of that explosive shot. And Nukeduck does get back middle here, and he comes back with a ward and a couple more health pots, so no new items really.
No, he will be able to wipe out this wave as soon as it's getting hit by the tower. Quite happy to let it be pushed. Very aggressive stuff from Peke, trying his best to work down with a giant creep wave, honestly, to try and put the pressure on towards this turret. Doesn't need any jungle help. Isn't going to get any from his support either. Dexter trying to sneak in towards that top lane, but it's Nukeduck that's under the pressure. Keep our eye on that one. Lissandra on Zora Zero this time around against Soaz. Soaz has played this champion already, so he's going to know. But look at the pressure that he's putting down on towards Soaz there.
Yeah, because of the free spellcast and the Doran's Ring that you can use on Lissandra, you pretty much aren't hurting for Mon in the lane, and you can harass really well, which, as you see on Soaz health bar, it's already coming true. And over at mid lane, you're just seeing Xpeke, if we can take a look at that real quick, it's just he's constantly keeping this wave pushed against Nukeduck because he can harass him under turret with these auto attacks.
Well, he's doubled the CS right now, 26 to 13. The AD carries are very even. Cyanide is actually backing off as well, so I thought you may well go looking for a gank, but instead, he's just going to upgrade that to a Spirit Stone. We'll see, Dexter is looking towards his mid lane. Ward has worn out from Peke here, so Dexter might be able to try and sneak on towards Peke.
Doesn't have red buff anymore, so he won't be able to get the slow, but here he goes.
He's going to go straight in. Can he manage to land that combo? Dive straight in towards there, uses the speed buff. Is it going to be enough for Nukeduck? No, he backs away from it. No mana left really for Peke though, so could well have completed and pushed on towards that one. And they are going to slide on through. They do manage to get more damage on towards Peke. Cyanide comes around the corner. That's going to force him away, but that is going to buy time for the mid lane.
Yes, it will, and it'll actually buy time for Nukeduck to finally get some CS here too, but unfortunately for Lemon Dogs, or fortunately for Xpeke, he didn't use his flash there, so he still has it available, and that'll make it harder for Dexter to really gank him now.
Yeah, confident play from Peke not to actually be panicked by that knock-up and disruption from Dexter. Realised that he was in safe mode. And rated in Yellowstar, you can see they're keeping the pressure on towards this bottom turret, and that's interesting straight away. Thresh, of course, is always a presence, and he is starting to bully out the fact that Janna and Tabs has Ezreal struggling to keep up with that CS.
And the thing is, look at We Will Failure summoners. He's actually using Flash Heal. As we do see Dexter come around, he's trying to go for a gank here. I don't believe he was actually spotted, but they're very defensive summoner spells. Like, they have no way of holding Fnatic down here, and Fnatic's going to push up into him.
They're going to walk straight around there. Yellowstar, well, the hook comes out towards Tabs. That's going to signal the go sign. Howling Gale came across. Oh, Tabs misses his combo on towards Z-rated, and now the shield comes out. That may be enough to try and get away from this one. Yellowstar also tries to slow them down there. Jumps straight in towards it. Tabs having to get the shield on him from We Will Failure, and that was a very good disengage from Fnatic.
Well, if you take a look at top lane right now, we do have Cyanide. He's trying to come on for a gank here. If they get the stone to Zora Zero, who has not a lot of mana, they might be able to get something here.
There's the bear stance for Cyanide. Can he land that stun? He mentioned he's going to try and get away from this one. Will just zip away, no problem. Turtle Shield comes out and blocks out any damage from Zora Zero.
I just keep looking at that. Oh, would you see the ultimate of Soaz?
Unstoppable force comes down there. The switch to the Phoenix isn't going to be enough. The Ignite running. He just flashed for it as well, Soaz, but I still don't think it's going to have enough damage. And they're not going to get the kill on towards Zora Zero. They may well be able to push the pressure onto the turret, though.
Wow, I did not expect Soaz to do that out of nowhere. But you're right. Actually, no. He's sticking around. We've seen Dexter coming in from the side. He wants to try to go for a gank here. There's a ward in the tri-bush, though. And Soaz, he's gonna be backing out here soon.
He's got to back away from this one. Ward spots Cyanide as well, going down the river. So now they know that he's on his own. Zora Zero is just going to clear this wave and back off. Let's have a look towards that mid lane. How is it progressing? Peke, of course, just 10 CS up on Nukeduck. Was almost double at one point, but he's still trying to keep that advantage over the top of him. And that is interesting in itself. Got that Doran's Blade in there for Peke.
He actually doesn't have any foot armor pen or percent armor pen, so he just wants to get that additional harass on him because he's keeping the wave pushed, so he's auto-attacking quite a bit. So any harass that Nukeduck will do, it should generally be healed up enough.
Well, blue buff's going to be given across to Peke now. You see him heading that way. Cyanide starting that one off, which means Dexter's will be up in a moment. He's just taking the red buff, though. We'll see whether he gives that across to Nukedog. Once Nukedog hits that 6, which he has done, I'm expecting him to start being a little bit more aggressive on Peke.
He's really going to need to be. He needs to pick up some kills just to be really dominating late game. He has to be able to one-shot someone, and when you have Yellowstar who can jump away, Xpeke who has a really strong tank line to protect him, it's going to be very hard for him to do that, but looks like his blue actually won't be up for a little bit longer since it was taken second out of Dexter.
He's on it now, actually, looking towards. Looks like he's going to take it himself. He's struggling to take it himself.
Oh, he is actually taking it.
Went very low there. It does also mean that Dexter's managed to sneak his way in the top there. I wonder if that means Soaz thinks he's safe right now because he knows that blue buff will be up. Maybe he's expecting that dragon. The blue buff to be taken on his own. As it is, he's out of the lane for a long time, so I guess they realize it. And Soaz backs to his turret.
Does pick up an Amp Tomb and another Warden Health Pot, so I really want to see what he's going to build into. I don't know if he got coached by Tabs a little bit, but actually I remember Tabs telling me that Nukedog is a pretty strong Fizz player as well. And we're seeing how that's going to go, but relatively, it's been a pretty slow game, Demon. It's just Fnatic out farming right now, Lemon Dogs, as we have the ward right there spotting and raided, so they're going to spot any ganks coming in currently, but Cyanide, he's just farming up right now.
It's just 1,000 gold between the two teams at the moment. The ADs are close, but Peke is the one pulling the advantage, and like you say, actually in terms of CS at the top lane, it is Zora0 that's ahead, despite the fact every time we've looked at it, it has been Soaz trying to bully it out there. We do see Zora0 making his way down the river. He's going to get spotted by... No, he's not. He's actually pulled around the side there. Didn't get seen, I don't think. Yes,
he lands the fish. If he lands the fish, this is going to be a kill on Xpeke.
We'll see whether he does. It's going to be Zora0 going in towards it. Flashes out. The fish does get thrown out. That's the bait. Peke tries to use the shockwave on Zora0. Not sure it's going to be enough to help him escape this one, though. Does use that ball. Tries to get that speed boost in there. Cyanide comes in. Bear stance is not enough. Takes the Dark Passage as well. Thrown out by N-Rated. And a successful escape for Peke.
Yeah, great escape. Cyanide coming around, saving his life right there just with his mere presence. And what it did was it pulled Zora0 out of lane and allowed Soaz to actually farm up a little bit. So that gap isn't as wide anymore, but we're going to see potentially a 2-man push on this middle turret since they know Xpeke is gone right now. Just get some damage on it.
Just to get some damage down, as you say. Zora0 is backing off. Does actually give time. Like you mentioned, Soaz is getting that farm, just gaining it back. That was a big advantage they had and lost, but of course it's worth it to try and take those risks, to try and pick up those kills.
Yes.
As you mentioned, the alternates, they are the risk takers, and it has paid off dividends for them.
And unfortunately, it didn't work out too well for Lemon Dogs right there, but I mean, that is Xpeke's flash, so that means Dexter can come around with his ultimate, lock him down, and easily pick up something. He's hitting bottom right now, will be spotted by a ward, so we won't be able to make anything happen just yet. But you know, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, this is a relatively slow game, but both teams don't take the first turret on average until about 12-13 minute mark, which they are the slowest right now in European LCS.
And looking at the game, the way it is progressing, obviously both of them, it's going to go a little bit longer. They're only at the 10-minute mark now, so we wouldn't say late game just yet. We're very early to call that, but who would be the stronger if we were to start getting there?
I'd have to say if Xpeke doesn't get shut down soon, if he doesn't get pulled out of lane more often and start to fall behind in CS, I think I'd have to give it to Fnatic because of that Unstoppable Force Orianna ultimate combo. It's just so deadly. And usually if you punish, you know, Orianna early on, then you limit their damage because all you have is an AD carry behind that. The middle just reducing Nukedog going in.
That's going to be the fish thrown out there. Cataclysm comes through. This time it will be first blood. Nukedog picks it up on Peke with the help of his jungler.
Yeah, very well played then. That's exactly what they need to do. They can keep this up. They'll actually put Xpeke quite far behind, and the kill did go over to Nukedog too. So he's going to have that little bit of extra gold. And so far, Lemon Dog's doing very well, and they've, you know, taken this week of practice and actually done quite well with this so far. They really researched Fnatic and are trying to outplay them, though they're still down in gold after that.
That was a lot of work, though, put into finally landing that kill on Peke. We'll see whether it pays off, because it was a flash crescendo as well coming out from Dexter. So we'll see whether that's going to be a flash crescendo.
Yeah, I was like, what?
A flash cataclysm. You know what I meant.
It does kind of the same thing when someone doesn't have flash.
It effectively does. You pancake them. Tabs in this bottom lane. He's got himself a Bilgewater Cutlass. Meanwhile, it's just the Vampiric Scepter for Yellowstar as well as that longsword. So see the road that he goes the same path. We've been seeing some different builds from AD carries, namely Genja as well. And honestly, it's a craze that's catching on. I've seen a lot of tier ashes in solo queue these days.
Yeah, I mean, we always praise Genja as being a really innovator as an AD carry. He's one of the first AD carries to go Ninja Tabi on his AD champions. Also, a couple of other things like taking Cleanse and not taking Flash a couple of times. But Zora0, he's doing quite well farming, still ahead a little bit. And it looks like Dragon might potentially be coming up here soon because he's heading down, and they do have a pink ward on the Dragon currently.
Yeah, it looks like he's heading that way. May even be Blue attempt at blocking. We're not quite in that phase yet. They may have another go at Peke in this mid lane. The way that Zoro has positioned himself tells me he may well try and come across. Dexter's also in position. Hasn't got Cataclysm for a couple of moments though. Instead he's just going to try and slide across. Peke actually walking straight in. We will fail. Throws out the Howling Gale. Doesn't catch on towards him, but it should be enough. Shockwave though in the background catches on towards it. Peke goes down. Cyanide, the next focus on target. He gets locked up by Zoro. Takes the Dark Passage. Is going to go down. It was Zoro that finally picked up the kill.
But look what they committed to that. A lot of ultimates, a lot of summers, but even We Will Failure came up from the bottom lane for that to help out. Dexter, oh my gosh, almost getting hooked in right there, but it looks like they might try to go for Dragon, though Soaz, he came down from the top lane, so that should pretty much mitigate that possibility.
Yeah, they are going to back away from this one. 2 kills, nevertheless. It's still a good result, no matter how much you use. Yellowstar going aggressive on tabs there, forcing him out of lane a little bit to try and keep him away from any experience. There's no experience to be had, so not really keeping them out of anything. N-rated, throwing out that Dark Posse, still checking out that Dragon, and it is not being picked up. He's got a pink ward on him. He's not going to place it, though. That would have spotted out Lemon Dogs. Doesn't instead, and Lemon Dogs actually, judging by their positioning, they're not going for Dragon yet.
Yeah, it looks like they just backed away from that since they committed so much for it. And Soaz, he was even able to pull a CS lead in the top lane, who he actually built a little bit of damage. Like, he has a haunted guy, so he realizes that he might need to get a little bit of damage on top of that. As the first turret of the game, actually will go down to Fnatic at the 1150 mark. Or sorry, 1350 mark. And I wonder where they're going to go from here, because Dragon now is a likely possibility, or they could send their AD carry support top lane.
Yeah, we'll see where the Yellowstar does change out. They're sticking around, and they're maybe trying to land the gank on towards Tabs, it seems to me. Tabs is still there. We Will Fail is a long way away. He's been spotted by the ward. That tells me the bottom lane is about to go aggressive. We're still seeing... Here they go. N-Rater's going to come out there. He's going to flay it. Doesn't land in the right direction. A great arcane shift from Tabs there, honestly. He got well out of the way.
Oh, we do see Zoro coming down. Looks like they will go for Dragon here. And it's going to be really hard for Fnatic to contest, but Soaz is in hot pursuit right now. He won't be there in time, though, for his ultimate, and that will be first Dragon going over to Lemon Dogs.
Yeah, no real defense from Fnatic there either. Peke had made no attempts at moving out of that mid lane. He's just continuing that farming spree. 140 CS to 135, but of course he, for the AD carries, 106 and 87. Of course, that is 2 kills in favor of Nuke Duck, and that ward did get taken down the moment he got put there.
So some of those are always really exciting. Other times it's a little like, it's a little overused, but we do see Soaz gonna be spotted here, and Farouk is how do you lock down Nuke Duck? And catch him with the hooks can be really hard. Not to mention the Malphite ultimate, which he does have a quick enough reaction time to dodge it. Not to mention the Orianna ultimate. So he's going to be really hard to lock down, though he doesn't have flash. So, you know, Yellowstar's going to be relatively safe against that.
And everybody from Lemon Dogs starts to back away. So let's see what they're going to purchase. Sheen was already picked up by Nuke Duck. He's gone back with the double Dorans that he had earlier on as well. We're seeing Zoro is going to clear out the golems first, so he's going to be getting a good bit more CS first. We did see Cyanide actually. He picked up the Boots of Swiftness some time ago. Still unable to really just push his presence on the map at all. He's not been able to gank at all. Every time he's shown up, it's simply in defense of Peke.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate because no lane really has CC except, you know, maybe N-Ray if he does land a hook against an Ezreal, which is really hard, or expect the Orianna land an ultimate onto Nuke Duck, which is really hard. And so it's the only real lane to gank right now, so he's just trying to farm up, because remember, 3.8, the jungle, the lesser camp spawned 10 seconds quicker, so you're able to farm up a lot more.
So as at the top lane, she mentioned, had regained a lot of that farm, still continuing to get that. Themes maybe built up, we'll see whether he builds it into that haunting guys into anything as well. Zoro pressure on him in the top lane, but Dexter's coming to help out, so we're going to have the junglers facing off against the 2 top laners as well. Zoro, the way he's sticking around, I'm pretty sure they realize that Dexter is here. Tries to bait them out with the teleport, not going to happen. Dexter comes in there. He's going to throw that Damashi standard right on top of Cyanide. No, he's not. And actually, he's just been left alone. Goes straight in, tries to flash away from this one. The aggression comes out. There's no way they're going to escape this one. Tries to use the Cataclysm to slide out, but it is easily dealt with by 2 very, very tanky champions. That may even give them the turret.
That was really unfortunate for him because he used his Q when he didn't necessarily need to, and because of that, they knew he can't escape. Let's go in on this. And now you see Fnatic, they're trying to set up here on Nuke Duck.
They're going to try and go in towards it. Can they land the hook? It's going to be a very slippery target. He does manage to get the fish. He tries to throw in, though. Tries to get the shark coming out. He's going to jump away from that one with his playful tricks, though the ignite was not enough. And he does manage to escape that double gank attempt, but look at this. Yellowstar on the bottom lane, on towards Tabs, the barrier comes out, the Hailing Gale. That's going to be the true shot barrage. Will it be enough on towards Yellowstar? Has to use the barrier of his own. He's not going to have jump available.
Wow.
He gets picked down. A very good combo from Tabs and We Will Failure.
And that summoner heal coming out big for Lemon Dogs right there. That just saved his life, not to mention standing right there. Just, I mean, that was ridiculous. Like, you saw the barrier and the Jonas shield come up, and it just saved his life so well. But they're trying to respond by pushing this middle turret here, and Narrated might get caught, but Nukeduck doesn't really have his fish up just yet to really catch him.
Tries to slow him down, but the bait was not there to be had, and he does force him away. Double wards actually placed by Lemon Dogs in that middle lane. We do see We Will Failure. He had Monsoon available, by the way, in that last Tabs fight as well, so no worries, really, once he got down to it. Tabs is taking down that bottom turret. We're also seeing Lemon Dogs grouping up on this middle turret as well, so the pressure all across the board right now for Lemon Dogs.
A relatively slow game in terms of kills right now, only 5 in about a span of 18 minutes. As he's just gonna face tank it like a man and take it down. But the 2 kills that, or 2 of the 4 kills that Lemon Dogs do have are over to Nukeduck already. You have 1 kill in Lissandra, and unfortunately 1 kill over to We Will Failure. So they have a decent kill spread currently. And if they keep, honestly, if they keep this rate up, like, they should be able to take Fnatic in these team fights.
Well, the Abyssal's been picked up by Zoro as well. We'll start to see him coming into fights. He's already heading down south here. He wants to get involved. Fnatic trying to go aggressive on towards his turret, but I think Lemon Dogs may well try and counter this one. We do see the pressure continuing. The hook actually in under We Will Failure. Dexter does come sliding in. Soaz has got unstoppable force if he needs it. Lemon Dogs do force him to disengage from that tower, but Fnatic are not done yet.
I think we're going to see a fight break out really soon here. If Xpeke can get the ball onto Soaz and they can combo it perfectly, they're just going to destroy Lemon Dogs, as we see Dexter actually engaging.
Oh, and that's going to be Zoro coming out. Flashes out of the ultimate. The shockwave doesn't land on anyone, but Dexter's going to get taken very low. Doesn't get caught out. Zoro, unstoppable force was not enough, and he gets taken down. Now Cyanide's in trouble. You can see Nukeduck, he's looking for those targets. The shield has to be used, and that was a very good fight for Lemon Dogs.
Zoro, what a flash out of him, dodging the Oriole ultimate, getting right on top of 3 members of Fnatic and locking them down. And did you see the damage he did? He took them down to at least half life right there. Wow, Lemon Dogs, that was extremely strong. And Dexter, most importantly, escaped with a sliver of health.
Absolutely, Peke. That shockwave so far. That's the thing with Orianna. The shockwave, they are so used to getting out of it now. Everybody knows when it's coming. They can avoid it. And it's very hard to land those impressive 5-man shockwaves. As it stands, though, it's 5-1 to the Lemon Dogs. That's a big kill score advantage, but it is only meaning to a 1.5k gold lead. And we do see the red buff being taken by Cyanide.
And Lemon Dogs, if they keep true to what they've been doing, they will be going for that dragon, which is coming up about 30 seconds. And honestly, it's going to be hard for Fnatic to contest that, considering they don't have their ultimates available anymore. As I do see the item builds progress, Nukeduck, Lichbane in hand, that is going to be very strong for him. He's going to do quite a bit of damage with that. Not to mention, Tab's going to kind of a different blue build with that Blade of the Rune King and that Spirit of the Elder Lizard. But Dragon coming up in 10 seconds. Lemon Dogs is setting up for it, and Xpeke is top lane, so they're just going to get this one away.
It's going to be the second Dragon as well for Lemon Dogs, of course. Fnatic didn't even really counter for the last one. And I don't think, as you mentioned, not really in a position for this one. Peke is heading down river, though, but I think he's going to be too late for the party. And Lemon Dogs will have taken that Dragon out to lunch and wined and dined him before they even get there.
Unfortunately for Fnatic, they committed a little bit there just in terms of, or Xpeke, he went down bottom after he's already been building up a huge CS lead. He's currently sitting at almost 40 CS ahead of Nukeduck. He's trying to keep up in terms of that game. And looks like they might try to go for the turret here. Soaz ultimate is available, so they could go for an engage very soon.
Unstoppable force. There's the lantern being taken. Peke was actually caught quite heavily there. Has to use that defensive ball on himself. That turret very, very low. And look at this. Nukeduck just off to the side. Hasn't been spotted by any wards. Now he will do as he heads in towards that second bush. Now whole of Fnatic see it. They're pinging on him. They're saying, yep, look at this. He's this sneaky little fish. Slippery little sucker. It's trying to get around the backside of us. Not going to happen.
That would have been a perfect play out of him. In fact, they might have been able to go straight for him here, but they're still pushing this turret. It's very low right now. And Lemon Dogs, they either have to engage or they have to just go straight for that turret. As Soaz, he's trying to zone him out here. And Lemon Dogs doing, honestly, a great job right now of defending this turret.
Yeah, they know that they are there. And actually, they have a ping ward in that bush, so they know that there's a ward there as well. So it's just not using it at the moment. Peke's going to run off, though. He's heading towards that top lane, and that's going to force everybody to disengage. We also see Nukeduck heading down towards that bottom lane every time I see Fierce. It's just ingrained in my brain.
Well, either way, I did see Lemon Dogs give up quite a bit middle, and I guess in the same boat Fnatic did as well. They both teams just backing away, expecting to go back top and farm, and Nuke not being touched bottom. With that Lich Bane, he can do a lot of damage to turrets. So he's going to start backing here, but no one's actually heading down towards him.
Well, we'll see whether he continues to back. I think he will. No, he's not. He's cancelled it. He's going to stick around because nobody's coming anywhere near him, as you mentioned. Just wiping out that wave. Now we do see Cyanide coming down, but honestly, I don't think Cyanide could deal with him. Now we see Peke. He will be able to help it out. And that, of course, immediately means Nuke looks like, yep, we are missing a mid laner. I'm going to hop, skip, and a jump away.
From the middle, some action going down. Looks like the turret's going to fall here. Alex will give that one away.
Yeah, that's going to be easily taken out. Yellowstar finally getting some pressure on that. He's built towards the Blade of the Rune King, as has Tabs. Tabs already completed that along with his Neverman Elder.
Spirit of the Elder Lizard.
Spirit of the Elder Lizard, there we go. Spirit of the Elder Lizard, then it was one or the other. We actually see Lysandra, Zora Zero in the top lane. He has managed to take the wave down. Soaz pushing in towards him. Peke, oh, he's going to walk, face check straight in towards Nuke. Nuke's just going to jump on him. That fish is going to land. Shockwave is not going to be enough. Playful Trickster's out of it. And that was a simple kill. Zora Zero in the meanwhile, he's going to go down in the top lane. 2 kills to quick succession, back and forward. Now in the mid lane, N-rated. He's going to get Cataclysm, pancake down. Tabs will manage to get the kill finally there. It's Dexter that took him down. Hailing Gale comes out. That's going to be the slow on towards Yellowstar. They're not going to have enough to take him down unless he sticks around too long.
I think as Fnatic wasn't in position right now to stop Nuke from doing some damage to his bottom turret. That should get very low, and even if they commit a lot of people down there, they're going to lose their mid turret either way. So Lemondog, fantastic job by them. Fantastic job by Zora Zero just to bait them up towards that top side. And Nuke, he might be able to get that turret for free.
He may well be able to. He can just get away from Cyanide. No worries about that one, that's for sure. But they see the pressure continuing. With that Demacia standing down, Tabs is gaining that advantage, and they're going to keep the pressure on. Soaz comes in, but look at it. They're just keeping on the turret. They don't even care about him. True Shot Barrage gets fired off. That's going to be another inner turret going down. Lemondogs are just ripping Fnatic apart at the seams.
And remember, the viewers voted. 92% of them thought that Fnatic would win this game, and only 8% for Lemondogs, who currently have a nice little bit of a lead here. About 5,000 approaching at this point. And so I was trying to chase, but not able to. And you just saw the pressure right there. Like, because of that one little misplay, or, well, not misplay, it was actually a very good play to Lemondogs to get 2 people towards the top side. Nuke was able to get that bottom turret very low, and Lemondogs got 2 middle turrets off of that. That is huge.
We're now looking at close to a 5,000 gold differential between the Lemondogs and Fnatic. And as you say, just that swing, just that quick swing is working out there. But what is We Will Failure working out on?
Yep. So Luis's Miracle, actually it's not a bad item in the end, because when you do level up 3 times, you get that reduced, actually you get the reduced cooldown period off of it. There's a 30% reduced cooldown on your heal, clairvoyance, clarity, which obviously has heal, so it's going to be helpful. But also, it kind of doesn't take up a spot once you level up 3 times. So honestly, it's not a big deal for support, since you never really have 6 items anyways. But the heal in team fights, it actually goes underestimated sometimes. It's actually a huge amount, and against a team like this who wants to AoE you down, if you pair that in with a Runic Bulwark, you pretty much just shut down that burst.
And you can see that Runic Bulwark is being built by Dexter as well, so we'll see how that works out. Very clever play here from Lemondogs. We'll see their map positioning. Ordinarily, you praise Fnatic so heavily for their map position, and they normally play a very tactical game of chess against their opponents, but as it stands, Lemondogs are meeting them every step of the way. 4-3 up in turrets. More importantly, that mid lane turret is down. Yellowstar's going to have himself the red buff coming in towards this next fight. Zoro Zero is taking the blue buff, so which means it's not going to be Tabs, Nuke, sorry, taking it away. I'm going to keep messing that up all day long. Nuke is actually in that top lane, so he's going to be split pushing. He did put a big chunk in that bottom inner turret, remember. We'll see whether he does the same in the top lane, while the rest of his team quite happily keep Fnatic busy.
They have to the thing is about Nuke, they can't deal with him one-on-one anymore. They have to send multiple people there. Meantime, for that, they're trying to go for a push here. They're trying to counter that split push by just grouping up middle and going after it. But right now, it's not really working out for them.
And the thing is, this is what Fnatic do. Fnatic split push. They haven't been able to do it. Nobody can do it. Soaz isn't able to deal with them. You can see Cyanide's off at the side again. They don't really have a split push.
Exactly.
So Fnatic effectively changed their tactics in this game, and it's not working.
I'm also not a huge fan of it because they're so used to having Soaz and Peke just go around ganking people constantly. And with an Orianna Malphite, you could, but to commit those 2 major ultimates into it, it's just not going to work out either way. But Dragon will be up again very soon, and Lemondogs, they're starting to already head towards it. And the thing is, they can just bait Fnatic over towards this, and then they can take that top turret. So pretty much Fnatic, they have to respond to it. They pretty much have to give away, I'd have to say, they give away the Dragon and just stop Nukefish going from top lane.
Nukefish.
That's what I'm going to call him now.
That's effectively what he is. Fnatic are trying to set up for this one. As you mentioned, Lemondogs They're going to see whether they can try and draw them away, but an inner turret for a Dragon, it is a clear choice. And Lemon Dogs, well, they're going to come out very good here. Dexter's looking like he wants to try and gun in. Will they get it? Smite stolen again. No, they won't. It's going to be Cyanide that takes it. There's going to be the Shockwave coming in. It will land very nicely. The Tabs doesn't go down, just about gets caught out there. Peke getting pancaked on towards the fish, not landing on anyone either. So Nuke Duck did come in involved in this one. We do see Peke, he's going to get a double kill. And now Nuke Duck is also going to get cornered. Very good fight for Fnatic there. We see Zoro Zero, he's chasing on towards Peke, but it was a 3 for 0 and the Dragon for Fnatic.
That might have been the mistake that Lemon Dogs made that just blew the game for them. There was no reason to actually engage upon that. Obviously, hindsight's 2020, but why go for the fight? Obviously, Nuke Duck could teleport in, but he could take an inner turret off of that, and they can just let a Dragon go for it. But now they're even potentially going to lose Baron here.
Well, we'll see whether it works out. We do see Zoro Zero heading back. He's not going to have his ultimate available. He's not going to be able to dive on in there. So we'll see how much that works out for them, because this Baron is going down fairly slowly right now. Fnatic are only got 3 members there. The 5 members are going to collapse her in. Zoro Zero has been spotted though. Peke coming around the side of him, tries to throw his damage in there. Is it going to be enough to try and distract them? True Shot Barrage comes across. That hits 3 members. The Shockwave back up, catches on towards Zoro Zero. Yellow Star pounces on it, and Soaz picks up the kill. They're back engaged on towards the Baron. He is now very low. The rest of Lemon Dogs are coming, but it's going to be too late, and the Baron picked up by all 5 members of Fnatic.
I was going to say, we have seen level 1 Handling Go actually steal away Baron before at LCS, but unfortunately for Weeble Failure, didn't really make that one happen this time. But look what just happened. That entire swing, Fnatic was down about 5,000 gold, even more than that. And they lost, or so they got Dragon, they got 3 kills, they got Baron, and then they got another kill on top of that. That's just such a huge snowball for them, and now they're the ones going to be able to be the aggressor. The Death Cap now finished unexpected. That makes him ridiculously strong, which was almost one-shotting Tabs to begin with.
Yeah, and you saw how deadly it can be when it does land with that Shockwave. It actually caught Lemon Dogs, Tabs, and We Will Fail It out. So now, just like that, just that big advantage had, almost 5,000 gold, is down to 200. Nothing at all between the two. So just... We talked about how Fnatic are tactically so astute in their combat, and it seems that they have managed to one-up Lemon Dogs here. We'll see how it progresses, whether it works into towers, because they don't really have any waves pushed right now, so the advantages are not there to be had. Fnatic are going to have to work for them.
The thing is, they don't have an amazing team to siege down turrets with Lemon Dogs. Obviously, Tabs can be very slippery, but if you have Soaz using this to stop a force on top of you, you're not going to escape that. Like, if they're going to shut you down, they can dive you into the turrets very easily, especially when they have this Baron buff. So Lemon Dogs, they're to play very passive here, and they actually might let Nuke Duck split push bottom just to kind of force someone from Fnatic to deal with him. But he doesn't have a teleport available, so it's going to be a very risky move on his part.
Looks to me like Fnatic want to just go straight at that mid lane, though. You already see everybody heading up there. The pings are down. Nuke Duck's response to this one. He's like, yeah, this is not going to work. Going to have to back off. There's still only 3 members defending for Lemon Dogs right now, because Zoro Zero is in base waiting to buy here, which means they may well have to give up this turret. True Shot Barrage is going to try and clear that wave out. Not really going to be enough. Zhonya's Hourglass completed by Zoro Zero and Nuke Duck, so we'll see whether they do engage for this one. It would be a ballsy play, though, against the Baron up Fnatic, and as you see, they have to back away. Don't think they're going to go for the inhibitor turret just yet, Fnatic, and there is a pause. Interesting. So let's have a look across. It looks like it's Fnatic that have actually caused the pause. We are looking at the screen, and that looks like
his screen froze on his side.
Yeah, that's behind the play, even our screen, and you can see. So Soaz is like, nah, I'm still seeing a turret here, guys, whereas the rest of them has gone. So Soaz is frozen right now. Of course, down Lemon Dogs. This is going to be a little time for them to try and regroup their thoughts, because a game that was really heavily in their favor has just slipped away from them in the last 5 minutes.
Is it just me, or do they actually look very down right now?
Yeah, well,
I think they realize that we probably just threw the game there, guys. And it's going to be really unfortunate, but I guess, I mean, you have to learn somewhere, and learning from mistakes like that can make you a lot of a better, or really a better team overall. I mean, they took advantage of that. Looks like Soaz will be reconnecting here, and I'm pretty sure they're going to continue to actually push this middle turret.
So once Soaz gets back in here, we'll see how it works out. Whether they do keep pushing, of course, that's another matter. We see him, he's just about loading in, and there he is straight on your screen. He still sees the turret. That's going to be a small problem. I'm guessing he's going to be thinking, well, I know it is down anyway, so I'll just keep on going.
Was that Scottish and French together?
I could definitely do Scottish. Oh, hi, laddie. Get a bit of Snoopy going on there. The problem is with Scottish, you've got to be careful, because generally you tend to swear. So I can't really do that on air.
Okay, well, reasonable, but it looks like the game...
Boom! There we go.
He's still
just like that.
It.
No,
I'm confused.
He's all good. He's
okay.
up with us now. He's up with us now. So let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It is, of course, Fnatic. up ahead in gold for the first time, I believe, in a very long time against the Lemon Dogs. Lemon Dogs were 5,000 gold ahead, but a misplay at Dragon has brought Fnatic right back into it. They did just pick up the Baron as well. They have around about 2 minutes remaining on that one, I think. I haven't seen a member of Fnatic yet, so I can't quite see where their buff is, but I'm pretty sure it's about that long. Yeah, it's about 80 seconds left.
And luckily for Lemon Dogs, they do have decent wave clear with Zoro. He can pretty much clear the entire wave himself. So that with the Howling Gale, there's no real opportunity for Fnatic to really engage, or to really get the tower damage in, but they could go for that hard engage. As you see, Nukeduck, he's waiting on the sidelines. He wants to make something happen, but honestly, like, against a Baron up Fnatic with how tanky they are, I don't think they can win a fight right now.
Yeah, and if he does manage to launch himself and catch on towards Tabs, which happened last time around, effectively wiped out a lot of their damage. Nukeduck's still off in this top lane. He's actually going to try and clear that wave out, but Fnatic are closing in on him. He's going to have to back away from this one very quickly. Soaz is coming straight around. He's going to land the shard. Nukeduck just backs away from that one. It does mean that the inner turret is going to get fought over, though. We are seeing Lemon Dogs. They maybe want a piece of this one. I'm not too sure this is the right choice to make here. They were grouped up perfectly for Soaz there. The defensive ball is not in place, but look at Soaz trying to clap them down. There's the ball, but oh, he has to dodge away from that Howling Gale. That would have interrupted his unstoppable force. Or, well, it's unstoppable, so it doesn't get interrupted. The secret's in the name, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, that moment, when you see that ball go on top of Soaz, if you're Lemon Dogs, if you're a watcher, you're just like, oh crap, something's gonna happen. But unfortunately, he did get stopped, but Fnatic, they don't want to kind of waste the lead that they've built up so far.
Well, the Baron's about to wear out, so it's a wise choice to back away, I think, here. Yellowstar's just gonna hop away. They've taken away the red, the blue, and the towers.
Yeah, I mean, that huge gold swing is honestly a godsend for Fnatic right here. So they're going to be able to pick up a lot of items. As you see, team members have over 1,000 gold currently. But the items that they're building up, if we can take a look at those, just you look at Yellowstar, Infinity Edge, Blade of the Rune King, he even has a Hex Drinker just so he can survive the damage that Nukeduck will put out. We still have the Abyssal Scepter, Haunting Guys, and Sword Foods out of Soaz. So his damage, you honestly can't count that out at all. You look over at Silent, who actually looks like he's going for... Well, he has a Sheen, so Iceborne Gauntlets or a Trinity Force. As Lemon Dog's being very aggressive, they're actually doing a very ballsy move. They're trying to catch someone, but you can't really catch a new deer.
Well, they're going to go in. They do manage to get the Howling Gale. Is it going to be enough damage, though? I'm not too sure it is. And that may well just buy them time instead. Dark Passage flung out by N-Rated, and the bear flies through the air.
That's pretty scary. Just to see a bear flying at you. Either way, I mean, it was honestly a great attempt by Lemon Dogs just to go for something like that, but it's a new deer. You're not going to be able to burst him down at all, especially with your combos, so they're going to have to back away, and Fnatic, they might be able to pick up Dragon here since it's currently up right now. And it would be, I believe, their second one of the game.
Second one of the game, of course. The first one they got was when they turned the game around. Trusha Barrage does come across. Starts it off nicely for Fnatic. N-Rated like, well, thanks. I'll have that Dragon delivery system as opposed to the ball delivery system we see too often. And that's going to be Fnatic picking that up. That means the gold will continue to slide in their favor. As it stands, though, Lemon Dogs really up against it, and they've just got to hope that Fnatic really make a bad play here. There's a ping on Nukeduck, and he is going to get a whole Fnatic team on top of his head.
He's gonna, oh no, there's no way he's gonna burst Yellowstar down. There's no way that can happen. He might try to go for Expected, but he might get spotted here. Oh. He's been so ballsy. Where's Expected to come in?
He's gonna go for Yellowstar, surely. That's gonna be the focus. There goes the fish, goes straight in towards him. Does he manage to catch up towards him? Zonya's Hourglass comes out from Nukeduck. They're gonna jump on Cataclysm on towards Yellowstar. He's around the back. He manages to blow Dexter back away from this one and avoids the damage. Cyanide gets around in the defense. There's gonna be Peke picking up the kill. He's gonna take down Zoro Zero. Nukeduck's gonna be the focus target. He wants to get it to Yellowstar. He does. That's gonna be the shard slowing him down though. Cyanide immediately puts a big bear paw in his back, and Peke manages to land the kill. N-Rated using the hook to slide his way through, and the rest of Fnatic back in position. It almost worked for them. They got Yellowstar down, but they just didn't have the damage in the right places.
That was so close. Yellowstar barely escaped the beginning of that fight where you saw Zoro come in. He tried to lock him down as well, but fortunately they weren't able to burst him down, and even if they did, you still had Peke, who still has his ultimate available right now.
We do see Fnatic pushing in. Can they try and take their first inhibitor turret here? No, because Lemon Dogs respond. Ooh, but look at Tabs getting a quick call there. Fnatic, well, they know the timers. They're going to back off. They realize they've got 20 seconds before that Baron is up. We'll see whether they try and go straight for it.
And they're going to be buying up some really good items here, too, because Expected sitting on 1,700 gold. He has that Void Staff done. But the real thing is Cyanide. He's going to have his Iceborne Gauntlets done really soon. And that means, well, done now. That means he can't be stopped when chasing someone. Like, the protection that Lemon Dogs really has is the Janna, and it's the, you can't use the Cataclysm defensively, but it's also the Sandra with the lockdown, but she needs to use that offensively the entire time, so it's going to be very hard for anyone to run from Cyanide when he already has Ghost and the Iceborne Gauntlets to keep up with you, not to mention the Boots of Swiftness, which he picked up a long time ago.
See how it works out, because look at the double Giants belt picked up by Soaz. Just stacking a couple of those belts on, why not? Making up for the belt I'm missing. We do, Lemon Dogs trying to set up for a gank here. They may well try and go for it. They're going to jump on towards Yellowstar, but the Flake comes straight out. Dexter Cataclysm's in there. He does manage to get a stun on towards Yellowstar, quickly blocks him away.
Oh!
Shockwave not actually going off because he went down just as it was about to land. This may be the turnaround that Lemon Dogs needed. They're going straight for Baron.
Is this Evil Genesis versus Lemon Dogs again? Because it's just happening back and forth, but honestly, I'm looking at this. If they get engaged with Soaz, I'm not sure they can still take this. This could be very tricky right now. Lemon Dogs have to be very careful. This is the new magnet. They have to be very careful not to throw this game right now.
Well, Yellowstar's hanging off the side. Zero gets hooked in, and straight away a lot of damage coming out from Yellowstar. Tristana, of course, at level 18 is a fierce monster. The fish comes out, it goes on towards Soaz, hasn't used Unstoppable Force yet, has to use it to try and get away. No, he goes back in, lands it, Zero goes down, they catch on towards Nuke Dog, uses the Sonya's Hourglass. It's only been enough buying time for Yellowstar to turn around, doesn't still get the kill, jumps on towards Dexter, he's going to get slowed down. That's going to be Yellowstar picking up the kill there. It's now still 4 on 3 now, and Cyanide, he's getting that Iceborne Gauntlets, he's catching on towards Nuke Dog, he's just simply slowing him down. The Flay comes in there, still doesn't land him. True Shot Barrage coming back across, fires across, and everybody has to disengage. But a great defense there from Fnatic, considering they didn't have their AP carry, who is up right now and running back here. If Tabs hangs around too long, they may be able to turn this fight against him.
It was a 4-on-5, and they were able to pick up 2 kills off of that. That's just ridiculous, but I realized they wanted to make something happen right there. It was a smart move to switch off of Baron and go straight for Fnatic, but I think it might have been a little bit just too late because they just took too much damage from the Baron. But Cyanide, he just stuck in Tab's face the entire time, and he wasn't allowed to damage the targets he wanted to get down. And Nuke Duck, unfortunately for him, just didn't have the burst just yet to really take someone out of the game.
With that Lich Bane he had on earlier, it was working, but the fact that everybody's built up so defensive now, everybody's thrown out that big armor, Rated doing what he can to keep the cover down, and look at this, Fnatic straight away back towards the Baron. They want to make sure it's cleared out. They have a pink ward down on towards it. They're going to sweep out. Cyanide will take that down. Just bullies on that ward, and Tabs, well, he's going to clear out a big chunk of change in that top lane, but the rest of Lemon Dogs, they have to be heading to this Baron quickly.
Now you see Nuke Duck, he is set up in position to try to go in. And Ray does get the pull to 0-0.
Straight in towards him, the Flay comes down. 0-0 used that ultimate, but he's going to get caught out. Is it going to be enough? He's going to get popped straight away. Peke turns that one around. True Shot Barrage was there, but it's simply a material. But look at Cyanide, pops that speed boost, goes straight in towards Tabs. It wasn't enough. Is it? Yes, it is. Bear stands in there. Ice Flail. Shockwave not going to come in, though, but Tabs managing to get away from that one. Great escape turning out for him. We will fail at the next target. He gets Shard, and Iceborne Gauntlets stunning him, slowing him, anything they can. And that is going to be Fnatic just backing away. They only got 1 kill out of that. And look at the Baron, it's warded up completely. Pink wards everywhere, and they're just going to return straight back to it.
Yeah, they were able to keep them off of Baron, but look at what's happening right now. You have Lemon Dogs actually have to back away with Tabs and We Will Failure. You see Nuke Dog, he's pushing middle right now. He's trying to make something happen, trying to make Fnatic respond. And Fnatic, they're just actually backing out right now. They're going to go heal up. They're going to buy an item or two. And they're not going to go for that new magnet. They want to make sure to beat Lemon Dogs because honestly, they should be able to beat them in a head-on-head fight.
Still very tight in the fights though. Just 4,000 gold between the two teams. And honestly, that's not a huge difference right now because we're in the 50k marks. We are seeing that Lemon Dogs are keeping Fnatic busy every time that fight comes around. The Sonya's Hourglasses though, they have been vital for Lemon Dogs. They have been causing so many problems. We do see though, as this game progresses, Yellowstar and Tristana is just going to get stronger and stronger.
He's going to have his Malmortius actually done very soon, unless he's going for a Last Whisper with that item. But actually, Last Whisper would be honestly a better item in the end. But where's the next fight going to happen? Because I don't believe it's actually going to be at Baron. As Fnatic actually make their way over to Dragon here, and they should be able to take that quite easily. As we're not sitting on too much gold, but Lemon Dogs, you have to give them credit. They've been very aggressive. They've been bringing the fight to Fnatic, trying to catch him off guard. It hasn't been working out too well, but I love their aggression.
Oh, see Soaz finally starting to get the split push going. But look at him. He's kind of been synonymous in the fights, but he's at 614. He's always been there or thereabouts. One of those Giants belts that's built into a healthy item, and it just seems just stacking up right now. and causing so many problems for Lemon Dogs. They are just trying to keep them off the side here, trying to keep them away from this turret. And Fnatic playing it wise. As you mentioned, they're not going for that new magnet. They do catch on towards Zoro0. It's not quite enough, though. Not the target they want. They throw the ball towards him. Straight goes defensive, and there's going to be Lemon Dogs engaging. Zoro0 going aggressive. True Shot Barrage comes across, but the Shockwave quickly reacts. Nuke though, with the Zhonya's Hourglass. They got a lot of damage down here for Lemon Dogs. They may be able to turn it around. Soaz very, very low. That's going to be the Monsoon. It pokes him down, and look at Dexter getting sliding towards them. They are going to catch a second one down. And third one, will it be enough though? Yellowstar's trying to jump away, but that slow is so strong. The Howling Gale catches him down. That's 4 for Lemon Dogs, and now they're turning straight towards the Baron. They should just run straight at the mid, in my opinion.
I'm not sure which way they're going just yet, as it looks like they will go middle. So they hear you, Demon. They listen. They're going to be going for that. Cyanide going to keep split pushing, so he's going to force someone to back away. So it looks like Zoro0 is going to be the one to handle that. But they have enough time. They have the damage to take this inhibitor turret. And the inhibitor, honestly, that would be huge for them.
30-second death time is still remaining. You can see Nuke, he's chunking it down. Tabs with him. Howling Gale coming across, clearing out those waves. And immediately that's going to be an inhibitor turret down, and the inhibitor will follow. So just like that, Lemon Dogs swinging themselves back into the game. And they have really earned it very well, because honestly, they had the great advantage earlier on, apart from their misplay. Cyanide trying to stop Tabs from backing away here. We Will Failure is going back. Nuke still there. Tabs is just going to have to run away. He's got Arcane Shift. I'm not too sure whether he's going to get slowed down enough, though. Does try and pop it. Will it be enough? He is just going away with Arcane Shift. Cyanide's like, yeah, oh, damn it, you got away.
Tabs is like, team, come on, help me. But they did all go back. They went all back and healed. Tabs, he's going to have to back and get his mana back. But it looks like Fnatic might actually try to go for Baron here. They do, I believe they have an Oracle's over on 10 rated currently. Yes, he does. So they're going to be able to clear out the vision. And remember what happened last time. Zoro0, he got pulled in, they blew him up, and Fnatic was able to pretty much capitalize on that fight and try to go for aggression up the middle.
Well, Lemon Dogs again in that position. It's all about the Baron, it seems. What, do they really want it? I think they're just going to wait for the Super Minions, calm down that mid lane. Oh, when rated with that Howling Gale, actually has the Baron attacking on him. It's going to take a good chunk of health off him. Where's Nuke going?
I think he's actually going to try split pushing here. He has teleport available, and he could easily draw a lot of Fnatic away here.
We Will Failure for the third time causes the Baron to attack.
Oh no! Look at Nuke.
He's going to back away. He's on towards Peke.
Oh, can he land the fish? If he lands it, Peke, I don't think he's going to be able to survive this. He does have Zonius though, and Nuke just lets him go away. Because he doesn't, I guess, because he doesn't know where the rest of Fnatic is. He doesn't want to get caught because he knows 43 minutes in, if he dies, that's going to be the game.
Yeah, very cautious play, very wise from Nuke. Didn't want to go full on aggression. He's going to pick up the blue buff in his health. We see Cyanide starting off the Baron, sorry. This Baron will go down very quickly. Nuke has got teleport available. He's going to have to get in very close, though. And we're seeing Dexter lingering off the side. He's going to go and slide in. He's got a bit early. Cataclysm comes down there. True Shot Barrage rattles across as well. Teleport is now coming in. Nuke's going to join the party. Is he going to finally get around the side? Yes, he is. We see the aggression on towards Enrated. Enrated getting caught out. Howling Gale comes across as well. There's going to be Nuke going down. Meanwhile, down the bottom here, Fnatic, they're dropping like flies. Cyanide's trying to catch on towards him. Oh, the Shockwave misses. The Shockwave misses. You can see Tabs, he backs away from this fight, just being kited away from here. And Lemon Dogs looking very good in this fight. They do manage to get another one down. Here's Tabs, Arcane shifts across. Yellowstar tries to jump away, but the slow from We Will Failure should be enough. Quickly turns around. Yellowstar, oh, forces the flash away there. And they are going to force them away from the Baron again. Meanwhile, the minions, they've took down the top inner turret, and there's super minions pushing down the mid lane. Bottom wave, there's a big chunk of minions as well. And they see Fnatic, they are in trouble now, and they're going to try and prevent this Baron, but I don't think they can do it. You're going to turn back around. Tabs trying to get aggressive.
The position in that fight at Tabs was so spot on, but look at the minions on the mini-map. They're just closing on the turret, and you see Fnatic, they're backing away. They're going to give up that Baron. And Lemon Dogs coming back from the brink of defeat. That fight was ridiculous. Nuke zoned out Xpeke and Yellowstar himself in the beginning, and that, I have to say, is single-handedly why they ended up winning that fight.
That is going to be 2 inhibitor turrets down now, because the bottom one was taken by the minions. Very well played by Lemon Dogs, and these fights, they have been swinging in their favor. Just look at the gold. 200 gold between these two teams, still incredibly close, but it is Fnatic currently without an inhibitor in the mid lane, and the turret is exposed now on that bottom lane.
This is going to be very, very tough for Fnatic to defend against a Baroned up Lemon Dogs when they already have so much damage. As you can see by their gold, they have nothing left because they bought it all. They bought up everything they possibly could. They want to go for the win. And with that bottom inhibitor turret being down, just like you said, Demon, they can just sit there all day and just harass at it with Super Minions push down middle. And Fnatic, they're going to have to go for a hard engage here because losing 2 inhibitors, it's not likely to come back from that.
It is very, very tricky. And as you said, once that first inhibitor goes down, 93% of the chance they do actually go on to win. And it's looking like it may well go that way. We see Lemon starting to stack up on the bottom lane. And honestly, Nuke has been causing so many problems. Yellowstar's been doing a great job at avoiding the damage, but Peke has been dropping every time he gets caught out because the burst potential now from those champions is incredibly high, and that's why you see Peke just lingering off the top here, trying his best to avoid anything that goes towards him.
This is where an inexperienced team can really make a mistake. We're going to see how experienced Lemondogs is here if they just wait. They just have to be patient. They don't need to go in. They don't need to get engaged upon, and just wait for the minions to push, because then they'll have an easier time fighting this in potentially a 5v4 situation.
Well, that inhibitor will be up shortly in the mid lane, I believe. But it doesn't matter, super minions are coming in there, and look at this, they're getting ever so close. It's starting to break through that barrier of the base. Who will they engage on? Dexter's quite happy to take some of that damage, actually gets hooked in. Are they going to go fully for him? He slides away from this one. And again, just happy to sit back. You see Peke, he's having to go back because there's super minions in that mid lane. They're having to deal with them, and Lemondogs are taking full advantage of this one, slowly but surely grinding down Fnatic.
And Hibbers at half health. See the engage of Soaz!
Unstoppable Force and Shockwave combined. Is it going to be enough? Really, it was only Dexter they caught on. They do get the kill there. So it's Peke that manages to take down one. Zora Zero goes straight in. Nuke jumping around. He's going to get on towards Soaz. He goes down. But that's Zora Zero down as well. But look at Tabs. He's doing work on towards Peke. Peke's going to drop. The basic attacks are enough. Yellowstar's going to come back into this fight, but the Howling Gale's going to interrupt him. Should be enough. Monsoon comes out. Is it going to be enough? Yellowstar back and forth. He does go down. It's support versus support now. A triple kill for Tabs. I'm not too sure whether Enrated has it in him to take down We Will Failure. He's going to have to back away from this one. But a 4-for-4 fight. Crazy, crazy action. But it's Lemondogs. We Will Failure. He's trying to take down the inhibitor on his own. Howling Gale comes out. The hook should be enough for Enrated. He's just going to fly on towards We Will Failure. He's got the inhib. Very well played.
The thing is, how does Enrated defend against super minions? They have Mori mid lane. They're going to be pushing in. You have a wave bottom. He can't clear waves, and you have 25 seconds on Cyanide.
He's got two inhibitors. What a play from that support. We Will Failure off the side. We saw him with his teddy bear earlier on. Seems to be bringing him luck.
And most importantly, during that fight, he popped a heal on his team when they got engaged upon, and you saw the health just rise back up from that entire XPK ultimate, and that allowed them to pretty much sustain that fight. But Tavs, he was tanking in a Nexus turret there at the end. I think if he maybe stepped a little bit over to the side, he would have had enough health to survive, but in the end, 4-for-4, 2 inhibitors down for Lemondogs. They have the advantage clearly right now, and it's just about how are they going to use this.
Well, more importantly, that was a 4-for-4, and they had Baron, so that was still a very tight fight. A very good engage by Fnatic with Unstoppable Force and Shockwave, and you see with the gold, it's actually 1,000 gold in favor of Fnatic still, despite the fact they are 2016 down and 8-6 down in turrets. The kill advantage, of course, with Lemondogs. And we see Lemondogs now starting to get those ward placements out there, starting to try and put as much coverage as they can on the map, and maybe trying to catch some champions out from Fnatic to try and push these waves.
And Nuke, he just picked up a Rabadon's death cap. He was already doing quite a bit of damage before, but he's going to be able to, if he stays alive, if he positions correctly, I don't even think Yellowstar can survive against this damage, but we do have a big item coming out from Fnatic. Xpeke, he has a Guardian Angel. That is a big item for him, because he knows if he dies, like, they lose out on quite a bit, as he's sitting at 410 farm, which is clearly the highest in the game right now. But Lemondogs, how are they going to go about this? They have Baron coming up in about 2 minutes, but they have the 2 waves of Superman's pushing. We have Tabs actually backing at his own base for some reason. Or not back. Oh, yeah, he was backing. I was like, what's happening there? But he does a teleport to get in. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, no, because the thing is, if he wants to teleport bottom, then his team's going to get engaged upon 5v4.
He's going to home guard teleport in, maybe.
I think so. He's actually might be able to do it from like middle or bottom, and that could completely catch him off guard. But it's a very ballsy play, and if it goes wrong, it could actually cost him the game.
We'll see where he goes with it. We do have, of course, the whole of Lemondogs trying to push this bottom lane. There is the teleport. It's actually just going to come in and help out his team. Realized it's probably not the wisest move to go in there. Instead, they do catch on towards Sino, but look at that turret. That is very low already. Tabs has been doing work on that one. This could be the 3rd inhibitor turret going down. The hook coming out from Enrated, not really finding its target. Nuke getting spotted out by that ward. That's going to get cleared out by We Will Failure. Peke having to defend out those super minions. So they're only 4 on 5 right now on this top turret, and it's starting to show because that tower is ever so close to going down.
And Tabs, he actually sold his Spirit Visage to actually pick up a Banshee's Veil because he wants to be able to dodge the damage out of Xpeke. And he's still bottom lane right now. They could go for an engage, but they're just trying to get this turret down. And it's at about a 3rd life as Nuke, He's coming in from the side. He could get like bursted down by Yellowstar very quickly. He's going to be very careful here. And we might see that turret going down on this wave.
Well, as we just passed the 50-minute mark now, this game is very much teetering on a knife edge. And Lemondogs, while they could win this game in a couple of seconds, they could also possibly lose it. And Fnatic could charge straight up that mid. We are at spawn timers, very, very long times right now. And well, Yellowstar is a beast. He's about to pass the 400 CS mark as well. Nukeduck still trying to bait them at the side, but every time they get closer, Tabs gets in, gets a couple of shots in. He does get caught out this time. There's going to be the box coming down from M-Rated. The turret, though, has gone down. Cynide's taking all of the damage this time around, and they do manage to fend them off quite well. Nukeduck also took a bit of a beating. Soaz continues to chase on towards him. The rest of Lemondogs coming around the side, but that is another inhibitor down.
Yeah, no need to engage right now. Baron's up in 20 seconds. You know this is going to be the last fight. It's going to come down to who can get this Baron or who can win the fight over the Baron. And they're able to pick up the blue buff and be able to take it away. And with the 2 waves of Superman still pushing, the inhibitor's coming up in a couple of minutes' time, they should be able to have a free Baron here.
Well, we'll see how it works out. Peke and Cyanide both on this bottom wave. They're trying to clear out this super minions as quick as possible. Baron has spawned. They are not even going to get close to this one. Fnatic are going to have to fight off another Baron up Lemondogs team, and this time without any turrets.
It's going to be very difficult for them because you know Lemondogs, they're going to take that top inhibitor for free pretty much. Fnatic's going to have to give that one away because they need the help with the turrets at this point. And they're trying to push the waves out as far as they can because they know the amount of time that they can buy themselves before they need to go for an engage or before those minions get there gives them a better chance of winning the fight overall. But Baroned up Lemondogs right now, Tabs doesn't have a lot of mana, which actually might hurt him quite a bit. He does have blue buffs, so it's going to be regenerating very quickly. And we do have the heal available for We Will Taylor, which was so impactful last fight.
Going to have to see the most perfect engagement from Fnatic if they can fend off the Lemondogs. They do manage to hook on. Oh, they nearly followed through on that one, actually. Took a lot of damage. Unstoppable Force comes out. The ball is on him. Hasn't used the shockwave just yet, though. We do see Lemondogs on. That's going to be Yellowstar jumping in, going too aggressive, and they just turn it back around on him. And surely that means they're in trouble. Nukeduck coming around. He's chasing on towards him. That's another kill coming in there. Nukeduck on towards Cyanide. He zips in. Playful Trickster jumps on towards him, and the rest of the Lemondogs piling in towards the Fnatic base. They're going to charge it down. They're going to have the Nexus turrets to take, but no, the inhibitor respawns. They finally take one down, and that means they're going to get back on towards it. Cyanide taken very, very low as well. That's going to be one Nexus turret down. Look how quick he can burst him down. Nukeduck is down, though. Is it going to be enough to defend it? Xpeke trying to do what he can, trying to catch on towards We Will Failure and Dexter. So low, but it doesn't matter. The next Nexus turret has gone down. Tabs is just working it down. Zora Zero is working it down. The Lemondogs are going to take down Fnatic and join them at 4 and 5 in the league. Wow, what a game. Lemondogs really putting in a performance there against Fnatic.
After they almost blew it at that dragon fight when they had a 5,000 gold, they end up coming back somehow by the skin of their teeth. And in that last fight alone, you saw Nukeduck and Zorazo just teamed up, pushing out the entirety of Fnatic, and that was just so well played. It was so on the edge the entire time there for the last 10 minutes, I have to say, but Lemondogs coming out ahead. Fantastic job by them.
And you've got to give credit to We Will Failure there. When he was up, support versus support, he had it in him to take down 2 of the inhibitors with the help of those minions. He managed to keep the pressure on, and that, in the end, really was what gave them the pressure to be able to go back and pick up that Baron. So Fnatic, in their first game in Cologne, see themselves going down to one of the new upstarts. And well, what a game. 52 minutes, just shy of 53 minutes there, 23-17. We're looking at nearly 80,000 gold for both teams, but it's Lemondogs, after almost throwing the game at Dragon, managed to drag themselves back into it.
Somehow. Hopefully Trevor will be able to tell us that in a little bit, but you do see We Will Failure. He's actually 1-0 and 19 at the end of that game. He didn't die once, which was just ridiculous for the entire time, and the items across the board, like, you might wonder, did the GAs come out a little bit too late where Xpeke is the one that had one, but he still had it at the end of the fight anyways. He had it still at the end of the game, so it was just a matter of keeping Soaz and Cyanide stretched too far away from their team where you saw Tabs was able just to 1v2 them.
And more importantly, we've seen Fizz in the LCS for Europe. That actually kind of worked. 8-5-5 overall, not a bad result. Kept a lot of pressure on Peke. When you think of how much pressure Peke was putting on him at the start, trying to bully him down on that turret, it backfired horribly, and it seems to work. So despite the Nukeduck, that split push that was working almost backfired on him. But again, Lemondogs seem to adjust, and that's actually showing a little bit of experience for Lemondogs there. You know, they could have easily just curled up in themselves. We said when we saw them in that pause, nobody was talking, as they shouldn't be, but they all looked down on themselves as well.
Yeah, and it was kind of weird because we've never seen a team play like that in terms of when they're behind, like you said, they kind of crumble, they kind of just sit back, just get really defensive. But they said, you know, screw that. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to try to catch someone off guard. They did it 2 times. It worked out actually one of the times, but I think that might have been the thing that kind of kept him in, because you saw Fnatic. They didn't do their normal thing of just pushing up. They were hesitant. Like, they set back towards their own side of the map and wanted to make sure no one's behind them, no one around to flank them.
Absolutely fantastic stuff, and showing the experience as well. Of course, we're going to have an analysis of that game, because honestly, it was a pretty crazy back and forth action. I'm not too sure what point Quickshot would pick out, because it was a game of throws at a few moments. But let's get over to Trevor and see what he's got for us.
Thank you very much, D-Man. It was an awesome game right from the get-go. Simply put, Lemon Dogs, they came out swinging. They got early kills on the board. You know, we've seen how much difficulty Fizz was dealing with in the middle lane. Nukeduck was under a lot of pressure from that Doran's Ring start on Orianna. It's a non-traditional item, something that we don't see very often at all. As the game progressed, we got to the mid-game section, and I was originally going to show you the replay of that dragon fight, but unfortunately, some technical issues occurred, so I can't play that one specifically. But long story short, a great unstoppable force, as well as the Orianna Shockwave, managed to lock up both Ezreal and Janna, and that single-handedly won them the fight. Tabs on Ezreal was just not able to get the damage down that he needed to. Much later in the game, after a number of fights, after 2 different Barons, towers being traded back and forth, we are going to be getting into the replay that I'm about to show you. So let's pull this one up on screen. Before we get this underway, as you can see the positioning here, Lemon Dogs, they've been moving in from an easterly direction because there's a lot of pressure being built up by Fnatic. And this is the go signal here. You can actually see them saying, right, let's pick this engagement. Dexter's off to the side. He takes a lot of additional damage here from the members of Fnatic. And Fnatic initially think they can go in. So Soaz, with the unstoppable force, into the Shockwave, manages to pull 3 of them in. But Nukeduck, very, very crucially, uses his playful trickster to get to safety. And that was really what played in their favor. Let's actually play this at full speed, and you can see the rest of the fight. Pay very, very careful attention to Tabs' positioning. He has not taken any damage or pressure from anybody on Fnatic. There was no thunderstorms above his head. There was no lightning being thrown at him. And he's just been allowed complete free reign. He tore through the sides, and that is all due to the work that Zoro did at the very beginning of the fight. Zoro dove onto Yellowstar's Tristana, locked him up, forced him to flash and rocket jump away, and absolutely destroyed his HP bar. Lemon Dogs needs to work a little bit on their mid-game team fights, because outside of this fight and one more in the mid lane, the majority of the engagements were won by Fnatic. Overall, though, it was a Lemon Dogs victory. They managed to pick up the 2 inhibitors and actually just destroy the rest of the map. So congratulations to them, and get themselves yet another win on the board. And I believe that Shox is actually ready with an interview, so we should be throwing over to her very, very shortly.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Nukeduck, of course, a mid laner for Lemon Dogs. When we saw that Fizz pick, of course, we're like, Tabs plays a very mean Fizz. You weren't too bad either, putting a lot of early pressure on Orianna. So how did the early game go for you?
I played versus Orianna with Doran's Blade, which is really good against Fizz. So my team just helped me out in the early game, and then later into the game, Fizz is pretty good versus Orianna. So it was that.
Yeah, you really got ahead in that early game, but talk me through the mid game, because it just seemed like you wanted to throw it with that Baron attempt especially.
Yeah, one team fight, we got really comboed by the Orianna Malphite, and that led to them getting Baron the first time, and we were pretty behind. And we had that all-in comp, so when we are behind, it's really hard to come back. So when we got the pick, we tried to do Baron, which also failed, but we just got a lot of picks after that, and then one good team fight. And then we sealed the deal, basically.
Absolutely. Can you run me a little through how the week has been for your team? Because I've noticed that at the end of last week in Moscow, there was quite a lot of tension coming out of the losses there. So how did the week go?
It was fine. Just after the game, some people are like a bit sad that we lose, that's all. But no one is really mad or anything. So just one day after, everyone is cool.
All right. Thank you very much, Nukeduck. Now, it's no secret that SK Gaming is in turmoil after disappointing results in the first 2 weeks. And to up the ante even more, they are now up against first place Team Alternate, led by their ex-jungler Aranea. Heated battle between SK and Alternate coming up after the break.
So Aranea initially qualified on his own. Of course, he was formerly in SK Gaming. He's now in the summer split with Alternate. The real question is, how is that rivalry going to kick off? For me, there'll be fireworks.
Welcome back, guys. We're just about to see Team Alternate take on SK Gaming. But first, I am joined by D-Man to have a chat with one of the founders of NIP. It is Emil or Heathen Christensen. Can you explain a little bit more about how you're involved with the team, the League of Legends team right now?
Well, basically, I'm the owner of Team NIP, and I'm trying pretty much to help out the team as much as possible with like, how can you say, mindset for professional gamers, since I used to be one myself. And I mean, because obviously the guys know a lot more than League of Legends than me, even though I still play a lot myself. But I think the mindset and the will to actually win and overcoming some obstacle with your mind is probably the most important thing I can provide for them.
And obviously, you know, you've had some pretty major roster changes this week. It's safe to say. I know how involved you were with those, but I mean, how do you feel? What really started off in the first place, and what came about sort of the players you selected?
Well, basically, it's never fun. It's always the last option to switch out players. You never want to do it, basically. But I mean, even though it might look like something we just did overnight, this is actually something that has been growing for a very long time. We just felt like we need to do it now before it gets even worse. So that's the only reason for it.
And any reason the players you selected, any reason the guys you went for, was it, you know, obviously Deficio and Bjergsen stayed there. Did they have any preference over who they wanted?
Yeah, of course they did. I mean, all the top players pretty much know each other and know how good they are. And we had two of the guys in our roster as subs. And also we took in the third one for, you know, because both Bjergsen and Deficio really wanted him in the team if we're going to switch 3 players. So they are the ones, of course, pretty much choosing who they want to play with.
You've got, of course, tons of experience in the esports scene. What would you say are the qualities that you look for if you look for a player to add to a roster?
I would say, I mean, obviously, you need talent to be in our team, but I think the mindset and the will to practice, learn from your mistake. If somebody gave you a criticism, not just throw it back and like, hey, you suck as well, and just do something and try to like take it into you and don't do the same mistake again. And obviously, really hard practice, because I mean, that's the only way you're going to win something is practice harder than everybody else and have slightly more talent.
And how do you compare the LCS these days, League of Legends, and esports in general, as compared to when you were active in the old CPL days, when you were in NIP, when it was the full CS team?
This is pretty much what I dreamt about back in the days. Yeah,
yeah,
because,
exactly.
You know, it's like everything. It's thousands of fans watching it. I mean, it was like no streaming back then. Now it's like hundreds of thousands watching it, and that's like, yeah, it's like a dream come true for esport in general. Because I mean, I love esport, and this is really a dream come true. It's amazing.
Finally, talking about dreams come true, what are the dreams for this NIP team as we go further along the season?
Well, obviously our goal for this year is to win the league. That's the dream.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Heathen. Thank you, D-Man, as well. Now, of course, we're going to be getting into our next matchup fairly soon. It is going to be SK Gaming as they take on Alternate. And we're going to get into that one with Joe Miller and Quickshot.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. Our third game of the day, Alternate versus SK Gaming. But before we kick things off, let's have a look at the team. Starting on the blue side with Alternate. And, you know, this is a team that are doing extremely well right now. I think the surprise package so far of the LCS, and of course they are Kerp in the top lane, Aranea in the jungle, Pharrell and Lord in the middle lane, and the duo of Creaton on AD carry and Jerry the support.
And I suppose it's different kind of surprise, but the surprise package of SK Gaming. Kevin in the top lane, Hercubot in the jungle, Ocelot in the mid lane, as well as Candy Panda and Nif. And I really don't want to hate on them too much because they have been steadily improving. With each game that we've seen them play and perform, it's a stronger looking SK, and hopefully that trend has continued.
Well, don't forget, guys, that you can actually still vote for who you think are going to win this game and the next ones. If you head over to lolesports.com, just click on the matches button and vote away. Trevor, what are the numbers looking like for this one? Last game was a 92% win ratio, I guess we can call it, for Fnatic. It's not too different this time around.
Joe, you are so correct. 76% in favor of Alternate to 24% in favor of SK. Numbers are still heavily aside. That's almost 3-1.
Almost 3-1. You caught me off with that beauty of a stat there. But, you know, the High Flyers Alternate here taking on SK. And this is the second time, actually, that these two teams have met up.
Yeah, the first time that they met, Alternate look, they destroyed SK. Creatine got out of there with 0 deaths to his name. It was all the way back in DreamHack. Since then, Alternate have been continuing on those amazing performances, holding that first place, and outside of dropping 1 game to Gambit in Moscow, they've been undefeated across the board.
Yeah, SK Gaming, on the other hand, though, have already lost 6 games in the summer split. And to put that into perspective, that's more than half of the games that they lost in the entire spring split. So we can say they've been steadily improving here, but the numbers, quite frankly, don't lie at this point.
No, and it was a terrible, terrible start. You know, I said it already. SK Gaming, they've put some victories on the board, and, you know, while they're looking better with each game, it's still resulting in losses. So it simply isn't enough to turn the tide of that negative win-loss ratio around. They have had a full week of practice after Moscow, and all eyes are on SK, because we're expecting Alternate to do well. We're expecting Alternate. 76% of you are expecting a win from Alternate. And everybody else is going, well, how's SK going to do?
Yeah, and it's a big question about preparation, I feel. They've had, you know, week 1 and 2 we were on the road. We're at DreamHack for week 1, we're in Moscow for week 2. Now they've had time back in the house in Cologne, and everyone's, I think, wondering how SK have really gone about this time, what they've done with this 5-6 days that they've had since coming back from Moscow to get them ready to take on the strongest team right now, you know, technically speaking, when you look at the table.
Yeah, and the man that was just on your screen to the right a second ago, Nif, I know what he's been doing this week, and it's been posing for photo shots. If you've been keeping tabs on it, in the boot camp when SK have been training and practicing, he's been showing off some new clothing and goodies and whatnot. And I hope that those photo shoots have not cut into their practice time. But I just know Nif is looking dashing as ever.
Yeah, and you can see there their manager, Minsik, also wearing a scarf, despite the fact that it's boiling hot here in the studio today. Obviously taking a note out of Ocelot's book there. But yeah, well, speaking of Ocelot and his book, that's something that they're going to have to rely on here as well, because, you know, he is the mastermind behind this team. He's the one that puts those hours into things to, you know, really set SK aside from the other teams. And so far, he's not found that.
No, he hasn't found the magic ingredient. You know, in the spring split, he was able to find what he needed to throw into the pot to at least make things work, make things pop, make things explode. And he's still been trying to find that, trying to get his mojo going. I think a Kazakh's ban against him is quite a realistic possibility. Even though 1-3.8 and some of the numbers have been shifted around and moved around, it's been his strongest performer champion in this split. And we'll see just how well they've been theorizing and working. I know Ocelot is probably one of the most outspoken players, and he himself has touted, look, we needed to practice harder. We need to buckle down and get our heads into this.
Yeah, and I wonder if that really has been the only thing here for SK Gaming. I mean, this is a team that should, by all rights, be doing a lot better than they currently are. You probably look at Alternate and say they're almost the polar opposite of that right now. No one expected them, maybe apart from themselves, to be doing so well here in the summer split. And you can see they are, I call them new players. Obviously, they're new here into the LCS. Most of them have got a lot of experience when it comes to LAN, but some of them are still pretty fresh, but they're not phased by it at all. They've made a brilliant transition to getting into the LCS and doing such great work at the start.
And something that you don't see off camera, that we have the pleasure of dealing with these players, between games, after games, during build-ups, in bus rides to wherever we're going, they're not overly arrogant. They're not egotistical about it. They are quite humble about the victories. They're actually very quiet, with the exception of Aranea, as you can see on screen.
It wasn't Jordan, that was a roar.
That was a Spanish roar. But they keep to themselves. You can see they spend a lot of time thinking about the game. One of the things that keeps striking me about all the interviews that all the players have done is that Alternate don't look internally for their competition. They don't look at Europe and say, we have to beat Gambit, and we beat Gambit by doing this. They look across the seas. They look to Asia. They look to America, and they say, well, we know that person makes these mistakes. Let's not do the same. We know that person runs these champions. Let's try the same. And they're modeling themselves over arguably the strongest teams in the world, and that's, coming from the Asias.
That was a fantastic disclaimer. The strongest teams in the world.
Yeah, I realized what I was saying and had to sort of just dole that one back just a tiny bit.
Well, there you got SK, of course, on your screen. And in a little bit of turmoil, I think there's been a lot of talk about whether they're going to be sticking together here as a team, what's going to happen, from their management as well, very much outspoken. So this is really an important weekend, I'd say, for this bunch of 5 players on the SK roster, because something needs to change, and hopefully this week of preparation that they've had has been what they needed. Ocelot did say we need more training time, so we could very well see a very different SK gaming today.
For a team like SK as well, if you do look historically, they do have a history of replacing players. They do have a history of saying...
Ask Aranea.
Exactly. They have this track record of, if somebody is underperforming, or if they feel there's a weak link in the team, they are willing to change that link. They're trying to rebuild the chain with what they believe is stronger. And that's just sort of how the team goes. They've stuck with this roster for a while. It has been performing for the most part when it matters. But at the end of the day as well, even if you look at the spring split performances, they still were not consistently toppling the top teams. They were not consistently taking out Fnatic, Gambit, and EG across the board. So we'll see now if this extra week, this added pressure of all eyes on them, not only from the community, but from management, from sponsors, it can make or break you as a team and a player.
Well, we're going to be getting into Champion Select here in just a second. Apparently, Kerp's having a few issues with his trackball mouse, which, some of the players bringing up a good point there. Does Kerp have a spare mouse pad?
I don't think you need one. He may have a palm. He may have a palm pad to rest his hand while he rolls a trackball. My personal favorite from the chat was Jay Ree referring to it as the trash ball.
The trash ball. Well, he's gone a long way to prove that so far in the summer split.
Shen's going to be banned against him. There's no ways SK are going to let Shen through. With Alternate being first pick, I'm pretty confident that happening. And talking about picks and bans, hopefully we should be jumping into the bans and the picks very, very shortly.
And as if by magic, there they are. Bans coming in already. Kassadin and Evelyn taken away by Alternate so far. Twisted Fate is gone. There you see Jerry having a bit of a dance on your screen as well. Twisted Fate, of course, is a big one for Ellenlord. Yeah. Nunu aimed at Aranea in the jump.
Yeah, and he's been a very, he's been a big threat with that Nunu. As once again, we are on 3.8. It's the newer patch. He's actually a little bit stronger now than he even was in the previous patch. And I think he was banned out of 12 games out of whatever it was last weekend, but it was a very, very good percentage of them.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, Shen is still left open. And I think this is Alternate's way of saying, look, you either ban him or we pick him. And I don't know if giving Kerp Shen is the right decision. I mean, this is going back to IEM Kiev last year, going, why are you not banning Shyvana? Why are you not banning one of the linchpins of the Alternate team? But, hey, Kerp Shen is back.
Look at Aranea in the background there, laughing and literally doing this. I don't think they know why they've managed to get Shen here, being the first pick, with Alternate having the first pick, I should say. We'd expected that to be banned. Yeah. It's not going to happen, though. That's going to come through, and it looks like Elise and Sona will be the first 2 picks for SK.
So I anticipate this Elise to go up in the top lane against Shen. It is a pretty good matchup. Even though Shen does build some MR, can deal with some damage, we've seen in the past, I distinctly remember Soaz's Elise destroying Darian Shen about a week or 2 weeks ago. So it is a matchup we've seen before, and it does play in its favor. Nif on a comfort pick. He's got Sona again. So another very powerful champion that if SK are going to fall back to their roots, fall back to what's comfortable for them, it's a smart pick.
See, and this is, 2 more picks that we've got coming in here from Alternate. Lee Sin, Aranea was brilliant. You got compliments from Diamond Prox, which, just on a regular day is hard to pull out, but when you're talking about Lee Sin skills...
I don't know, Diamond Prox are pretty comfortable on my shoulder on the taxi ride.
Yeah, I saw pictures of that. It's slightly disturbing, not gonna lie. And Lissandra as well, which is a champion that Ellenlord brought to the table, and honestly was so impressive with.
And in the exact same previous game a moment ago, Nukeduck's Lissandra was very, very... Zora Zero's Lissandra, sorry, was very good. Early game, he was winning out his lane. Mid-game, a couple of questionable moments. But as we got to the late game, he just zeroed in on that Tristana, on the AD carry, locked her down with that ultimate over and over and over, and just provided all that disruption. What you do have from Alternate, though, is slightly opposites in terms of their ultimates. They don't necessarily 100% combine. A good taunt with a good frozen tomb from Lissandra is very powerful, but then Lee Sin kicks them all away, and you sort of go, well, now what do we do? But if you were having Aranea playing like Insect and using the kick as an initiating tool, as that single target out, jump to a ward, boot them backwards, then it works perfectly.
Which he's been doing really well as
Yeah.
well so far in the games we've seen him as Lee Sin. Final 2 picks then here for, in fact, we should probably step that back a little bit because SK here, Ocelot and Candy Panda locking in the Orianna, a comfort champion again for Ocelot, and that Xin Chao for the jungler Hercule Bot.
And of course, going back to again, you know, when I think of Orianna, it's actually Ocelot from last year's regionals.
Exactly.
Gamescom, EU regionals, and just pretty much decimating everybody with it. So he needs to rechannel that performance. And we've seen some very, very good Orianna plays for the entirety of this. I mean, even if we go all the way back to the promotion tournament where Pharrell and Lord himself had the famous 3K ELO one. The one thing that is still missing for SK Gaming now would be their, because they've got their jungler, RNA is going to be mid laner, Kevin's going to be topper, so they've actually saved their AD carry for last. And this could be a reactionary one. They might go for an Ezreal, which would be a safe pick against their opponents. They could even go for a Tristana if they felt that the knockback was important. But it's very interesting to see SK for the first time in a very long time leaving their final pick not for Ocelot.
Yeah, that's something that they've done, you know, regularly and almost as a rule, actually, coming into Champion Select. We did see Vayne and the Nami pick in there for alternate. We've already seen Creaton's Vayne before. We've seen J-Ree, who for me has been one of the more impressive supports, if not the most impressive support that we've seen up until now. And we know how clutch that Nami can be.
So Thresh being banned out against him was thanks to the performance that he put in with Vayne and Thresh. You know, we comboed with Creaton a little while ago. It's going to be slightly different in that you still have the ability to save your teammates with good bubbles and things along those lines, but we'll see just how well Jerry performs because against Ezreal, he's very slippery. But if they catch Nif, that's just going to be insta-kill potential over and over and over. You get the on-hit slow, and it's deceptive how much damage it deals because the E from Nami, in conjunction with the tumble damage of Vayne, in conjunction with the Silver Prox Bolt, that is going to be very, very hard hitting against Sona in these early levels of the game.
Yeah, those Silver Prox bolts definitely going to be very, very dangerous. Sorry, I don't usually do that, but thought I'd call you out on that one.
I deserve that one. I deserve that one.
So we are going to be jumping into game here then, and well, as you said before, and you guys all know the story, it's top of the table versus bottom of the table here. SK are in dire need of a victory here this weekend. Probably, if we're being honest, in dire need of 2 victories this weekend. But this is certainly would be a great starting point for them to take down alternate. And one thing we've not really touched on, because it's a story we've talked about before, is the whole Aranea thing. If there's any team that he wants to beat, it's SK Gaming.
Yeah, there was a lot of drama and heated emotions and feelings when Aranea was released from the team towards the end of Season 2. And, you know, he settled in with alternate relatively quickly thereafter. And from there on out, he's been putting in amazing performances. I actually tweeted out about this particular match a couple of days ago saying, I feel sorry for the people in the audience because things are going to get very loud very quickly. Aranea and Ocelot are loud players, and when they make good plays, they are going to be letting everybody know about it.
So here we go then into game. Alternate on the blue side versus SK Gaming on the red side. Are we going to see any early action? Of course, in our first game of the day, we saw a crazy level 1 fight, which was, there was that Nami in there. Obviously, it didn't quite go their way, but something tells me that SK might end up playing a little bit safer here. And as I say that, look at the minimap, and it looks like they could go for something.
Yeah, so it does look like alternate. The power of the Aqua Prison at low level, in conjunction with the power of a Shadow Dash taunt from Kerp. If you think to the level 1 from Moscow, where Kerp got a 4-man taunt against Fnatic and managed to set them up for 3 kills for 1, it worked in their favor. However, it may end up just being a swap right now, as SK, they've snuck themselves into this lower bush. The fact that they have vision advantage and positional advantage means if alternate move forward, they're in trouble. But instead, they're actually just going to walk over a ward, and all of that is just basically for deep vision. They grouped up together, got the wards down, and went, we don't really know, and they backed away.
Yeah, we'll see if Aranea actually starts down on that red side, which would expect from him, to be honest. Obviously, we are playing on 3.8 here, if you didn't already realize. And you see there a bit of a pink ward battle going on. So, and just to touch back on that there, the jungle changes obviously implemented here for us in week 3.
Yeah, so of course, all the standard mobs are going to be spawning later in the game, which means that we're most likely going to be seeing more of these 2v2 setups. We're not going to see the lane swaps because they're less if you do a 2v2 setup, you're less impacted on the red side by the additional or early level advantage of your opponent. And it's exactly what is happening. Both teams pretty much starting off with the camps as best as possible. 80 carries helping out their respective junglers. But very, very importantly, the blue buff is being stolen away by SK. Thanks to some of that vision they had. They realized that Ultimate were moving on to their red buff, and a very good early steal from Hercubot and the rest of SK.
Yep, nice little start for SK Gaming here. Do we have anything else interesting? Pretty standard stuff in terms of what all these players have picked up early on. We can see that Hercubot is just going to be backing off towards his red buff after stealing that blue. RNA is not actually going to know here that his blue buff's gone.
No, he's not going to know, but he will be able to get there in time. He's going to reset the little vision icon once he realizes it's missing, and it's going to respawn at a because the entire camp was taken. The moment we see good poke down, and that's actually the blue buff was taken by Candy Panda as well, so he's going to be able to spam out all his additional abilities. The one thing that's going to be interesting to note once we get to team fights is how important Jay Ree's tidal wave will be, because there's a lot of mobility for SK, you know, knockback, speed up, knock away, jump up, etc. So if a good tidal wave holds him in place, Ultin are going to be able to control team fight, but if not, SK should be able to get to safety.
So here we see Hercubot on the hunt for a possible first blood here against Lord. Not an easy champion to lock up, but down in the bottom lane, Creatine taking a lot of damage. There's the Aqua Prism coming out, and that will manage to hold Candy Panda away, but Alternate struggling in this bottom lane.
Yeah, barrier burn, so summon a spell down just thanks to those cooldowns and the ability to spam. Candy Panda has double the CS right now, though. Lord positioning himself over to the side, getting closer to Arenair as possible, and of course he doesn't need a flash over a wall. Kerp taunts up Kevin, and it's just going to be some trading back and forth for the time being.
A little bit of trading in that top lane. Don't expect there really to be any kills going down without the presence of the jungler in that top side. Bottom lane may be different though. We've seen that Candy Panda and Nif coming out very, very aggressive here at the start. They want to get that early advantage that you always want to get when you're facing a Vayne.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was about to point out. Normally when you have a Vayne on your team, you want to swap to the 2v1 lane, allow your Vayne some free farm up until level 6, 7, 8. Just cross some of those item thresholds. At the moment, there was a very big CS difference between Candy Panda and Creatine, but with the wave being at Creatine's tower, he's keeping it within touching distance, and that's the most important thing right now.
Now we see them once again backing off to do golems. This is something that they've already done here, leaving the lane once it starts to push through, and then picking up that extra experience in gold, whilst then, hopefully for them at least, getting back to the lane without missing any of those creeps to the tower.
Yeah, so at the moment they're keeping relevant on levels. It's a level 3 Vayne. Who's getting pretty close to level 4, so, you know, this next probably Canyon Minion plus 2 more should be enough to do it. They're staying relevant, and the only thing that they need to do is just keep up, because if they keep up, you'll see that eventually J-Ree and Creatine will actually be able to out-trade Sona and Ezreal just because of how much damage Vayne is able to put out. Right now, though, Kerp is pushing this wave up a little bit. Hercubot, level 4, red buff just wore off. So the on-hit slow is not going to be there, and that might be vitally important in holding Kerp in place.
Well, he's actually going to get the knock-up here on towards Kerp, but he'll be safe from this one. Kerp literally does nothing about it there. Started with that Doran shield, a lot more beefy than you'd expect at this stage of the game, and he will be safe. No problem there.
It was the most anticlimactic engagement I think we've ever seen. It was basically a high-five moment from Hercubot onto Kerp. Arenair sniffing around, not able to make an impact before 5 minutes in this game like he did against Fnatic last weekend. But we've seen what he can do with Lee Sin, so just a matter of time. He also likes to build those sight stones, so likes to make those big high mobility plays.
And really impressed so far with what we've seen from Candy Panda and Nif. They're a bottom lane that you don't initially think of as being aggressive when you compare them to other teams, but they've certainly come out the blocks flying on this one. There's Lord actually wandering through the jungle of SK, and he's going to try and make an impact on the top lane.
So he has level 6. Kerp on Stand United has level 6 as well. There goes the dive. The bot comes in. They're going to slot down Kevin. There they go.
Here we go. It's surely going to go down here. This is looking like it will be first blood, and it is Lord that picks it up there in the end. And Well, Kevin, to be honest, was very, very slow to react to anything there.
Yeah, that was all too easy. Kevin was hoping to repel some of the damage. He was in human form when the glacial path was coming across. He swapped his spider to repel up. Right now, Candy Panda's gone in.
Yeah, Shen going to get involved down at the bottom here as well. And Candy Panda, is he going to be able to escape this one? Kritin is actually burning here. One more auto attack from Nif will finish it, but Nif might pay for it with his life here. They decide not to chase as Hercubot was coming down. They spotted him with that ward, and we'll be finishing that with a killer piece.
Yeah, so well played there. One of the things that happened that ended up costing Kritin his life, Kerp tried to taunt up Nif, and Nif actually flashed the Shadow Dash taunt. It put him in range of Kritin's Vayne just to get that last little auto attack down. So they trade 1-for-1 at the end of the day, but the kill did go onto the support. That's not 100% ideal in this setup. 2-for-1, and that top lane engagement, it was too easy. Alternate jumped in there, they clicked, and unfortunately, Kevin died.
Yeah, not quite able to react to that one here as Ocelot going to have a big wave pushed up against his turret. He is 6 CS or so behind. That will obviously be all leveled back up by the time this wave has gone down. Forellenlord going to be getting himself the blue buff. So obviously that was stole on the start of the game by Hercubot. So they're going to get that one secure this time around.
Yeah, and he's probably going to try keep better tabs on it as this game goes forward. Something that Alternate have done very well in all of the games that they've played this split is react as a team and move as these sort of 2, 3, 4-man units. If it's a solo laner, the jungler will be there to help. Aranea has been so present on the map these games and in all these matches that plays into their favor. Kritin and J-Ree right now have swapped to this top lane, and I think it's because Kritin was feeling the pressure of Candy Panda's Ezreal. He wanted to go back to a 2v1 lane and go, well, look, let me get closer to 100, 120 CS, and then once I get a Blade of the Rune King picked up, then I'm willing to fight.
Aranea there, just moving himself up towards the red buff. We throw the Q out there, which will have alerted Hercubot to his presence. In the end, that red buff had already been taken away. No smite use from that one. As Candy Panda getting taunted up here underneath the tower, and that's a very dangerous position. And we've said it before, we're not quite so sure why Kerp got Shen in this game. We're not sure why he got let through. As Forellenlord going to go in here. Aranea coming around the side. Shockwave was used. Aranea going dangerously low here, but he will be finished off. There's Hercubot coming in. He may just clean up himself. There's the heal coming around. Sona steals a kill from him. That's one that Hercubot could have probably, or would have been very happy to have. But in the end, it's 2 kills for 1, and that's a good trade.
That was a brilliant shockwave from Ocelot. He was under the pressure of 2 members of Alternate, and just before he got locked up in that tomb, he managed to pull both of them together under the tower. That damage plus Ignite, and obviously the assistance of Hercubot, was enough to pick up at least a 2-for-1 trade in that particular situation. So well played there. The pressure is still on as Kritin and J-Ree have now built up a very big wave for Kevin to face in this top lane.
And we'll see how he deals with this one. Alternate should be getting some free damage onto that tower once again. It's already down to less than half HP, so that work has already been put in there early on. But this is going to be the first tower of the game.
Now, at this point in time, one of the things that's been very interesting for me is the wards around Dragon. So with this tower going down, we've seen both J-Ree and Nif moving in and out of the Dragon Pit. You can see them down again, clearing out wards over and over and over. SK will put another ward down. Ultin will put another ward down. SK will clear it. Expect, once that tower falls, that Ultin will begin to collapse around Dragon to try force that objective.
Kerp up to 65 CS and 101. He's almost got that Sunfire Cape finished here after just 10 minutes, which obviously makes it a lot harder for SK to have an impact on him in this bottom lane, even in that 2v1. Right now, they're going to set themselves up, though, for a Dragon attempt again.
Now, if anybody's going to be able to steal a Dragon, Aranea is definitely one of the most likely. Kerp is down on the bottom, looking for Forellenlord in the middle. The Dragon is still being pulled up, though. Forellenlord does have his ultimate up, so he can jump in at any time, but this is going to be a 3 versus 4 at best. Vayne and They are missing. There's Forellenlord.
Forellenlord could be in trouble here. There's a brilliant shockwave again coming out from Ocelot. But have they got the pace to get in? Stan United going to come down on towards Forellenlord. That will keep him safe. And in the end, no kills happening. The Dragon, of course, wasn't taken either.
No, that's very, very important because now all of a sudden, Alternate, they had the numbers advantage, but you can see that Nami and Vayne are moving back up towards the top lane. They've caught out Kevin. Is he going to get caught in the bubble? He's stunned.
Oh, is he going to get knocked up? No, not quite there. And almost connected with the wall there with that condemn from Creaton. That could have been the death of him.
I don't know if being a different human or spider form will affect the distance to getting stunned, but he just missed it. If that stun had connected, that would have been a death. End of story. You would have been caught by the Aqua Prison. Right now, there's Aranea.
Oh, they missed a few ultimates in there, but Forellan Lord was... I'm not even sure what he was quite doing there, to be honest.
Maximum range on the crescendo. Absolute maximum range caught him out.
Oh, he actually hit him, did it?
Yes, he was just stunned at the absolute tip. Just went in and managed to lock Forellan Lord up. With his death and the damage they put down on the rest of the team, SK have now got a free dragon, and will pick it up after a pretty prolonged dance, because there was a lot of wards, a lot of vision going back and forth. At the end of the day, with Gret and Jerry being nowhere nearby, it was free for SK Gaming.
I'll apologise for to Nif saying that he missed his ultimate then, because, well, he missed it on Aranea.
Yeah, it wasn't his target.
That's my fallback for that one. But good stuff here. SK, of course, now taking the lead in kills and in gold. 800 gold is the difference that they have not got any towers under their belt at this point, but Candy Panda, he's starting to farm a lot. If you compare that to Creaton, they're pretty much bang even right now. Got that BF sword in there, but it looks like Creaton going the other way and straight in towards that Blade of the Ruined King.
So we'll see once that gets completed how aggressive he decides to play, because against an Elise, against a Xin Zhao, you're going to be able to use that active just to help put more and more distance away from you and control the tempo of a fight. But very interestingly, the fact that Candy Pan has got the BF sword, it implies he's not going to go that blue Ezreal build that we've been seeing over and over and over. I actually think it could work against the Vayne, because you can outrange you can control the speed at which he chases you. But it doesn't feel like he wants to, as he's been caught by Creaton.
Creaton's going to go head-to-head here with Candy Panda. Actually, the wave coming through from Nami will pretty much save Creaton's bacon there. Hercubot was coming down to help with that one as well, so bit of a crazy engage down on the bottom lane. Neither AD carry wanting to get drawn too far into that one, and no kills resulted.
Had Hercubot not been around, Creaton would definitely have continued that chase. He had the ability, he had that Hunter in the Night, his ultimate on gives him that big boost to his movement speed when chasing enemy champions, and he would have carried on chasing him down, but wisely decides to back off. We do see Forellan Lord, he's picked himself up an Abyssal Scepter as his first item on the game, only got that Doran's Ring. And that's quite interesting on Alessandra, because her mana costs are quite high. Kerb's moving in, he's not going to steal the Ripper.
Pretty close, though. I think if it had been there half a second earlier, you might have been able to get that one off with a Vorpal Blade, since Hercubot didn't have his smite available for that one. And right now, Alternate got some deep wards down inside the SK jungle and looking to maybe catch someone.
That's an Aranea ward, and the reason I point that out, he's within range of Safeguard. So if anybody walked over the distance of that ward, he would have jumped to it, kicked somebody back, and that would have been the initiation tool. That would have been the let's pick a fight moment. I still remember him kicking somebody back and Jerry landing a hook on a target flying through the air thanks to that Dragon's Rage kick. True Shot Barrage gets fired up. That's to help clear the minions in the mid wave. We've got a bit of a slower game on our hands right now. Less ganks and less action, except now.
Except now we are going to see Stan United coming down. Nif going to get stunned up here. He's trying to get away from it, but a max range taunt from Kerb coming out there. And they've hardly lost any health in getting that one through. The crescendo was used, the flash was used. That's a great pickup for Alternate.
And we actually seen all pressure in the middle, Ocelot.
And they're going straight in towards Ocelot. He's not escaping this one. Aranea coming in, but for Elnor's damage was enough there all alone pretty much to finish that one off. And that's going to be a turret here as well for Alternate.
Crucially, no hesitation from Forellan Lord either. The Frozen Tomb came down the instant he was within range, so Ocelot never got the chance to pull them towards him and get all that damage down. They managed to pick up the tower in the bot lane, while Hercubot is going to get the tower in the top lane. So they end up trading 3 for 1 as far as towers are concerned.
Yeah, that's not the best trade ever, to be frank. But look at this, there's a 5-man Alternate now. We're down in the bottom lane, and SK have to reply to this one, otherwise they're going to lose this in a turret. I can't see them getting there quick enough for this one, and that is a very fast move from Alternate.
Right now, SK Gaming need to make a play. They've been reacting to Alternate, and they've been picking up kills here and there. They've picked up a tower thanks to reacting to the pressure on the bottom lane. But unless they're the ones landing a crescendo, landing a good shockwave, they're not going to pull ahead in this matchup. Nif, it's a very good ward down, reveals Forellan Lord's position, but his crescendo nor his flash is available. And Nif is actually, he is a flash crescendo kind of support. So always got to be aware of that once we get later into this game.
Right now, SK looking to reply with this. They've got a 4-man squad of their own pushing down towards that bottom tower. And in the end, it's actually a 5-man, I can't count. But yeah, pretty much every player now in this bottom lane, which suggests that there might be something about to kick off there.
Not quite sure what gives you that idea, Joe Miller, but with the minion waves here, maybe that's the signal to go. They haven't got it stacked up. The taunt does get missed. Here comes the tidal wave, and here comes Forenalord.
There's a shockwave on towards Aranea. He's falling dangerously low from this one. Kerp not super healthy either, as Forenalord actually goes straight into the middle of them, pops the ultimate on himself. But is he going to die from this? He's burning with the ignite. Kerp is going to fall as well, and SK managed to pick up a 2 for 0.
Simply put, alternate were 2 split there. SK backed off. They peeled exactly like they needed to. They made a half moon so that none of the AoE abilities could truly hit all of them. And once that Frozen Tomb was down, they re-engaged. They recommitted. Kevin did so well with his rappel. He flew up into the air. He waited until he knew where Forenalord was going and then pounced right on top of him with that spider form. Tower number 2 picked up for SK. This is going to be tower number 3. And if anything's available in the jungle or the dragon in 30 seconds, they're going to have prime position for it.
Very strange part of the game that there was like all 10 players down there with 17 minutes in, 10 players down in the bottom lane. Alternate go in, but kind of half-heartedly. Forenalord himself, dove straight in the middle of the pack, put the ultimate on himself to, basically the mini Zonyas that Frozen Tomb gives you. But they weren't able to follow up then with enough damage.
And basically, the reason Forenalord did that is because Kerp dove in there first. Kerp dove in and tried to get a taunt. The taunt was dodged by Candy Panda's Arcane Shift. He didn't get locked up or caught out. And I think Kerp forgot Forenalord wasn't playing Orianna. Because if there was an Orianna ball on top of his head, it would have pulled everybody together. To be very fair as well, Ocelot's ultimate only caught Aranea. It was off a little further north. Nobody was really grouped up tightly enough. And because Alternate's composition needs you to be stacked for it to truly work, it meant SK got away with it. Right now, Dragon is up. We have a couple members of Alternate around. Stand United is available for Kerp, but I don't think they're going to challenge. And now Arena's in trouble.
They may lose Aranea from this one. There's the crescendo coming out just to assist. It's Kevin that picks that one up. Now Hercubot getting locked up here inside of the Aqua Prison, but he may just be able to follow through for this one. There is the claw coming through, not quite able to grasp him, and that will be 7-5. Meanwhile, Kerp in the top lane is split pushing.
As only a Shen can, and we've seen Kerp do his traditional build as well. Hex Drinker second. It's something he's been doing over and over and over with his Shen. Maybe it's the way you should be building Shen. He's been caught out by a very good Cocoon. And Kevin's just going to be happy to farm up the wave. So Dragon, though, did go the way of SK, and they maintain that gold lead.
Yeah, certainly not a bad item to have, even if it is his normal build. There, we are going to see Candy Panda being chased down here by Creaton, gets stunned against the wall. Creaton didn't have vision of him because he was stunned inside of the brush. Candy Panda trying his best here to juke him, but he can't really match the damage of that Vayne with that Blade of the Ruin King and a Zeal now on top of it.
No, not at all. Candy Panda did relatively well to keep in and out of vision. Right now, Creaton, he flashes it!
Flashes away and actually starts to turn around there on towards Ocelot, who himself decides to back off once that shockwave was flashed away from. And again, crazy stuff going down in that bottom lane. If we look at the CS and the kills between the two AD carries, it's a bit of a scary thought for SK game, because this Vayne has got more CS, has got more kills as well.
Vayne is always going to do more damage than an Ezreal will the later this game goes, and especially if she starts getting a little bit more fed. With that Cloak of Agility picked up now, that's going to be working towards the Phantom Dancer as well. And once a little bit more damage goes on, there's not going to be anybody that can sort of one-shot, or can out-duel her, rather. But if she is caught by a Shockwave or a Cocoon, that's going to be enough time for them to kill her, and that's what SK are going to be relying on. Land the CC, get a Shockwave, get a Cocoon, focus her down, and then win the team fight.
Aranea there just went in to get the race. Good job he put that ward down, because both Nif and Hercubot were both coming in his direction. Right now, just throwing those Qs out there. Does have a ward in that top brush as well, but needs to be careful not to overextend from this one. He actually drew 3 men from SK pretty much up to him there to try and push him off, and will back away from that one. So if you look at the minimap, lots of wards down actually all over the place. SK in particular have got massive ward control of their own jungle on that top side of the map.
One of the things that also means, that's costing them gold. If you look at the side of Ultimate, they have 2 Ruby Sightstones on their team. So that's 2 champions with up to 3 ward charges per champion to litter around the map. Every single red dot that you see on the defensive side, near their red buff, near the Baron, that's 75 gold worth of investment. So this very, very small 1,500 gold, you know, thing is basically being spent towards, even though NIF does have that ruby, it's one less than their opponents.
One less than them. We can see the amount of gold earned by each player there, and actually NIF doing well if you compare the two supports, 5.5 to 4.2. Then again, he's got 3-1-3 right now.
Well, that's another good thing as well. If that 3-1-3 had been on Candy Pan as Ezreal, when the duel had occurred with Creatine, having that additional 1,000 gold worth of damage statistics, because he got Creatine pretty low. If he had an extra 1,000 gold, maybe another pickaxe, maybe a completed Phantom Dancer or similar, maybe he could have been the one to win the fight.
Well, right now, RNA is waiting to go through, actually lands the Q, and that's a signal for NIF to just back the hell away from that one. Doesn't want to get jumped on by RNA and then kicked out to the rest of the team. Shen doing a normal Shen thing, which is pushing down this bottom lane here. Kerp now up to 140 CS currently. Candy Panda actually being the one that's drawn away from the rest of the team to stop that.
Yeah, even though Lee Sin was able to land that Sonic Wave, the Lee syndrome of immediately following it in, you get that itchy trigger finger, let me go, let me go. But wisely, it was a little too deep. NIF was immediately running back to his second tower. So again, this is just a matter of vision, and right now SK's vision is much superior. They're going to be able to make much more informed decisions about where their opponents are. And basically, because they have to respond to the split-pushing Shen, they need that vision. They need to be able to run through their jungle and not run into a Lissandra, Vayne, you know, Nami combination.
Well, right now pushing in for Unload, actually going to dive straight in on top of him. Aranea is there as well. The damage coming through as a tidal wave will rock SK, and now they're in all kinds of trouble. The bubble will land on towards Hercubot. Who's going to be the target after that one? They don't quite have the damage here,
yeah,
but now Creatine's joining in. There's a kill for Aranea. That's 2 men down for SK. They've lost for Eleanor, but Creatine now getting right on top of NIF. He's not going to escape this one. He's shut down, and now Candy Panda the one that's going to be turned on. Jerry needs to land one more bubble. Well, he did just before that, obviously. Now on cooldown, yeah, being chased down there is Kevin, but he's got a good old repel to get away from Kerp.
3-for-1 exchange. The fight started out with both teams not having their AD carries. Candy Panda was near the bottom lane. Creatine was near the top lane. Because of the amount of burst that Ferenor has, plus that sort of safety net of his ultimate, that was able to buy the rest of his team enough time to get in there. Tidal Wave hit 4. Kerp Stand United kept him alive even longer. And then basically once Creatine and Candy Panda were in there, SK were already losing the fight. And you're never going to outrun a Vayne. She will chase you down. And that's basically exactly what happened. At this moment in time, that's all Ultimate needs to do. They need to wait for SK to just go a little bit past the safety. They have no outer towers and no inner towers on the top and bottom lane. And Alternate can just go, well, we'll react because we can chase you way more effectively than you can chase us.
Oh, Pharrell Mode may just catch NIF out here. He's got a little bit too far away. He's going to lock him up. There's another max range taunt from Kerp. And Pharrell Mode picks up another kill, and they're not done just yet. They're still going to go chasing through here. Kerp was maybe thinking about going straight over the top of the wall. He puts a ward over to spot the team.
And because of the kill they just got, they're immediately going to fall back, take Dragon. They have defensive wards in the jungle. Ferenor will push this wave out, and this will put Alternate on the board as far as Dragons are concerned. I think this is their first, and I believe SK have had 2, if memory serves correctly. So that's going to at least start to close this gold deficit. And all of a sudden, they have the lead. They have a 500 gold advantage over their opponents, thanks to 2 team fights and 1 additional Dragon right now.
And we see Kevin actually very ballsy play, stealing away the blue buff there as that Dragon was taken down on the bottom. Alternate out with the Oracle for Jerry. Going to be clearing out around that Baron area as well. So Alternate may not be too far away from at least starting that off to draw SK out.
It's a very important thing to point out, because if you look at Ferenor's build, he still doesn't have any form of mana regen outside of that Doran's Ring. And, you know, like I said, Lissandra is a very mana-intense champion. Even though her passive will give you sort of 1 free spell cast every now and again, you're talking 85, 50, 90, 100, you know, 280 mana for a full combo, 1 of each spell, and she needs to get more of them out in a fight. So with a relatively small mana pool, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be more on Ferenor to control his mana pool in these upcoming team fights.
Right now, SK is trying to work their way in onto that outer middle turret. Not got much health on it either. A couple of hits from Candy Panda, would be all it takes. But, you know, that Ezreal, not got the biggest range in the world, and you always face the danger of that Lissandra jumping onto you.
And he's building the Phage, he's building towards a Trinity Force. We have not seen a Trinity Force Ezreal probably since Season 2. I mean, I'm hard-pressed to think of an Ezreal that performed in the LCS or a top-level play later than the end of last year. Right now, though, it does seem like SK, they're feeling brave. They see that Kirk is in the bottom lane. Stand United is available, and they do not have Kevin. Kevin is moving from the top lane themselves, so this would be a 4v4, and I think they need Kevin. But that's good damage from Ocelot.
Yeah, Ocelot putting a lot out now that he's got that Rabadon's death cap with him. As Kevin and Turkubot and the rest of SK, for that matter, are now moving in towards this inner top turret. They're going to be trying to take this one down, and I don't think Alternate can reply.
That was great play from SK. They simply out-positioned their opponents. They poised as though they were going in the middle, but here's an engagement. There goes Forellan Lord, Frozen Tomb. He's been stunned.
Shockwave comes in onto him as well. Aranea and Kerp are both with him there, but Forellan Lord going very, very low. Will get finished off here by Ocelot, and I don't think between Aranea and Kerp that they have the damage to finish these off. They are going to see another man dying. Kerp will try and flash away. Now he gets chased down by Candy Panda, who's actually got no mana here, and he'd have to be looking for that Phage slow, if anything, to really control him. Creaton here, going to get jumped on by Kevin. He sinks his fans in there. Has to use a barrier as those Spiderlings go skittering onto him. And that will be, in the end, a 3-0, and SK got perfect position now on the Baron.
Phenomenal fight. First and foremost, Kevin and Candy Panda completely zoned out Creaton. They kept Vayne away, they kept his attention. Then, Nif managed to land a crescendo the millisecond that Forellan Lord reappeared. He followed in with that glacial path. He appeared after the claw, and as he was about to get his ultimate down, he got stunned. He ate all the damage, and he was forced to use ultimate on himself, not on a target. So that additional burst damage that comes down from the Frozen Tomb wasn't there. Perfect fight from SK. They got the tower, they got kills, they got Baron. They're in the driving seats.
So let's see what Alternate are going to decide to play this one now. Pretty much with their backs against the walls after losing that Baron. If we look at the gold, SK now 4,000 in the lead, still ahead in kills. They're all level on turrets, and if we look down the individual gold, it's pretty close in some retrospects, but in some areas it's really not that close. I mean, Chuck Kerp and Kevin, for example, 2,000 gold, over 2,000 gold, they're the difference between them.
That's a massive number, and it's starting to show in these team fights. The previous engagement was very much in favor of SK. Alternate tried to make a play happen, and I think overzealousness, overconfidence maybe in their ability to land their spells cost them that fight, because they didn't need to throw themselves in it. They didn't need to pick a fight into the fog of war, you know, into their opponent's defensive position. So Alternate will probably need to just press that pause button, slow things down for a little bit, and once Baron wears off, maybe they can react, and actually Candy Panda stole that with a very nice Mystic shot.
Nice and cheeky. Kevin pushing that top lane out here as well, and we talk about, you know, the split push potential of the Shen, but Kevin here with this Elise has done a fantastic job of making sure that top lane is constantly pressured here, and they have to be careful about that, because they can't afford to lose that inhibitor in that top lane. Now, that would be a perfect start to things for SK.
Both sides also have very good tower diving teams. If you have Hercubot, who's got a fair amount of armor and HP, he can dive into a team with Command Protect on, land a good shockwave. Follow that up with True Shot Barrage and Crescendo. That's instant team fight win in a matter of seconds. You have a similar situation with Forellan Lord or Shen. They can dive under a tower and pick a fight, but because Alternate are defensive, they need to be way more afraid of it. They cannot afford to stack up. Take a look at the bottom lane tower on the inhibitor. Kevin has got a minion wave there, along with those little Spiderlings of his, while the rest of Alternate try to fend off this mid lane.
Yeah, having to come across to deal with this one here. Kevin, in the meantime, is racking up those creeps. 250 right now, compared to 189 of Shen. And we see where that 2,000 or 3,000 gold difference is starting to approach, where that's come from. Also, the 4-1-1 also helps out a lot as well. And it looks like he's going to be stealing away another blue.
Well, that's 2 blue buffs in a row, and again, I cannot stress enough how important that is against the Forellan Lord. Against the Lissandra. Because Lissandra really does need a lot of that cooldown reduction, a lot of that mana. There's no additional CDR in Forellan Lord's kit at the moment. He's got 3%, which he's got from his mastery. So you know, it definitely plays into their favor to keep control of that buff. SK going to pick up a tower for completely free, and then probably turn their eyes to the bottom lane. There's a big minion wave there, and maybe start applying pressure.
Yep, Dragon is also available here. That's a very realistic target for SK. Every little bit of gold is going to be healthy. As Candy Panda seems like he might have to solo this one. The rest of his team like, you got that, don't worry about that. He can take down that Dragon, and they will be backing off. And I can only speculate, but I'm guessing that they've got a lot of gold here now, SK. That's a lot of wave that they've pushed off. Managed to take down the Dragon as well, so they're going to be all headed home here to buy.
Yeah, the slower pace of the game is because of the fact that their pants are all being held down by the amount of coins in their pockets. So now that they're going to go spend this money, we'll most likely see tier 2 boots being picked up by Candy Panda, maybe even Nif at some point. At the 32-minute mark, to see them both with only tier 1s is quite interesting. But that is, of course, because Nif is going to start putting some points into that Song of Celerity. He get additional movement speed that way. I really like the pickup of the Locket of the Iron Solari because the burst damage that's going to come from, you know, the kick from Lee Sin, from his executability, from Pharrell and Lord, it's a good protection for your entire team. So, very smart pickup there. Whereas J-Ree, he's decided to go challenge. He wants to spam bubble, bubble, bubble as much as possible.
Yeah, see if they can catch someone and pop them. So, right now, Alternate taking as much as they can from their own jungle before the imminent SK push comes back down onto them. They don't want to be losing any more than they should really be giving away. Right now, SK themselves are making sure that this top side of the Alternate jungle is going to be warded up as well. Baron not going to be too far away.
Dare I say it, this is the first time this split, with the exception of Gambit, that Alternate had been playing from behind. This is another position that Alternate are not going to be as familiar with on the stage under the lights, because Alternate have been the driving force. They've been setting the tempo, making the plays, and all of a sudden they realize they're behind. I think they'll know that they've got a goal deficit. They'll know that obviously the Baron has worn off, but now they've got to figure out how do we reclaim control of this game, and it's probably going to be one of the playmakers. It's going to be Aranea catching somebody or Pharrell and Lord catching somebody that will set off the trigger of events.
You see right now, Kerp just going to be matched by Kevin in that bottom lane. I don't want to let too much being pushed up with that Baron coming up here pretty soonish. And the one thing that we always talk about with SK, and I feel like we said it about them more than most teams, is that they have struggled to close out games where they've been ahead. They have thrown away leads that they've had. So now against a team like Alternate here, as you said, they've not been really in this position much before so far in the LCS, but they've shown that they can win games against these top teams, despite the fact that SK, without a doubt, as a five-man team, have a ton more experience than Alternate.
Yeah, the one thing that Alternate does have, though, is they were a million billion gold behind the Giants, and one Shockwave was able to bring them back into it. I think in the deciding game against the Giants in the promotion tournament, they were 12 or 15,000 gold down at that point, and they managed to hold out. So that'll at least give them some hope and some faith. I think for SK, they really need to figure out where their engagement comes from, because until one of them actually has the bravery, Kevin or Hercubot, to dive in there with that ball on top of their head to deliver it into their enemies, there's little else that SK can actually do. Their sieging potential is relatively null. There's good wave clear from Alternate, and they don't really have that we'll just sit at your tower and bore you to make a mistake kind of composition.
Well, speaking of that, we do see Shen pushing, as we always see, in this bottom lane. And slowly but surely he's pushed further and further and further up that lane. So SK finally sending someone back there, Hercubot in this case, to make sure that that is going to be stopped. Gives us a perfect bit of time to look through the items here, as that Baron's going to be started. I really just want to look at the AD carries, because that's the interesting one right now. Last Whisper, Phantom Dancer, Blade of the Ruin King done. On the other side, actually, Aranea almost going in there. Took a lot of damage, and it looks like the fight's actually going to go in for this one. That failed flash does come in. There was, you see, great crescendo coming down. Why is Pharrell not being involved in this one as they get bounced around? There is Pharrell finally getting in on top of it. Doesn't use his ultimate in this fight whatsoever, and Alternate have already lost 3 men. Hercubot going to come over the wall. Ocelot now on the killing spree, and that is a 4 for nothing for SK.
The question is, do they want the inhibitor or the Baron? They actually can get both. Pick up the mid inhibitor, roll back. Simply put, Alternate were out of position. Aranea tried to make a play happen, took so much damage from the Orianna command attack and command dissonance. His HP got dropped. He was no longer relevant. J-Ree tried to flash to safety. He face planted to hit the wall, and then unfortunately found his death. And a very, very good play for SK. They stayed grouped. They waited for a mistake from Alternate. It wasn't under a tower like I was thinking it might be, but they caught them out in the jungle and managed to, pick up a good win.
Right now, that Baron spawning in. We have pretty much a freebie here for SK. Forellenlord might try and be cheeky here from the side, but he's got to be quick to get in there. The Baron's going to go down before Forellenlord can get anywhere near it.
Yeah, he had his flash, he had his ultimate, he had everything available, but simply put, there was just too much damage coming down. Elise is pretty good at taking down Baron with all those little spiderlings in spider form, plus the skittering frenzy. He does a lot of extra damage that you sort of forget about. And right now, it's the second Baron in the game for SK Gaming, a massive creep wave here for Ocelot. That'll give him a good chunk of change to clean up. And basically, SK Gaming will shop, pick up the items they need, and then re-engage. Now they'll siege. Now I think they're going to feel powerful enough to be in a position where they can sit under Alternate's tower and say, right, now we'll bring the fight to your front door.
Alternate not scared here, though, of pushing out, and they're looking to catch someone off, and that may just happen for them, as not quite. The Spiderling comes into the brush, spots them putting down that ward.
Yeah, just short of actually really getting anything advantageous. Candy Panda with that Lost Whisper picked up. We were talking about AD carry items before the fight happened. Trinity Force collected, Lost Whisper collected. So with his passive and the Trinity Force, it'll give him, respectable attack speed right now. But one of the things that we definitely want to keep a close eye on is whether or not in the dueling situation, he actually can use that range and the additional movement speed of his Zeal to try stay away from Creatine, because Creatine went very aggressive in that previous fight.
Candy Panda just did something completely weird there. We saw him taking the red buff, and he left one of the lizards up, actually. You saw him, like, kind of go, did I kill it? Did I actually kill it? And he didn't, so that's not actually going to be respawning for him here. A bit of strangeness going on, but we're talking about a red buff here for almost 40 minutes into the game, so, probably not going to be the biggest thing in the world, but you never quite know what's going to turn things.
Yeah, it's going to completely delay the spawning of the next one, so at the very least, it's going to be a pain in the butt. Right now, though, with the super minions in the middle wave, we'll most likely see SK Gaming. They should move to the top or the bottom wave. There's a very big minion wave pushing in their favor against Alternate. So they're going to allow the minions to do the pressure for them, group up maybe towards this top lane, and basically just pick another tower to focus down. I'm not a big fan of using the same wave of super minions to apply your pressure, basically because they can do the work for you. You allow them to control the map. And I think SK are realizing that as well. With Kerp in the bottom lane, he does have Stand United. It's just a matter of time before they start bashing away on this turret.
Look at that shield as well. Very tanky Hercule bot, taking 0 damage pretty much from that tower. We are going to see them now wedging themselves in there to try and take the tower down. Already got it to below half HP.
So we'll see how quickly that goes down. Forellenlord takes a massive chunk of damage. True Shot Barrage, he does manage to sidestep it, but he's forced to recall. That's going to be the second inhibitor of the game. SK picked that up through poke. They put all that damage down, just landing a couple of skill shots, and it was picked up for free. Kerp is now way out of position, so he either needs to recall and get to the fight late, or SK are just going to pick up another tower for free.
He's actually going to recall now. So SK start to take the jungle, and I was saying about the red buff, and Candy Panda gets himself alternates anyway, so he's going to refresh that one for later on. What other items have we seen being picked up here? Void Staff now with that Seraph's Embrace, Rabadon's Death Cap, Morellonomicon, and a second needlessly large rod in there as well for Ocelot. And we just saw there the damage that came out onto Forellenlord. What damage, what amount of damage he can do.
I'm not as impressed by that yet because it's only 854 ability power. It's not quite over 900,000. So we'll get to that point soon enough. But the one thing that's definitely showing from all of SK's practices is look at their vision control again. Keep very close eye on just how many dots are scattered across the map. They want to know every single move that Alternate make. The minions are streaming, conga lining onto this bottom lane, and look at the damage in Kerp. That's their tankiest member who's lost 40% of his HP from 2 combos. And look at Forellenlord. At the moment, this is Ocelot's game saying you will not pass.
Yeah, Ocelot did a fantastic job as we are going to see the tidal wave coming out here as Kevin going to use his Zonya's Hercubot going very, very low. There's a fantastic crescendo coming around the side here as well. And are they going to be able to finish off? It looks that way. Kirby's going to fall. For Eleanor and Aranea making a quick, desperate attempt to get over on towards the fountain and get that heal, but they're going to lose a Nexus turret. The second one will fall here with Candy Panda. In fact, 5 men from SK there hammering away on it. For Eleanor and Aranea pretty much the only 2 here to stop it. But SK are going to take it down, and they beat the league leaders, and that is the start to this weekend that Ocelot and his boys needed.
That is the best way that they could have kicked this off. SK Gaming, they lost the early game. They were behind a couple thousand gold for a prolonged period in that particular matchup, but they bounced back. They never gave up. And the one thing that I think they did better than any other game they've done so far, vision superiority.
Yeah, that was a very different SK game into the one that we've seen in weeks 1 and 2 at DreamHack and in Moscow. And, well, you can't take that defeat lightly at all because that was alternate. That is the league leaders right now that have just lost a game to a team which you almost wondered where their next victories were going to be coming from. They were so hit and miss in those previous 2 weeks, but that's what they needed here. They wanted to show their fans that they're not down and out of this one, that it is a, it's a long season coming in, and 2 weeks definitely doesn't dictate how the rest of the season's going to go for you.
And very, very importantly, every single one of those team members stood up. Every single member of SK Gaming had a moment in that game where we went, wow, that was great. That was a good move. That was a good escape. That was a good engage. So it wasn't like one person buckled down and carried everybody. That was a real team effort. And it showed, they were losing early. They bounced back. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, apparently that week of training that SK have managed to get in for them this week around has really made a big improvement on their game, and they needed it, quite frankly. This is a team that aren't only expected to do well, and they expect themselves to do well. They're so ambitious. Ocelot, as the leader of that team, wants to win games. He's not there to mess around. He's not there for the money. He wants to win the matches.
Yeah, he wants to be the best in the world. And the only way you can do that is by winning, by beating everybody else consistently. The one thing I do want to point out, though, Alternate, they also had moments of greatness, but they weren't quite as aggressive as we have seen them in the past. One of the things that I loved watching from Alternate and from MYM in weeks 1 and weeks 2 is that they weren't afraid of their opponents. They didn't care who you were, where you were. They tower dove, they invaded, and for the most part, it worked off. This time around, I don't think we've seen quite as many aggressive plays.
And that's the thing that we pointed out in the first week 1 and 2, that these newer teams were a lot harder to research for the existing LCS teams that managed to stay through into the summer split. And with those 2 weeks now there and a host of VODs to watch and to study how Alternate and Meteor Makers and the likes of them are going to be playing here, their time of playing so amazingly well and pretty much destroying almost every team that they got their hands on may be over.
I wonder if not having Lee Sin in the jungle and going with the Hecarim would have been a better solution for them. Lee Sin, notorious for his early game ganks, notorious that if he doesn't get ahead early, he doesn't go anywhere. It's a very sort of one-way street kind of champion. Had Hecarim been in the game, the Ultimates would have been able to disperse the members of SK Gaming. And they were playing pretty dispersed in the team fights anyway. They were controlling themselves well. But if they had that horse rampaging in, fearing them away, and dealing that AoE damage, I think that may have suited the composition more, in my opinion. But it's definitely something we'll have to chat to Aranea about at some point, because I didn't really feel the impact, that the Spanish insect that we've seen in previous games.
Well, the Shen as well got through. Cook did a fantastic job on him, though. We saw some very max range taunts coming out from him. Doing the split pushing that you're expected to do when you get that Shen in there. But not to be for Alternate. SK Gaming managing to pick up the victory. We're going to head over to Jason, though, to break down the game.
Thank you, Joe and Quickshot. And yes, we're here over at the Weatherman screen, and we have one replay to show you in particular. It was a fight actually around the blue buff from Alternate, and so we'll get that on your screen very shortly. It was a very controversial fight where if Alternate actually did win that fight, they could have gone on to win the game, and because of this fight, SK actually ended up going on to take the Baron, and so we'll hopefully get on your screen very shortly. But SK, it was a phenomenal job by them to actually come back. As you saw in the voting, no one really expected them to win. We do have the replay on your screen, so we'll show you right here. As we're going to go into it, but if we pause it right here real quick, we see for Elnor, he's going to go for an engage. And actually, he's going to come in about right here. And because of that, Nif is in position for a perfect crescendo on top of him. Not to mention Assad, who comes in with his Orianna ultimate to really lock him down. Also, just to mention, on the minimap, you see currently Creedon. He is down over towards his top inner turret. And you're going to see Kevin and Candy Panda in particular push him out of that fight. And because of that, he isn't able to get in there. Let's go ahead and start the replay up again and just kind of show you how it develops. Because for Realnord, he unfortunately just gets locked down here. And his ultimate, it's meant to lock down a squishy member of SK, but he gets shut down right there completely. He almost escaped because you see a nice taunt come out of Curb, but he ends up going down. Cretan gets knocked down to half health from a Spiderling. You're going to see Arnea end up dropping. And in the end, from this replay, actually we do round it up, they get 3 kills, they get 2 turrets, and they get Baron off of that. And SK just taking a giant lead because of that. And they ended up taking the game, so very well done by SK. It was a match that honestly no one really expected them to win, but they pulled it out, and congratulations to them. But in the meantime, we're going to head over to Shox, who has an interview with Minsik.
Thank you very much, Jason. Awesome stuff. Yeah, I'm here with Minsik, who is the team manager for Team SK Gaming. Now, Minsik, you decided to take the word here instead of one of your players. Why is that?
Actually, like the last 2 weeks in the LCS, it showed that our performance wasn't the best. And right now, I want my players only to focus on the game and nothing else. And we want to keep it calm. So just focus on the game. Just focus on the next tomorrow against Fnatic. We just want to focus on that one and nothing else.
So where does it go from your perspective when they have been in quite the turmoil and then they come out here, they give Alternate a lot of their picks and destroy them actually at the end of the game?
So on Monday when we got back from Russia, we sit together as a team with the management, with Alex, our boss, and we were like discussing how we should approach this week. And from Tuesday on, we had like a strict schedule, like training schedule. And I mean, picking bands, like we kind of knew what they want to pick and stuff, and we had an idea about like picking Elise and just pushing back and stuff. So it kind of worked out for us. So,
of course, I have to ask you, it's not because they had one win that SK is entirely in the clear, and we recently seen NIP changing up 3 of their members. So what's in the future for SK Gaming?
So like there are no specific plans like switching players or whatever. So I mean, this week showed it that if we practice and like do our best, like have a fixed schedule, like how to approach the week and how to approach opponents, and we are actually capable of beating any team in the LCS. And that's something we want to show. Like we want to show consistency within the league, and that's only possible if we have like a strict schedule.
All right, thank you very much, Minsik, and congratulations once again on a great victory of your team. Now, Gambit Gaming had a phenomenal run in Moscow and is currently on a 6-game winning streak. Can EG keep them from making it 7 wins in a row? We will find out in our last match of the day in a couple of minutes.
So I used to play AP Sion, and that was like my favorite champion of all time. Another champion I loved a lot was a Mumu. I don't play it as much, but it's always been one of my favorites.
I remember myself playing Master Yi, Veigar.
My first champion was Ash.
Ash. I was playing AD carry Ash.
Ash, and then Corki. I know Demon is really excited for me to play in Ash in the jungle, but that's not going to happen this season.
Welcome back to our studios in Cologne for our last match of the day as Gambit Gaming is about to take on the Evil Geniuses. But of course, first off, I'm here with D-Man because we've asked you guys at home a Twitter question, and it was, which rarely picked champion would you like to see in the LCS and why? And as said, we're going to give away a Logitech mouse to some of the winners, and they have sent in some awesome tweets. So D-Man, you're going to shine your light on a couple of those.
Okay, well, I can do if you'd like to read them out, and we'll see what we got.
The first one is from @SpiritusLol. I'd love to see some uncommon junglers like we have before, like Snoopy's Malzahar or maybe a Gragas jungle in the LCS. And of course, I remember that Gragas from the All-Star event.
Yeah, of course, it was Insect that played Gragas before. So, you know, if Insect can play it, I guess anyone kind of could. And he did play it in the grand final. So possibly we could see it coming out. I'm not too sure. We did see, like you said, Snoopy played Malzahar. He did his A to Z of junglers. And I guess some of them kind of work for him and some of them, not really sure what they're going to work in the pro scene.
Right, we also have @RealIonicSpark who says, I want to see Diamond play Udyr in the LCS so people can learn how to play him before they buy the ultimate skin. That skin is pretty awesome.
Yeah, the Spirit Udyr is coming out shortly, of course. It's interesting because he did play it in the spring split at the start of it. It didn't really work out for him. We did see it as well today. It actually was played. It wasn't Diamond Prox. Maybe we'll see if he's going to play it in this game. Who knows? But it kind of worked. It was Cyanide that tried it out. And again, Udyr, I'm still not convinced in the jungle in the pro scene just yet.
Yeah, not the best game from Cyanide there either. Now, then we have a tweet coming from @MasterCatTV. Gangplank is a champion I want to see more in the LCS because he is a good option for a lot of aggressive team combinations.
Well, it was something that Diamond used to play. Obviously, if you think back to Intel Extreme Masters Kiev, when they were Empire, when they became Moscow 5, that was the key ingredient, the Gambit. Actually, top lane Darian played it a lot as well. So it's a champion that's definitely viable. Has kind of lost favor, though, in the LCS. And I can't think of any team that's played it in the LCS just yet.
Nope. And then we also have Mick Swagger 420 with the Doran's remake. I'd like to see AP Master Yi, especially after Skyra's dominant performance yesterday in the LCS, because that was a treat watching Skyra play that Master Yi.
Absolutely. I think he went 14-3-3. We have seen, of course, Alex Ich playing Master Yi, so it's entirely viable. He did play it. I think it was at DreamHack. I remember him pulled it out in 2 games as well. Worked very well for him, so it's a possibility we could see it again in the next game.
And finally, we have @TheRealChris. Katarina should appear more in the LCS because she has great potential in teamfight and is a great lane pusher as well.
Absolutely. Well, Peke's played Katarina so many times that it was actually banned against him pretty heavily. We haven't seen it emerge so far in the summer. Maybe Fnatic will have to fall back on it after the loss today.
Will be cool to see some of those picks coming out in the next couple of weeks. But those were, of course, the winners of the Logitech G100S gaming mouse. And we'll also be contacting the winners on Twitter if they have not seen our announcement right here. And of course, now Joe Miller and Quickshot will lead us through all the action for the next game. It's going to be Evil Geniuses taking on Gambit Gaming. Take it away, guys.
Thanks a lot, Shocks, and it is time for our final game of the day. And it's a bit of a classic. It's not quite El Clasico, but it's Evil Geniuses versus Gambit. So let's have a look then at the two teams, starting off with Evil Geniuses on the blue side, a team which themselves, just like SK said, they've needed more practice in those first 2 weeks. Hopefully they've done what SK have done and really knuckled down here. They are, of course, Wicked in the top lane, Snoopy in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Yellow Pete, and Crepo, the AD carry and support.
And of course, for Gambit, who are using a substitute this week, Darian is unfortunately ill. He's not able to play, so we wish him well. Spontex will be taking his place. Diamond Prox in the jungle, Alexic in the mid lane, Genja is using a different color font today, and Darker in the support role. So we'll see how well that pans out.
Darker's got a picture this week, but you know, the color of that picture from last week transferred over to Genja's name. That's just how it goes sometimes. So let's have a look then at how you guys have voted for this game.
It's not as one-sided as the previous games. We're getting close to 69% of you feel that Gambit are on top of Evil Geniuses, who are in 31% right now. And of course, you know, we see vote has been pretty accurate. No, it wasn't actually, because they expected Fnatic to win, Alternate to win the previous game.
And they expected 92% of you by the way. Expected Fnatic to win the game against Lemon Dogs
My math is
earlier
terrible. My math is terrible today.
Mine's terrible every day, so it's not such a bad thing. Don't forget, guys, you can vote for tomorrow's game already over on lolesports.com as well. So, Evil Geniuses taking on Gambit in the last game of the day. This is another rematch. We've already seen this one before, and one that ended with an Evil Geniuses victory all the way back in week 1. Say all the way back, meaning 2 weeks. We're only
It's been
in week
a long
3.
2 weeks.
It's been a long 2 weeks. And those 2 weeks were on the road. That's what made them so long. Of course, starting off at DreamHack, then going into Moscow. It's going to be interesting to see if Gambit here can keep up the momentum that they've built.
Yeah, and it's definitely in their favor, or was until they had to get a substitute. This is going to be a difficult one for them. So they lost their first 2 games of the summer split, as you mentioned, at DreamHack. They went on to win 6 in a row that we've talked about over and over and over. In the interim, they've confirmed Docker as the support. He is their full-time support, so he has been signed. He'll be wearing the Gambit logo for a very long time, we hope. And, you know, they're looking to avenge their loss to Evil Geniuses. But while that's happening, we're going to see how well they do with that substitute in the top lane. I know they were trying 2 particular players out. Can't recall a second nickname offhand, but they decided to go with Spontex. They know Spontex. He's played on LAN. He actually fills a very similar role to Darien in his aggressive playstyle.
Except he's French, which may or may not be a problem for them. Obviously, they'll have to change up language. I don't think that Gambit, the other 4 guys, speak French or he speaks Russian.
Well, we've never
so
asked them. I don't think we've asked them, have we? So we'll have to check.
Maybe we're wrong on that one. So their opponents, EG, of course, have been a little bit hit and miss so far in the season. They've had some great performances, but some less than expected results in there as well. And who can forget that epic slug almost comeback against Lemon Dogs at DreamHack, where, you know, EG, they fought for a long time to get back in that game, and one fight ended it all for them.
That's the thing. It started off so terribly. They made those mistakes. They danced on the knife edge, played it perfectly until one more mistake right at the end. We had the pleasure of casting that, and it just didn't work out for them. It got everybody's hopes up and broke our hearts. So they're sitting firmly in the middle of the table right now. Along with many of the bottom 4 teams, they're looking stronger with each consecutive win. They've already taken a match off Gambit. They'll be looking to repeat that. But we don't know. It's an unknown. You know, we haven't seen them preparing or planning. I know for a fact that they were scrimming against Ninjas in Pajamas and against Fnatic this week. Fnatic, unfortunately, have just lost, so read into that what you will. And we'll just see which EG pitches up in this game today.
Well, they've had that time to practice. We'll have to see. So for this game, for our final game of the day, we wanted to highlight 2 players for our featured matchup of the day. And no real surprise here, we've gone for the top lane between Spontex and Wicked. And this is going to be such an interesting one to see because Spontex, of course, has already been in the LCS. He was in the spring split. You can actually see his KDA and his GPM totals there for that spring split where he played with the Dragonborns.
Yeah, and exactly like you said, it's just a temporary substitution. He's out for a week. He actually has a little statement saying he wishes it was longer, but he understands it's just until Darien comes back. He impressed us during the spring split, even though his numbers aren't necessarily the strongest, 2.5 KDA. His gold per minute is on par with Wicked, so that's something that's very important. And one of the things that he did well is he secured a lot of early advantages for his team. Unfortunately, the Dragonborns as a team couldn't then convert those advantages into victories later. So we've mentioned already, his playstyle's similar, and we'll see how that language barrier and how limited training can actually come into play.
He's actually got himself a Gambit shirt as well, which is pretty impressive for just a stand-in there, wedging himself into that role. Wicked, of course, on the other hand, impressed in his last match in Moscow. His Zac play in that game was very, very strong, but it's not always been that way.
I'm happy you ended that because it would have sounded very bad if I just kicked off by going, it's not always great. There's a lot of questionable plays or questionable things when we think about Wicked, Zac, and his champion pool, to be fair. I feel like it's always been relatively limited, but the ones he does play, he tends to do very, very well. And he seldom loses his lane. He performs when he needs to. He puts, you know, decent numbers on the board, but he doesn't dominate or control or stomp faces like he used to. One of the things I've been keeping track of is that he has been very vocal about some secret tactics on his social media. Twitter and Facebook saying he's been training and practicing.
Wasn't it just a secret weapon?
I have no idea. If it's not a secret weapon if you've seen it before a couple times. So we'll see if anything is surprising. Maybe I'm thinking a cannon. He's played Rise as well. I wasn't particularly blown away by Wicked's Rise. But then again, the rest of the team needs to perform in order for him to perform as well. So if he's camped a lot, if he's controlled as a lane Rise, obviously you're never going to get to that position you need to. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, Evil Geniuses in a similar position to SK, not quite as drastic when you look at the wins and losses in there, but they came out and said themselves that they've not had as much time to train as they would have hoped for coming into the first 2 weeks. And they've been back in Cologne here as well since Monday or Monday evening, somewhere around there. So they've had those days to really nail it down, to really work and play a lot, because I think that's something that they'd struggled to do. They'd found it hard to actually find the time to just play a lot.
Yeah, and we also know that Evil Geniuses as well, in particular as a team, they were all over the place between the strings. So we know that, Snoopy took an extended vacation over in China, and there's millions of photos about it. We know Wicked was off traveling and having fun, so they were enjoying the break. And now they're starting to get buckled down and get focused. It appears as though Spontex has been replaced by Constantine or
Well, that didn't last long.
Groove, the manager, he may be wanting the shirt of Spontex's back because that one doesn't have a logo on it. Maybe that's Alex's seat.
That was Alex's
Was that
seat,
Alex's seat? Ooh, that's drama. Groove replaces Alex Itch. Maybe Alex is feeding his child. In terms of how the rest of this matchup is going to go, the lobby is starting to fill up, so we'll get into picks and bans very quickly. I'm interested to see how well Spontex performs. I think that's where a lot of eyes are going to be. What champion pool is he going to play? We know he played Shen. I distinctly remember him playing Singed, picking up Boots of Swiftness on them when it was a little more unorthodox as well. So he's got a slightly different champion pool, and it's an unknown that now Evil Geniuses has to deal with.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're going to really pinpoint Spontex here, EG. I wonder if that's going to be, in their playbook for this game, to really camp him hard, to put a lot of pressure onto Spontex, because he is a very confident guy. We heard a lot from him in the spring split. But the thing is, that kind of personality, that caught me off guard there as he switched to Froggen, staring down the lens of the camera and trying to match Snoopy's skills here. Doing a good job as well.
Can I be honest? Oh, okay, if that had been held a little longer, I think he probably would have won. But he does have the arms for style points. Taking pages from Crepo's book. Delivery on camera, that's really what counts.
Yeah, and there's Diamond's version of the stair, which
is
somehow piercing. That's for sure coming out there from Diamond. But yeah, the whole thing here about Spontex is that he is just a substitute in this team. And with that, it's obviously going to really rock Gambit's synergy and how things go for them. Not to mention the fact that they're probably going to have to be communicating mostly in English here.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult. I also imagine there's going to be a lot more pinging going into place. I'm wondering how the rest of Gambit will deal with Spontex, because as you said, he is a vocal guy, he is a loud guy, he's not afraid to talk and yell out commands and share things. When he was playing with Dragonborns, he was also one of the voices in terms of picking fights, because Shusha and Hosan were actually quieter. In-game, they're a little bit more reserved. So we'll see how that pans out, how that plays out. Don't forget that this is one of 2 games that Gambit play this weekend. And we'll, of course, be playing Ninjas in Pajamas tomorrow, if memory serves correctly. So this will give us a good indication as to how that matchup's going to go, because NIP looked pretty good earlier today.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a sad point, in my opinion, as well for Gambit, that that Darian's ill this weekend. They had to switch him out because, of course, they are on that 6-win streak right now. So now they're doing very, very well here in this summer split. Bit of a rocky start, but everyone can have that rocky start, and they're doing the best that they can right now to turn things around. And of course, is Darker, the new man in the team, was confirmed this week that he will be joining them full-time as well.
I'm looking forward to seeing what other champions he plays. We've actually seen Thresh being banned against him, even though the Thresh performances we have seen thus far have not necessarily been as powerful as the shoes he left behind as Edwards, for example, but his Sona and his Zyra have been very good. His Zyra in particular, probably the strongest support Zyra out of the European LCS players. Maybe Libic would have something to say about it. Maybe Libic and him could go toe-to-toe. But I definitely was very impressed by this new support in the LCS, this new face. We've seen Libic Zyra for months and months and months. We know we can count on it. And for Libic to pull it out in Game 3 or Game 4 of his LCS career and do phenomenally well is always very good for him.
So we are about to get into Champion Select, and before we get there, let's talk a little bit about what we can expect.
So I think Zach might be a possibility ban from Gambit if they do want to take it out of the pool, removing it from Wicked's claws or from his grasp. Twisted Fate and Nunu are definitely going to be priority ones. Nunu was mostly banned the entirety of last weekend. I think the one game he played, he actually won. And it does actually look like it's been banned out again.
Good call. Shen, Evelyn, Jarvan the fourth going to be taken away here, and very heavily towards Diamond there as well, who's shown he's a bit of a terror with that Eve in the jungle, not to mention his Jarvan 4 as well. On the other side, Nunu, Thresh, Twisted Fate, pretty much as we expected, but they've left that Jace open.
Yeah, and it does look like it's going to be instantly locked in. And Jace, the one game that was allowed to go through a DreamHack, was in Froggen's hands, and it destroyed Fnatic as well. Shock Blast after Shock Blast after Shock Blast. So I think this is something that they're talking about. If they're not considering Jace, it's something else that they've been practicing that they maybe go, well, we want this in our composition. But that was a very, very quick selection there from Wicked.
Yeah, seemed like they had that in the plan if it would have got through there. Well, let's see what Gambit do decide to go with here. That's Jace locked in. Yeah, Elise as well, which is a champion which Darian has done well with in the past. I'm assuming that Spontex can play Elise well as well.
Yeah, it's definitely one that you would have to play if you're in the top lane in this current meta. It's one of the most popular champions. Had it been Darian, I would definitely have jumped straight to that as my first initial pick. But we'll have to see if that's going to end up in his hands. Xin Zhao, I still feel, is going to be a jungler, most likely for Diamond procs. And depending on how that goes, we'll see what Evil Geniuses decide to lock in. They were hovering on Kate and Twitch, which tells me they've probably been practicing with either. And they're sort of going, well, what comp do we want? What's going to fit our playstyle a little bit more? Caitlyn's particularly good because she can just stay out of range of Elise, can stay far enough back and be on the absolute outskirts of Repel. And if you have to use that Repel to get super, super deep, you're more hesitant to do so.
Yeah. Can't get back quite as easily. That's a very key point. Malphite coming out here as well, so we'll be expecting that to go into the hands of Wicked. And Malphite's been a really, really popular pick so far. Going both ways as well. Not got the best win rate around, but we know if a good unstoppable force comes in at the right time, it can totally change a team fight.
And we've seen the Malphite and Orianna combo from Fnatic earlier.
Yeah.
The combos didn't quite land. And I think it's interesting to see Malphite coming back into competitive play now, and the reason I say that, all of the teams are getting so much stronger and so much smarter and are able to split and control their positioning that a 3, 4, 5-man unstoppable force is now actually becoming more of a rarity. It doesn't happen every single time. That was completely unexpected.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's a top lane Mundo or jungle Mundo. It should be jungle Mundo. It should be. But it could also be Spontex in the top lane running Mundo.
Yeah, I'm inclined to say Diamond with that Mundo coming in there. We'll have to see, though. Who knows? We are, of course, on 3.8 if you just joined us and you didn't catch that one earlier on. Right now, Evil Geniuses on their last 2 picks. A Janna looking like it may come out for Crepo. And, of course, then you'd expect a jungler to come in here as well for EG. That Malphite we're thinking will be with Wicked in the top lane.
So we'll see how this works. There's a lot of poke from Evil Geniuses right now. So they've got the Malphite for the top lane. They could put it in the jungle, give that to Snoopy, and maybe put something like a Rumble or something in the top lane. Instead, if they are going to go with Nasus, it's going to be more for that very, very tanky, beefy front line. It's a very good initiation combo. You can have Nasus just running in their Malphite, knocking people up. But they're going to be very reliant on poke, very reliant on Caitlyn and Jace to do work before they actually commit to a fight. For Gambit, on the other hand, they've got Elise that dives in. They've got Rumble, Dr. Mundo that runs in. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe even an Orianna, because that can work very well with both of them, and we know how good Alex's Orianna is.
Yeah.
Or maybe could even go the Assassin route. You could go for a Kha'Zix or so. No.
To be fair, though, I'm not surprised that you didn't get that one. Didn't expect a Quinn to be coming out, to be honest with you. That really is a bit of a curveball coming in there. No, Darker was sat on Teemo for a while. Quinn, we've seen her a little bit more, but it's not exactly a common pick these days.
So Quinn and Valor, okay, one of the newest additions to the league. For those that don't know, pretty much AD carry in human form. If she goes into Valor form, which is her ultimate, is a timed ultimate, she switches into a giant bird and pecks your eyeballs out. Not particularly popular because she tends to fill the split push role. So if it has been given to Spontex, what this actually means is they're going to say, look, Spontex, you go fly away in the top lane, do your thing, and we'll stick together as a 4-man unit. You've got a lot of regeneration, survivability from Mundo. You've got escapability from Elise. You have initiation and counter-initiation from Varus and Sona. It's actually quite a good 4/1-man team. But I had no idea that was coming, and I have no idea how it's going to work against Malphite.
No. First time that we've seen her here in the summer split. We didn't see her in the spring split either, but that's pretty much because she wasn't there for most of it.
Once in NA, I'm going to go out on a limb and say in the second to last week of NA, she was run mid, and I can't recall who did it. I cannot recall. It might have been Mandatory Cloud, because I think in my head I was making jokes about a cloud and the bird, and it was just puns waiting to happen.
And they were all terrible, no doubt.
They were, yes. But I know for a fact we did see her once in NA. But other than that, you're right. This is a summer split debut for Quinn and Valor.
Very, very good. Interested to see how this one all works out. And, of course, it will be Spontex playing the man who's standing in this week only for Gambit and for Darian, of course, who was unfortunately a little bit under the weather this weekend, so couldn't make the trip from Russia. And, as I said, a little bit sad for Gambit in a way because, you know, they're on a roll right now.
Well, we'll see whether or not the bird of Quinn is going to be able to keep them flying high at the top of the table, because it's a completely different pick. Obviously, being mostly attack damage based, being closer to an AD carry and, you know, like a needly type of split pusher in the top lane, Malphite should have a relatively easy time dealing with her. Once he gets some more armor up, once he gets some more HP, there's not going to be much kill potential from Quinn onto Malphite. However, if Spontex's Quinn gets, you know, harassed down a little low, a good unstoppable force combo could actually pop her in her spot.
Well, we're going to find out right now. Evil Genius has sat with 3 men in the top river bush here. Alex Itch actually watching from the tri-bush, so he should get vision of them as soon as they start to come close.
What is also telling you now is lane swaps coming in here. So from the look of things, it does look like Quinn is going to be going in the mid lane. That is Spontex, which means he's probably going to be facing off against Froggen's Jace. That'll be a much more even pairing. They both have ranged poke, even though Jace outranges Quinn. And we'll see whoever gets that early damage down should be able to help win that lane out relatively well. Always remember that Malphite, being played by Wicked, does have teleport. So those teleport ganks are going to be very, very crucial in the mid game.
Who's there?
Not annoying whatsoever, them birds. But yeah, really interested to see how Spontex can pull this one off. As I said, not like we see Quinn every single day of the week here, so making that summer split debut. Right now, Alex Itch still hanging around by that tri-bush at top, and EG are still waiting in there as well. And Alex Itch is going to walk straight into him, uses his flash straight away, and Evil Genius, I'm not sure that they'll be able to really catch up to him on this one, but they're going to try.
No, they're definitely going to try. The Shock Blast goes out. They're just going to steal the red buff away. Now, Alex playing Elise, which would be the mid laner. I believe Peke was the first one to do in the summer split, running Elise mid. He built Spell Vamp on her, that Spirit of the Spectral Wraith, and did so incredibly well as the game went on. Spontex is low too.
Spontex getting ignited on there by Froggen, using that one very, very early on, probably just trying to force him out of the lane as fast as he possibly can here.
If Froggen hits level 2, he can switch to hammer form and slam the hammer down onto Spontex. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that one, because the burst potential is definitely in his favor as long as Spontex remains on low HP.
Well, right now, we've just seen a couple of wards put down. We saw Diamond actually taking away the red buff here from Evil Geniuses. So, despite the fact that they got in there on that top side of the jungle, Diamond getting the better of that one, because he's taken the Wraith camp as well.
So, additional experience, Dr. Mundo, with his Burning Agony, you know, the flame on from his W, he'll be able to clear these camps very, very quickly. And of course, this is a slight change to the jungle. Remember, we're on 3.8. So if there's any jungler to be keeping our eyes on, it is Diamond Prox, to see what is he playing and why is he playing it. Crepo's just doing a good job zoning out Alex, and she takes more damage than he was hoping, but still denying experience range and some gold from Alex.
Diamond there, just finishing off that creep camp, that one single lizard that was left in the red buff camp. If I can get my words out, a little bit earlier on, Snoopy obviously left that, and going on towards his golems there. In this mid lane, pretty even stuff early on, despite that very early trade. The Ignite's been swapped out between Spontex, and actually Spontex didn't use his Ignite, it was only Froggen that decided to put that Ignite down. See, in this 2v1 here, Genja and Darker up against Wicked, as Wicked is doing a good job here.
Yeah, so he's doing well to at least, you know, hold off the tower, prevent some of the damage down. There is a very big wave up at the top for Alex to deal with, but Diamond Prox is going to be there late, so he should miss a little bit more. You were talking about the HP in the mid lane. We do see 6% lifesteal runes on Spontex's Quinn, so he does have that, plus the additional HP from his Doran's Blade. Alex took a lot of damage, though, and Diamond is thinking about setting something up, but it's not really kill potential just yet from these two.
That turret already very, very low, though. Down to below half as Diamond going to come in around the side, straight in on towards Yellow Pete. There is the repel as well. Good Howling Gale comes down. Crepo now at the front of all the damage here. Diamond has to be a little bit careful as he is going to get forced back away now by Yellow Pete. An interesting little exchange at the top. Meanwhile, in this mid lane, Spontex going to half HP as Snoopy ganks.
So Spontex does manage to get away with his life in the top lane. They forced the flash from Yellow Pete. Just as I was saying, I didn't think there was enough kill potential. If Alex had been a little quicker on the draw and had jumped onto Yellow Pete's Candy Panda, they may have been able to actually chase him down. But I didn't see the... Yellow Pete's Caitlyn. I didn't, however, see the 90 caliber net. So I think he probably could have used that for a distance breaker as well.
You're not the first person to have called Caitlyn Candy Panda. That has happened to, I think, all of us at some point in the past.
Wow.
Well, right now, Wicked actually a little bit out of position here. Darker just forcing him to take the long way around there by the Triboss. She's going to be staying safe. Burned through a lot of those pots, but did start with that Doran shield as well, so he's pretty healthy.
It's one of the best starting items on Malphite as well, because he scales off HP, he scales off armor. It just really fits his entire kit quite well. So doing the best that he can to CS and stay relevant, staying at least on par with Alexich's Elise. But for the time being, it's just lane swap city, and it's a very different lane swap to what we've actually been seeing. First purchase for Spontex is going to be that Vamp Scepter.
Vamp Scepter coming out for him there. The longsword plus the tier is what Froggen's gone for. Obviously wants to get that stacked up as fast as he possibly can, as Diamond is coming back in towards his top lane. There's still that ward there in the Tribush. That's not timed out just yet, so all that vision granted, and Diamond decides, well, I'm just going to walk away. They know I'm coming.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to actually gank a Janna lane because she's got the Howling Gale to knock you up, the Zephyr to slow you down, and her passive gives you increased movement speed. Without having at least to repel on and without landing, 2 or 3 of those infected cleavers, the champions can effectively just walk away from you. So we'll wait to see what Boots Diamond Prox picks up. I wouldn't be surprised to see Boots of Mobility, maybe instead of Boots of Swiftness, instead of ganking, but we'll see what he decides to go for.
He'll be backing off there, no doubt, soon. You see Yellow Pete trying to keep Alexich completely zoned away from the CS here. Had a fair amount back onto his turret, so we are going to see Spontex here getting withered in that middle lane, but do they have the damage here to finish him off? Diamond coming around the side, Spontex having to flash away from this one, and job done for EG. They've burnt the flash, and that's going to make it easier to get onto Spontex in the future.
Yeah, his flash and his ultimate as well. It's a pretty lengthy cooldown, 2.5 minutes, give or take, at level 1. So the reason that's very important, if he gets into a duel with Jace, going into Valor form, the tag team mode, gives him so much more attack speed, so much more damage, and an executability. When he switches from Valor back to Quinn, look at the bottom lane.
Wow, they're going in on towards Genji there, Wicked. Unstoppable force used. Then he's like, you know what, I'm just going to recall now. I've pushed that lane out, done what I wanted to do. I think he expected to get him underneath the tower there and didn't quite have him.
Yeah, I think I'm done. I had no idea that was coming. Mentally, I'm just all over the place right now. But yeah, once Valor goes from the bird form to the human form, deals damage based on missing health. So it's a great execution ability in 1v1. I also thought that there was going to be a top lane Quinn and Valor for the split push power, which is not the case. They're actually going toe-to-toe with Jace, probably not to face off against Malphite. And with the quick pause, it is because we do have a FPS drop on Froggen's PC. So you can see them having a look at that right now. We should hopefully get results soon.
Yeah, Advin's there behind Froggen, just helping him get things sorted. So we want best conditions possible here for all the players. If we compare some of the CS, I think that's probably a good time for it, just to have a bit of an overview talk on the game while we got this time. 51 to 62 is what Jace has right now over Quinn in that mid lane. Been a lot of pressure in there though, so you can kind of expect that to have happened. The solo laners obviously that are in 2v1s right now, Elise with 12 CS and Wicked's Malphite with 18.
I would actually have expected Elise to have higher numbers than that. Having the ranged ability, the ability to farm with the volatile spiderling, and the ability to go into spider form, which costs no mana when you use your abilities, I would have thought the numbers would have been higher, but we've also seen more ganks in the top lane. Diamond Prox has been up there. One successful gank. He showed his face, I think, 2 more times. So there's a little bit more pressure on Candy Panda's Yellow Pete and Crepo in the top lane to be a little bit more defensive, realizing that Dr. Mundo's running around.
So right now we have one of the IT experts up there on stage. I can tell by his shirt. I saw him earlier on, if you're wondering. But yeah, he's hopefully going to get Froggen sorted out here in just a second. And apparently no one else is having the same problem that Froggen seems to have found out here. So we should be getting things back underway shortly. Apparently they are, in fact, going to be replacing his entire PC.
So luckily we have got a pretty crack team at this. So it's just a literal matter of unplugging it and plugging a new one back in. It shouldn't take too much longer. Then we can get underway. Remind me if I'm wrong, this is the last game of the day, right, Joe?
Yes.
Yeah.
it is the final game of the day. Sadly, because, you know, 4 games a day just doesn't feel like
you know what,
enough for me
we've gotten so used to having more games per day in weeks 1 and 2. This is like, well, we're just getting into it.
Yeah.
Also, it would be an Evil Geniuses game where we need to replace a PC and have a pause, right?
Obviously. Froggen, well, who
DDoSed
else?
his own PC.
Who else could it possibly be in that lineup? But that will be replaced out here swiftly, and now we can get things back underway. Of course, next week, talking about the amount of games, it's going to be a longer week, so that's certainly one that you don't want to miss. But we're here tomorrow as well for another 4 matches. Every single weekend. That's how we like to do it.
Yeah, and it just gets better and better and better. We talked about it briefly earlier, and of course, Tenerife is going to be coming up in the middle of July, which is going to be awesome.
Warm.
3 days of 4 games apiece, I believe, as well as the regional tournament for the challenges.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, the winning team of that, or the winning 2 teams, will then take place in Gamescom for the wildcard event, if I recall correctly.
You're making funny eyes at me.
I'm double checking. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it was a lengthy news post, and I'm trying to dig through my.
No, you're right and all that. I was just not giving you a nod. Just I like that eyes thing.
No
that you
false,
do.
no false sense of security.
But yeah, Tenerife, that's going to be great. I mean, DreamHack, the crowd was amazing. Moscow, fantastic. It's nice to to go to these places and really let the local League of Legends community see some of their heroes in action.
The live audiences are absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
We were in the MDM Palace in Moscow, and that was, I think, a 1,600 capacity venue. Dare I say it, there were times they were screaming louder than the DreamHack audience. And it was purely for the local heroes. Purely for the local heroes. And don't get me wrong, DreamHack was hell of a loud. That was a very loud crowd. I ended up losing my voice on the Sunday because I was yelling over them. And it was a fantastic event.
Yeah, and I can't forget the lovely people that have turned up here in Cologne as well.
Of
Much
course.
smaller audience, but very, very cool.
Almost as loud as well.
Yes.
We hear them through the walls. I'm sure everybody does as well.
Through actual walls. That's how loud they are. But if you're just joining us, of course, we are just waiting here for a new machine for Froggen. Not sure how he managed to break it, but he seems to have managed it at least. So that's going to be swapped out here, and we shall be getting things back underway. You've not missed a terrible amount, actually. No first blood, no towers down, gold pretty much even.
To be fair, Quinn and Dr. Mundo were logged in.
True.
So locked in. So I think that is a pretty epic chain of events. And for the time being, Spontex behind in CS, not really blowing my mind with Quinn at the moment. But then again, nothing's happened.
Time. There's definitely time. We're 7 minutes and 40 only into the game, so not really that much time actually be gone here. So yeah, really a strong start, I think we can say, when it comes to the farm for Evil Geniuses here. That 200 gold here that they've got is purely from the advantages that they've got with the farm.
Yeah, one of the things that we have seen as well, they've handled their lanes a little bit better. Diamond Prox has tried to gank. He's tried to show his presence in the top lane. It worked once. He burned a flash. Tried a second time, tried a third time. Hasn't really had much presence. The first time that Snoopy was able to move himself into the mid lane, it forced the ultimate and a flash out of Spontex. So a little bit more successful. We do see Froggen on screen. So in theory, he may be configuring his hardware and settings and just getting used to the new PC. So hopefully that is the case. And then we can be underway again with the final game of the day.
Well, he's put his headphones on, which is definitely a good sign for us. There we see Genja, of course, got himself a new support these days. Alexic in the middle, looking a little bit tired, and we talked about this a lot, that the Gambit traveling schedule is actually really, really strenuous. Every single week they have to fly in and out back to Russia, which it's not quite as bad as it was when they had Edward in the team. We had to fly to Omsk, which is miles and miles and miles away from here, but
it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing to complain. It's such a tough life to have to fly into Cologne each and every week, but it is incredibly taxing on you.
Yeah.
The entire process, packing, unpacking, moving, leaving, flights, taxis, buses, hotels, it really wears you down. We were on the road for 2 weeks in 2 different countries, and I think every single member of the cast, crew, production, and teams were just shattered by the end of it. So really have to give props to Gambit for doing this for their profession, for their full-time job.
For their job. And they're doing pretty well at it as well.
I would say, I believe they're now first in the league because they've beaten Alternate, which would imply if they're tied on wins and losses, they are actually a position ahead.
And they may pick up another win here with this one. We'll have to see about that one. Still very early stages of this one. So Alternate right now are 7 for 2. Gambit are 6 for 2. So
if
win
they win
here would put them top.
There we go. There we go. I had half the info in my head. They needed to win first.
Needed to win, which we'll find out here in the next few minutes if they can do that one. We are going to get back into game. Froggen got himself a new PC, all sorted, and we are back in. Now we've just seen Wicked teleport into the bottom lane.
As we teleport into the game, 7 minutes 50 on the clock, Gambit are starting yet another early Dragon. This is something I think they do better than any team in the European LCS, knowing when they can get the Dragon and how early they can do it. That's for free and uncontested.
Yeah, burning a lot of health there. Diamond actually having to use his ultimate, but you'll take that any day of the week to pick yourself up a Dragon, and that will push Gambit into the gold lead. Now, this game, of course, we could be in for a long one. The good old game of Moscow 5 versus CLG EU, of course, is the one that really comes to mind when you think about these two teams, which I think it was a 70-minute game by the end of it, with about 4,000 Barons being taken in the course of that one. So if that game is anything to go by, we should definitely be in for a treat here as well.
I'm definitely hoping it does go that route, because it's always amazing to watch. Briefly touching on the Diamond Prox ultimate for Dr. Mundo, it's only on a minute cooldown at the moment, so it's actually something that is very, very short and will just get thrown out. Oh, I might be in trouble, pop it on, get the movement speed, get the regen, and just get the hell out of dodge.
So let's have a look down some of the items coming out now that they've had another trip back home to shop up. Actually, the tier coming out here for Genja's Varus, and on the other side, BF Sword picked up for Yellow P.
So this is something that we've seen Genja doing on Ashe as well as Varus. I know that in solo queue he does this relatively often as well. And it sort of fits into Genja's playstyle. He's not an in-your-face AD carry like, I'm going to say Creatine. Creatine likes to get in the thick of a fight, likes to be diving around right up in there. On the other hand, Genja likes to hang a little bit more back, use the bullet time for Misfortune, use piercing arrows from Varus over and over, and if you can just continually spam and be a caster AD, that item is perfect for you.
Right now, this middle lane not getting any easier for Spontex. Was before these couple of creeps 10 CS behind, actually. We have been forced out of lane, of course, forced to use ultimate and flash as Snoopy gank. Diamond actually coming in here towards that mid lane as well, just to offer a little bit of support and carry on his merry way.
And for anybody that doesn't know Quinn, that little effect that you just seen there on screen is her W spell. Basically, it reveals area, a great area around you, just gives you vision. It literally guarantees you cannot face check a bush. It's on a minute cooldown, and if you're ever afraid of walking into a bush, just press W. It'll give you vision, you know what's there.
And for me help, useful in that mid lane to see if any Snoopies are hiding in the bushes to come and get you. But up until now, still have no first blood. Snoopy is waiting in the bush here, and Crepo's going to come in. So it looks like they want to try and take this mid turret as fast as possible.
And this will definitely be a very quick tower taking team. Jace is going to be able to have that additional attack speed from his W. You add the attack damage shield from Janna's E, and of course the fact that Nasus can use that Withering Strike on you, just his Q, the Recycling Strike, to chunk down towers. You've seen how quickly that was dropped.
Yeah, Gambit themselves may look to get a tower back here. That bottom outer turret for EG is very, very low already. And Genja and Darker are pushing up that lane pretty quickly. So we'll see if Yellow Pete is actually able to hold on to this one. Obviously, doesn't want to be losing NACS, but might have to clear out a little bit faster here if he's wanted to save that tower.
Yeah, I think that tower's pretty much going to be a goner. They managed to get it down to, what, 100 or so HP. Genja deciding not to actually land that last auto attack. Just extend himself, give an extra wave or two worth of minions to farm up. Overall, it's just Evil Geniuses with a tower advantage, but it doesn't display in gold because Gambit have that dragon advantage. Remember, they picked that up around 7 or 8 minutes. They'll be up again at about the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, I think 7.5 minutes was pretty much the timing that they had down on that one. An early one, which we've come to expect out of Diamond when he does get into these, gets these champions that can go for those early dragons, the Nasus's, the Mundos, and the Shyvanas. We used to see him doing that very early as well when he played Shyvana. Right now, they are pushing onto that middle outer turret themselves, and Spontex is going to do a fair amount of damage to it.
Yeah, Spontex is actually chunking that away quite quickly. He's busy sitting on that Bilgewater Cutlass as well as an Avarice Blade. So I'm very interested to see where this Avarice Blade gets built into. I would expect it to be a static Shiv, which benefits with the movement, with dancing around. You can charge it up very, very quickly. So we'll see how that pans up. Ace in the hole by Yellow Pete used onto Alex. It's just to, put some pressure down, keep them on the back foot, and allow them to maybe actually pick this tower up if nobody's there to defend. And I don't think Alex can save this one.
No, this one's going down here. Evil Genius is going to go 2-0 up in turrets. Wicked is now back down in that bottom lane to stop that turret from being taken out as long as he possibly can. And the AD carry support for Gambit looking like they're going to be headed into this top lane to try and push that one back.
So at the moment, it just seems as though whenever you pick a Caitlyn on your team, you immediately signal, I want towers and I want towers quickly. And it's exactly what Evil Geniuses have done. They've moved their champions around the map to try and get the map presence and deny the vision from Gambit as much as possible. What it also means, they can exploit weaknesses from a team with a substitute. If Spontex is farming a top or a middle lane, and the rest of Gambit on with him, or if they're somewhere else and he's not on the same page, it's much easier for Evil Geniuses to take advantage of that misposition when those towers are down.
Just saw that Alex has been given his blue buff. That'll allow him to be spamming a lot more and getting that farm up. He's currently 23 CS behind, or so, as that just changes as I say it, behind Wicked's Malphite there as well, as we are going to see Snoopy possibly chase down. No, Gambit decided not to follow through since Froggen was there at the back as well.
I also really like Darker's crescendos. You notice him putting a little bit of pressure there onto Snoopy, scaring him away, and it was something that stood out in Moscow, his 2- and 3-man crescendos that he was landing crucially on the right targets at the right time in team fights. So we'll see if he can do the same against a Malphite and a Nasus who will be in your face and attacking. So Dragon has respawned. Teleport's coming in from Wicked. Diamond Prox has picked the fight, and Spontex has flashed over.
Actually flashing over there, gets knocked away by Froggen, who somehow manages to pick up first blood just before he dies there in the end as well. Now, we have a 4-on-4 around Dragon. Wasn't, of course, taken, and Gambit peeled away from it to start that fight off. Let's see if they actually stick around and are able to pick it up.
Chain of Corruption is available for Genja, but Diamond Prox does not have Dr. Mono's ultimate. Repel comes in, and there goes Alex.
Unstoppable Force is, of course, down there as the crescendo manages to land on 4 of them. Can they clean up? Crepo going to go down here to Alexich. Yellow Pete gets slowed down. He's forced to flash away. They're going to keep chasing as Alex flashes in there. Cocoon does land onto Wicked. There's a snipe from Genja to finish off the kill. Wicked just about walks away with his life.
Absolutely fantastic there. Yellow Pete survived a couple seconds longer by flashing away from that infected cleaver, or the infected briefcase as it is on this skin, but manages to get to safety. A brilliant fight from Gambit, and exactly like we pointed out, Darker's crescendos are so clutch and are so crucial. Snoopy is sniffing around. He's been jumped on by Alex.
Yeah, but look at the damage coming out there. Froggen was already back in for the fight. They managed to take down Alex, but Gambit did secure the Dragon. That puts them in the lead in gold, but it's still very, very close here, around about 300 only.
That's a trade they'll be very, very happy with. Not only did they get 3 kills from the engagement in total, they got the Dragon, and they only lost 1 member. It was Alex at the end of the day. That was a 1v1 between Spontex and Froggen. which was even. Neither champion technically won it because they both died in the process. So we'll definitely have to see how this works out in the later stages of the game. Spontex has picked up his boots of swiftness again. For anyone that has seen photos of Spontex, his physical, real-life shoes look like boots of swiftness.
They actually do. And not sure if it makes him faster at running, though. Or, you know, take 20% less from slows when he gets slowed in real life. As Froggen is going to be picking himself up the blue buff there as well. Starting to hurt now, that Man Immune, I can get it out in a second, and the Brutalizer already completed in for him. So starting to do a lot more damage and bring a lot more pain with that Shock Blast.
I definitely want to see how Evil Geniuses play the rest of these team fights, because you know, you've got these very, very obvious engagement tools from Wicked and from Nasus, from Wicked on Malphite and from Snoopy on Nasus, just running at you with your Ghost up, put the Wither down and stick in your face. But it's an extremely mobile Gambit team, so Wicked's unstoppable forces are going to be very difficult to knock up everybody. Alex is caught a little bit out of position, gets a very good cocoon down, but EG unfinished.
Oh, he actually gets knocked up there by the Howling Gale. He's going to have to repel as Diamond coming in from the side. The entire team's coming across here. They're going to try and focus on Froggen as a crescendo. Will lock both Froggen and Snoopy up. Are they going to be done with this one? Wicked coming in from the side. Another strong Howling Gale from Crepo, but getting away from a team like this is not easy. The cocoon lands onto Wicked, uses unstoppable force to get across the side. There's a Monsoon from Crepo. They're still chasing though. Diamond trying to get around the side, lands a briefcase onto Crepo. Can they keep going? There's a repel from Alex Ich. Still not quite enough damage to get the kill. Crepo is still walking away, and EG somehow only lose one man from that fight. Crazy.
Somebody needs to give Crepo a Noddy badge, because he got the Eye of the Storm onto Wicked's Malphite as the auto attack was flying through the air from Spontex. It was the auto attack that was about to kill Wicked, and it survived them. Yellow's been caught.
Oh, there is the barrier being pulled out though, and Yellow Pete calling Genja's bluff a little bit there under the turret.
Did have to burn his barrier, but manages to survive with his life. And I think Genja, he may have overestimated the damage he could deal.
I think so as well. He thought he was stronger than he was.
His piercing arrow also missed as well, to be fair. So that damage, which is currently at max rank on piercing arrow, plus the blight stacks, which would have popped, maybe would have killed him, but I don't know if it would have gone through that barrier. Nevertheless, they survive, and they trade a couple of abilities for a couple of abilities.
Straight in there for that one right now. Froggen has almost got that last Whisper added in, which pretty much gives him those, you know, 3 items that are going to give that amazing damage that you get from the Shock Blast through the acceleration gate.
And there's practically no armor on the side of Gambit right now. If you look down the list, the only person that's really got, you know, additional armor is Diamond Prox's Dr. Mundo. Spontex running set, and that's it. 50% of his HP from a single accelerated Shock Blast combo.
Diamond actually popping his ulti there, coming back around the side. Saying, what up? I'm Mundo, and I'm here to tank all the damages.
Mundo goes where he pleases, Joe. So
certainly does. No one can stop him. Well,
we'll see.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, we'll see about that one.
We'll see if that rings true in a few minutes here once we get in towards this next fight. Currently, EG pushing up that middle lane, deciding not to go any further through. So we can have a look down some of the items. Infinity Edge is finished now for Caitlyn. On the other side, Bloodthirster and that tier, which must be nicely stacked up already here for Genja's Virus. We did see Blade of the Ruin King being finished off as well for Spontex's Quinn.
So Blade of the Ruin King it works perfectly with Quinn. Obviously gives you a lot of the percentage HP damage, which will work brilliantly against both Malphite and Nasus. I'm more interested in what comes next. I want to see what this Avarice Blade goes into. Genja is thinking about round 2 with Yellow Pete. He's caught him, and there's the fight.
He's gonna go for him this time around, and this time he's actually winning out on this one. Yellow Pete tries to get away, does flash, but Genja flashes straight in after him, and he says, now I can fight you.
Yeah, they used all their abilities. Wicked's been caught by Alex.
He's gonna be jumped on here, but does Alex have the damage to finish off that big tanky Malphite? Spontex is gonna get nailed, was knocked up with the Howling Gale in the process as well, and that was a 2 versus 1 in the middle lane, which he was never gonna win.
It was an interesting one as well, because he changed into, you know, tag team with Valor, and when you use Volt, the E spell for her, in human form, it'll jump to a target, then push you away and slow them down. But in bird form, it just launches the attack at the spot. So he sort of dove forward, even though he was dead. I think basically he gave up to the fact that he was going to die. So 1-2-1, he's 20 CS now behind Froggen's Jace. not doing quite as well as I think he would have hoped. But if the game continues going to this point, if he carries on building some more items, it's going to have effectively 2 ADCs on the side of Gambit, which will play into their favor.
Which, although Froggen won't be too far away from that himself, obviously now got that last Whisper finish, got the Muramana in there as well. Wicked himself got that, I forgot the name of it. That's great, isn't it?
Sunfire Cave.
Yeah, Sunfire Cave. It's all right. I've only been commentating about that item for 2 seasons now.
I'm pretty
here in League
sure
of Legends,
you always forget the Sunfire Cave.
I always somehow forget Sunfire Cave's name. It's a strange one.
Well, talking about Sunfire Cave first, we've seen Malphites that go Haunting Guys, then Abyssal Scepter, go that ability power route. The one thing Evil Geniuses is lacking is significant ability power damage. They don't have a very AP-heavy side. So once the members of Gambit do actually start stacking up some armor, they may be able to out-survive, out-sustain the damage of their opponents. And I'm trying to remember, I think Ninjas in Pajamas had that problem against Lemon Dogs, if I recall correctly. They had a very AD-heavy team, and they just simply couldn't get through the Lemon Dogs' mass stack of armor.
Right now, Evil Genius is actually pushing up on towards that inner turret in the top lane. Alex is there to defend, but needs to be a little bit careful here as Froggen is actually going to go in on towards time, and there's the unstoppable force. They get Genji, but EG didn't follow it up there. They left Wicked alone, and he's had to flash away from that one. And now it looks like Gambit might want to try and keep up with him. Those briefcases make it very, very hard to shake. And Spontex is going to be headed in there as well. Alex was hanging around. There is another miss ultimate from Genji as well. And this is a very messy affair. Crescendo goes through, and now Gambit run away, and EG start chasing Gambit back from this one. Ace in the hole going to come through. Nicely blocked by Genji. EG, are they going to keep going for this one? They've turned around once again, but Froggen dives in, gets himself a kill. Monsoon will knock them all back, and that will be a strange 2-for-0 for EG.
That was a very sloppy fight from everybody. EG initially thought they wanted to go, then the call was no, no, no. They backed away, and Gambit said, we can fight, we can fight. Gambit dove in, but they weren't stacking onto the right target properly, and basically everybody sort of whiffed really what they needed to do. Darker got a very good crescendo. He actually locked up Snoopy and Yellow Pete, but Froggen was off to the side, continuing shooting shock blasts over and over and over. And exactly like you said, it was a messy affair. It was sloppy from both sides, and basically because neither team had a great initiation or counter-initiation, it just ended in those 2 deaths for Gambit's trying to escape.
Well, it seems like Froggen's broke his PC again, so hopefully that's going to be sorted out here. Obviously, we don't want the players playing when they're not got the ideal conditions. And we do have our admins in there behind them, so that one should be getting sorted up. So gives us a bit of time here to look at this very, very close game. 5-5 in kills. Gold is literally 100 difference between the two.
That's one ward.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the difference between these two teams right now. The one thing that does play into EG's favor, they have 3 towers to the 1 of Gambit. So in terms of map presence and map control, the previous fight just happened because they're able to go so deep. Because they're able to push so far into Gambit's territory, they're able to stay in control of things.
Well, you can see our IT specialist in there behind Froggen, just having a word with him about what the problem is. It seems to be when he was in that last team fight, of course, and that's the time when you really need to be able to rely on your hardware to get things through. So hopefully that will get done and dusted, and we can get back underway here in just a few moments. What would it be if it was an EG versus Gambit game without pauses, everyone?
What would it be if it wasn't an EG game without pauses? That's the real question. They're doing well in this game, though. You know, they are playing against Gambit. That does have a substitute, so that does need to be remembered, and you got to keep that in mind. But positionally, they've been pretty good for the most part. The call to back off once that fight didn't go their way was correct. And once they realized Gambit chased too far, they re-engaged correctly. So as far as the flow of the game is going, Evil Geniuses obviously look to be in a better position teamwork-wise.
Now we can see Gambit on your screens looking pretty relaxed about the whole situation here. Not much phases the Russians, to be honest.
I think everybody that's sitting on the stage right now is used to a situation where they've had to delay a game at this point in time. It's unfortunate but true. And it's just a matter of finding out exactly what the tech issue is. We are hearing from production that they've got a couple extra techies down there having a look at the problem, having a look at the PC, and just trying to find the best decision possible for everybody. So the players at the moment seem to think they are going to give this game a bash again, and we'll see if this fix works right now. I'm remaining hopeful. I'm remaining hopeful.
I'm hopeful about this one as well. I'm with you on this one, Trevor. Hopefully it should be pretty much fixed. We're going to go with that and just, we're hoping for the best. Let's put it that way.
You can say that. You can say it's fixed. As Joe Miller, 2K13.
Yeah, all fixed now, apparently, hopefully. So, back into things we go then. Froggen there, running off down the middle lane. So he seems to be in a happier place right now.
Yeah, he's playing the game to a different tune, I imagine. And we'll see if he can find the right note to actually win more team fights.
We've just seen there Spontex actually taking down the outer turret on the top lane, which means that Gambit now back up to 2 turrets to their name, to the 3 of Evil Geniuses, and that puts them back into the gold lead. Dragon, I can't even remember when it was taken down. 22 minutes, if I recall correctly, was there or thereabouts.
21:56 on the dot. Not
Pretty
that I'm
close.
looking at the logs at all. So that will be up very, very soon in the next couple of minutes. You can see there's a couple of wards down in and around the Dragon Pit already for the members of Gambit. Those are actually about to time out, which tells you they'll be refreshing those and setting themselves up for the next Dragon. Gambit, of course, one of the most prolific Dragon-taking teams in the game. Alex was thinking of going onto Yellow Pete before he stepped himself on a Yordle snap trap and gave away his position.
Yeah, not quite being the sneaky man that he was trying to be there in that scenario. They are going to see pink wards put down by Darker. He's going to be clearing that out. Actually, Crepo does have an Oracle's Elixir on right now. That was bought a little while ago. He's already done a good job of cleaning things up, and it looks like they're going to actually try and get in here on towards Alex. It's a Shock Blast missing, the Cocoon missing as well, though, and they're going to go right in on top of him. There comes the Howling Gale. You saw the Repel already used, but you're not getting anywhere, Alex. Froggen is going to take him down.
No, it's going to be nearly impossible to get away once you see Jace go into Hammer form, get that slowdown on you, as well as the Zephyr from Janna. Right now, though, the 4 members of Gambit have stacked up in the Baron Pit. They've started this one. It is going relatively low, 4,000 HP on the board. You see Quinn's tag team is actually timed out, so back into human form. They're backing off, and there goes Wicked.
Unstoppable Force coming in, and look at the ultimates being burnt on just these 2-man team coming in. Yellow Pete going to get hit by the Chain of Corruption, but EG are going to keep chasing off for this one. Acing the hole comes through, and it's Wicked that actually picks that one up. That leaves us in a 5-on-3, not 5-on-4. And obviously Alex was still dead from the bottom. EG decided not to go for Baron there. They want to get that middle inner turret.
Yeah, they were thinking about Baron, but at this point in time, they realized that Alex was probably going to be up very quickly, and they don't want to do the Baron dance with the range and the poke of a Tear of the Goddess Varus. You'd be able to shoot those piercing arrows over and over and over. So wisely, they decide to back off, pick themselves up the tower, and they don't repeat the mistakes that we've seen earlier in the day, where you can, pick up a Baron but lose 3 in the process, and it's all for naught if that's what happens.
Exactly. And that actually send EG back home. Aegis being brought up here by Snoopy. He is pretty far behind Diamond. If you look at the items that he's picking up, he's pretty much going the same route as him. He's just getting there a lot slower.
That's basically just because of the presence. I mean, 30 CS on the board. It's a big number. He does have half the assists. So I want to see exactly what Snoopy decides to build, because he's sitting 1,000 gold behind right now. And there's a lot of options you can go with that Nasus. It's difficult to prioritize because it's a lot of physical damage from Quinn and from Varus, but then a lot of magic damage that over time Mondo's going to deal to you on the burst that Elise is going to deal to you. So maybe something along the lines of a Locker of the Iron Solaria might be a good idea.
Maybe coming in at some point here for them. See, we do have that Frozen Heart in there as well for Wicked now, as we expected him to be going up to. And you already saw in that fight that, you know, Unstoppable Force, even though he's not building any AP in there, still is not just an amazing crowd control ability in there as well to knock everyone up, but it still does a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah, the base number is relatively good as well. At level 2, it's a 300 base before adding your AP. And when you add that onto targets that not only have very little armor, they've actually got even less magic resist across the board, it does hit pretty hard. If you're not in range of Diamond Procs, well, he's just been caught out.
He's been caught out here, but can they lock him down? Actually, he's going to get hammered away. There is Yellow Pete from the side. Froggen actually gets the kill, and that will be in perfect timing for the Dragon here that spawned just a few moments ago. EG going to be taking that one away for free. Froggen is now 6-2-2.
And it's a problem of giving Jace away. We've seen Jace, you know, permanently banned practically during weeks 1 and 2. And the one game that Froggen did get hold of him, he did exactly the same thing to Fnatic. He used those shock blasts from range, and when he did commit, it was a guaranteed win because they were so low. And as you can see, he's running around with that Guardian Angel completed. So we'll most likely see him picking up a Black Cleaver and then into a Bloodthirster a little later down the line as well.
All right, now EG starting to mop up what was left of the outer bottom lane turret. Here is the Agony going on towards Alex. He's going to repel away here. Froggen now going to take a lot of damage, has to flash away. Greppo had flashed in and used his Monsoon. A bit of a lack of a communication, I think, there between the EG guys.
No, not exactly the same page. I also think they expected more members of Gambit to dive forward. The fact that the Chain of Corruption had gone down signaled that Gambit maybe wanted to pick a fight. You've seen Spontex coming in from the side. He used that Vault just to get a slow and actually got the flash out of Wicked as well. So keep that in mind for the next couple of minutes. Wicked was like, whoop, I don't really want to be here. And he flashed over the tree line.
Yeah. It's not exactly what EG will have wanted in the jungle of Gambit there. We're expecting to get away a lot easier than they actually did. Right now, Gambit pushed them straight back here on towards that outer mid turret, which is less than half HP. See there, a double buffed up Genja, just managing to land that piercing arrow on towards Snoopy, who, despite being pretty, having some decently tanky items in there, still takes a lot of damage from those arrows.
Yeah, at the moment, Snoopy, he's got a few extra statistics on board, but he's not as beefy as he really needs to be. He's still sitting on 2,300 HP only. It looks like Evil Geniuses want to pick a fight. They were grouping up together. But look at the piercing arrow there onto Yellow Pete. So every single time Genja manages to get a max range snipe, Yellow Pete is dropped very low, and he's got no lifesteal either. So he's got no sustain that he can pick up off these creeps. He's going to be very reliant on the shields from Janna and the heal from her ultimate.
You see Howling Gale going out, trying desperately to keep Gambit away from this middle outer turret. They know that they lose a lot if that ends up going down. And the fact is they've got both of Gambit's middle turrets right now, which means that they've got a big advantage in that respect.
One of the things that makes life a little bit more difficult for Gambit, Genja's trying to keep them at bay with those piercing arrows, which means that he's not close enough to actually hit the turret. So the turret has survived this is the 4th minion wave in a row now, thanks to the fact that they're trying to control EG as opposed to just making a concerted effort on the turret. Finally, there are people hitting it, but it's Alex. Elise should not be the one that's right-clicking that turret. It should be Quinn. It should be Varus.
Well, Spider's starting to force them away from this one. In the end, I think Diamond got bored of waiting around and decides to go in and tank it, but it needed just one more hit.
Yeah, one more hit. This wave might be the wave. Dark has gone in there. Diamond's gone in there. I think they're sort of going, come on, guys. The AD carries aren't doing this. We'll do the job for them. They do eventually pick up their 3rd tower of the game. Brings us within 2,000 gold of Evil Geniuses, which is basically the 2 extra towers that they've picked up. And Gambit haven't stopped the siege.
No, they seem to be pretty determined on pushing this one straight through here. Those waves not lasting very long. You can see at Yellow Pete, Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, Last Wisp, a very traditional build there for the Caitlyn, is starting to hit pretty heavy, around about 350 damage those last auto attacks onto Diamond, so they need to be careful. That Kate, if you get out of position, will strip you down.
Now, one of the things that Kate is going to have to deal with when we eventually get into these later team fights is the blinding assault from Quinn. It's a 1.5 second blind, which if Froggen goes into hammer form and dives into a fight, will affect him as well. A lot of those right clicks, those auto attacks for that time frame will be blocked and negated. So that could be 1 or 2 auto attacks as this game goes on. And when somebody's got 300, 350 attack damage, that's a lot of AD that just gets missed thanks to being blinded by that ability.
Now, Black Cleaver now in there as well for Froggen. Can definitely afford it. 290 CS. Got 6 kills to his name with those 2 assists and 2 deaths as well. The problem is that we've got to a bit of a stalemate point in the game, where both teams not confident in their ability here to actually engage. Evil Genius have got a healthy gold lead at 3,000, just a little bit less than, so they're technically in the lead in this game, but typical EG style. I mean, that's not a bad thing as well. I mean, we always say that as a little bit of a joke here towards EG style, if you like, but it's a proven way that they can win games with.
Agreed, it's a testament to them. They realize that if they get to, you know, 2 teams get to 6 item standards or stats or whatever, that they are able to win games at that time because their decision-making and positioning tends to be superior. One of the things that makes this particular game even more likely to go to this 50, 60, 70-minute mark is that they're so easy to read in terms of where the initiation comes from. If somebody gets caught by a cocoon, Gambit will jump on you. If Diamond Prox runs at you, they're picking a fight. You know, similarly, if Snoopy's Nasus runs at you, they're going to pick a fight, or if Wicked decides to throw himself at you. But the likelihood of Wicked being the all-out aggressor in a strange position is slim to none. This, however, is a 2-man Baron, and that is getting destroyed very quickly.
Yeah, 3 men in middle, 2 men doing Baron, and it's going down. Easy stuff there for EG, and Gambit realizes as they see that buff icon popping up like, a 2-man Baron. That's unfortunate news for us, to say the least. Great pickup for EG, though.
Whoopsie is the best description of that. They didn't have the vision. Darko was actually moving to place wards down, if you recall correctly. Froggen scared him away with the Shock Blast combo and almost moved as though they were going for the red buff. That was what made Gambit back off. They thought, well, they're in our jungle. We're not willing to, face check the fog of war. And instead, they let it be. So the 2 members of EG pick up a very, very quick Baron. They just face tank the turret. They drop that even quicker with a Jason and Caitlyn, like you said, 2 AD carries effectively. That's dropped down. They steal blue buff, and now they're taking Dragon. This is just systematic control of the map.
Yeah, and we saw there Wicked's armor as he walks underneath the turret and literally takes no damage from it whatsoever. He's got a lot of armor right now as he picks up the Merc Treads as well.
Only 394, if I recall correctly. Let's fill it up. No, sorry. 255 armor. 255 armor on that Malphite.
I was going to say 400.
Yeah, 400 is a bit much.
That is a lot.
400 is a bit much.
That really is a lot of armor to come out with. But now he is a big, beefy tank as he picks up Giant's Belt number 2.
Yeah, he's so big at the moment. He needs 2 pairs of pants on Malphite's very slim waistline to contain all of those items. Look at it. There it is right now. But right now, EG extend that gold lead to 5,000 thanks to all of the objective control. They're finally in a position where if Wicked and Snoopy tower dive, as long as Froggen and Yellow Pete focus the right target with their auto attacks, they can kill them. But it's not a traditional tower dive team. So think back to DreamHack, where they did a tower dive. They had a Zac combo with Malphite, I think it might have even been. I can't recall who the dive buddies were. But they went under the turret. They had a very strong advantage, and they weren't afraid to dive.
It was Zach Sejuani.
Zach Sejuani, probably.
Yeah, with Zach on Wicked in that top lane.
Yeah.
Well, either way, that was then. This is now. And EG running that Baron buff on, extending their lead to not too far off away, that 10,000 gold lead. And they are starting to siege up here in this top lane. And as I say, sieging, they're putting down a lot of damage there. And that's onto Diamond. That's the tanky man in this Gambit lineup.
They've got so much penetration that it's actually relatively easy for them to do it.
Yeah.
The Black Cleaver from Jace is going to shred whatever armor he does have. And then the last Wisp on Kate, that's just going to go through everything. Keep in mind, 1 Guardian Angel on the side of Evil Geniuses, 2 Guardian Angels on the side of Gambit. So this is going to be a 6 versus 7 team fight if it eventually breaks out. Yellow Pete is working himself towards a GA. Tower is still standing, lost a couple hundred hit points, but it's just poke versus poke. I mean, that's all this is. It's just range poke versus range poke.
which, you know, on one hand, EG with that Baron buff on, obviously going to be getting a regen in there. You've got Darker to offer that healing. But that turret is going to go down. Evil Genius is going to be happy with that one. Will they stick around and try and have that in him away? I don't think Gambit is strong enough at this point to fight for it.
No, they need to catch somebody off guard. They need Alex to land a very good cocoon, or they need Diamond Prox to single out either Jace or Caitlyn, because those are the only two deaths that will help them out. In terms of poke versus poke, Froggen's poke with Jace is splash damage poke, which is why they are winning these engagements. If it hits one target, it splashes to everyone else. Here's the engage from Diamond Prox.
Diamond going in here. It's Wicked that was pretty much the focus of that one. EG looking to back away from this one, but you've got to wonder if they're just going to turn it around here at some point. And there we go. EG turning. There's the unstoppable force. He's got 4 of them here. This is bad news for Gambit. Spontake's going to dive into the middle of them. But this damage is all going the way of Evil Geniuses. They've got themselves 2. Flashers coming in for more. Froggen not quite able to finish off Diamond there. There's a shock blast through. Going to hammer down on him. And pops the Guardian Angel right next to the fountain. He will see if Genji can escape. Nope. That was an easy one to call. 3 men down there for EG, and it was a 4-man unstoppable force from Wicked that set it up.
For the first time in this game, we see a 4-man unstoppable, basically because Gambit were desperate to make a play. Gambit ran out of time, ran out of pressure, ran out of places to fall back to, and when their backs were against the wall, they threw themselves at Evil Geniuses, and you cannot stop the unstoppable force. EG still has 5. Take down the first Nexus turret, take down the second. They're going to pick up the victory. That's 2-0 EG against Gambit.
Solid victory here for Evil Geniuses. And, well, they lost the 1 man there right at the very end of it, but that's a valuable win from them. You can see exactly what it means to have a 2-0 record halfway through their games versus Gambit in the season, I guess we can say with that one. It's, you know, important win when it comes to that mid-table area as well. Of course, EG were 3-5 before this game. Now going to be sat on 4 for 5. But another important factor in this one is the fact that Gambit will now not be able to match up with Alternate.
Very true. Very, very true. So that's going to drop Gambit a little bit further down. 6 wins, 3 losses. Make that, yeah, that's 3 because they were on 2 previously. So well played by Evil Geniuses. A good game control game. Slower tempo. Much slower than what we have been seeing in the last week or 2 weeks worth of games. And I think we're starting to get comfortable. You can see Alex having some pretty strong words, in fact, talking about the team, talking about the game. And that's not something we're used to seeing.
I honestly have never seen Alex that way. Yeah. But we've got to keep in mind as well, this is not the full Gambit lineup here. We've got Spontex in. He's played Quinn this game, which honestly,
it had very little impact.
It had very little impact in the game. It could have gone a different way. You know, we could be saying that Quinn pick was the best thing we've ever seen, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way. And you can never underestimate how much of a toll it takes on a team to lose 1 man and have someone come in who not only is new in the team, but doesn't speak the language either.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, was put into a position whether or not Quinn was his idea or the team's idea. That is something that's a very big talking point. Is this a strategy that Gambit wanted to play and decided to try out now with Spontex, or is this something that he's brought into the matchup? From everybody that I've spoken to about Quinn and where Quinn should be played, how you play Quinn, it's always been solo top, split pushing. Pick a team that's got good disengage, good control. Yeah. Maybe a Zyra in there. So if you get Dove under the tower, you can lock them up and just let Quinn split push the entire time. It's not how we've seen it played. It's the second time I've seen Quinn in the mid. It's the second time that it's lost. It's tough, but it's true.
He had a hard early game and mid game as well. I mean, a lot of focus was put onto him, as we predicted. You know, aim for the new man in the team, the one that's not able to communicate like the rest of them do in that, obviously in that Russian language, and that's something that really worked out for them well there. Bullying Spontex pretty much out of it, and a really fantastic win and a vital win for EG as well. That's I think we talk about their position in the table, but I think a win against a team like Gambit actually means more to EG. Yeah. You know, the psychological boost for that.
Yeah, the history and just how these were the 2 teams in Season 2. Yeah. These were the 2 European top-tier teams that were in practically every final of practically every tournament during the course of Season 2. So like you said, it's a big psychological boost. This weekend, the games that we've just seen today already, the bottom-tier teams, they're closing the gap. You know, we started to have these massive disparities between top and bottom. and they're shrinking. They're shrinking. This is going to be a very competitive split.
That's exactly what we want. It's best for us all if things are tight right there throughout the entire table. That's going to be it from me and Trevor for this game. We're going to head over to Shox, who's waiting with an interview with Wicked.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Wicked, of course, a top laner for Evil Geniuses. Now, Wicked, can you lead us through that game in your own words? Very long till we saw the first blood. Was that a strategy, concentrating on getting those towers instead of pushing the fights?
So our strategy was pretty much just to avoid Elise and me being in the same lane, because Elise is going to destroy a Malphite and I can't do anything. So we want to just 2v1 and get the towers early, everywhere.
All right. How would you say Spontex did in this game? And do you think he made Gambit weaker or stronger in the setup?
Well, obviously he makes Gambit weaker in a sense because he doesn't speak Russian. They're used to always speaking Russian, so that's obviously a weakness, and that's why we had to win this game. But I don't think he played particularly bad. Maybe his champion set didn't fit them or something, I can't say.
All right. Now, of course, you've been very vocal on social media that this was a win that EG absolutely had to get. So what's the state like in the team right now after getting this victory, but of course knowing what's ahead?
Well, for the first 2 weeks of LCS, we didn't have much practice and so on, and now we finally had time to practice, so we needed to win this game. Also, Gambit is playing with a substitute Spontex, so we can't afford to lose a game against a team with a sub.
All right. Thank you very much, Wicked, and congratulations on a great game. As for us, it's time to check in with Joe and Quickshot once more to guide us through today's results and the standings and to crown an MVP of the day.
Thanks a lot, Shock. So, an interesting day to say the least. I think we've had some very strange results, especially if you looked at it from the fan vote side of things. You know, the Fnatic loss earlier on, what we've just seen there as well. But let's have a look then at today's results and what we've actually seen in depth. With NIP, of course, starting off the day. New roster, 3 new men coming in there. Solid win against MYM.
Yeah, definitely. It was a controlled game. It was one where Ninjas in Pajamas, they took a fairly early lead. Draven in particular was a very, very impactful champion to play against MYM. And it was good to see a revitalized roster. I also wonder how much of that was because MYM didn't know how to deal with the people in particular that they were playing against.
Yeah, and then we moved into Fnatic versus Lemon Dogs. This is what I'm talking about with the fan vote. 92% of you at home thought that Fnatic were going to win that one. In the end, proved to be a bad day for them.
It was a back and forth game. It was a back and forth game. It was full of action. And initially, Lemon Dogs, they had the early kill lead. Then mid-game what happened, and Fnatic took the lead in the mid-game. And then all of a sudden, Lemon Dogs bounced back in the late game. So it was a very back and forth game. And I think that might be another matchup to watch later in the split. Fnatic tends to have these problems with specific teams in the LCS.
And of course, Alternate versus SK Gaming. A game which Alternate big favourites for, just from the form that both of these teams have so far in the summer split. But SK managed to come out on top. That week of training that they've had apparently worked a charm for them.
Yeah, it really, really showed off. The things that Alternate have been doing in every other game that we've seen in the split, they simply couldn't do here. And I think they'll be aware of it. I think they'll know the plays that we tried to force or the plays that we got away with in week 1 or 2 where people didn't expect the aggression, didn't expect those fights. Now they kind of do, and they need to pick them a bit smarter.
Yep, and of course we've just seen EG versus Gambit. Evil Geniuses picking up their second victory so far in the summer split against Gambit.
It was a very good game. I mean, Gambit didn't really get into gear. I think that's a fair way to put it. I think, they're playing with a substitute. They tried a different composition, and unfortunately for them, it just didn't work out. And Jace OP, I think Froggen's played him twice, won 2 games. He played 2 with Anivia, lost them, played 3 with Anivia, lost them, played 2 with Lux, lost them. So maybe Jace is now the new auto ban against Froggen.
There's a reason why we've been seeing so many Jace bans, I think, throughout the summer split so far. So let's have a look then at the standings and how they look right now after today's games. Alternate remain top of the league thanks to that victory from EG over Gambit. The Russians weren't able to catch them up there at the top of the league. They're obviously at 7 for 2. Gambit then 6 for 3 at the second position. Meteor Makers 5 for 4. Then Lemon Dogs in that 4th place, 4 for 5. That's 3 of the new teams, all of the new teams in the top 3. Crazy. 4.
Yeah, I
top 4, sorry.
I also will double check, but I think all bottom 4 teams beat all top 4 teams today as well, if I recall correctly. So going into the day, Lemon Dogs are currently 4th, but I don't think they were 4th at the beginning of the day. Bottom half of the table, SK and NIP boasting 3 wins and 6 losses. The entire table now looks open. If you looked at this table a week ago, you would have went, "Oh, these guys are looking out of it. Like this is a scary place to be." But now if Ninjas in Pajamas manage to pick up one victory, they go 4-6, and their opponents above them will now be 4-6 as well. So it's a close contested race.
Yeah, really, really strong stuff. That's going to be it from us here on the Casadez today. Thank you very much for tuning in. We're going to head over to Shox, though, for some final thoughts of the day.
Thank you very much, guys. Great day to come back here in our studios in Cologne. And of course, great performance by the NIP lineup as Arene is making weird faces next to the camera, although he suffered a loss today to SK Gaming. We saw EG taking a win over Gambit, of course, as well. It's been a great day here for the first day back in Cologne, but there's more League of Legends actions coming with the NA LCS continuing live from MLG Anaheim. That's going to be at midnight Central European Summertime, or 3:30 p.m. Pacific, and it's going to be starting off with Vulcan versus Dignitas. And of course, we continue with our European LCS action tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central European Summertime. That is 9 a.m. Pacific. We'll be back, of course, with SK Gaming versus Fnatic, Gambit taking on Ninjas in Pajamas, EG versus Alternate, and MYM versus Lemondogs to close out the weekend. Thank you guys very much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.